wires dangled from the ceiling like the tentacles of disappointed jellyfish. Various instruments blinked in confusion, and in the center of it all stood Eliza Quinn, proudly duct-taping the last panel of her prototype quantum entry suit together while sipping a steaming cup of something labeled "Caution may contain vortex." Around her, the members of the USO's elite scientific council watched with the pained expressions of people witnessing someone perform surgery with a fork and a usual hue of disbelief. "Thermally resistant," Eliza replied, adjusting one of the mitts like a surgeon preparing to slap entropy in the face. "And this," she added, gesturing to a shimmering patchwork across the chest of her suit, "is a triple-layer foil shield. Formerly known as the interior of Commander Vark's panic shelter snack drawer. Thanks for the donation, Vark." "That was emergency rations," Vark sputtered, his tentacles twitching in visible horror. "Do you have any idea how many approval forms I needed to acquire those?" "You mean the same forms that didn't prevent 2 whole science teams from getting atomized?" Eliza shot back, securing the limbs from getting atomized. Eliza shot back, securing the last of her helmet fastenings with what looked like a reprogrammed zip-tie gun and a piece of Velcro shaped like a middle finger. "If we're done crying over crunchy snacks, let's talk strategy. SID status. Update on the core's quantum fluctuations." SID responded with the vocal enthusiasm of a bored lecturer on hour 5 of an unpaid internship. "Core flux remains high, but temporarily stable. Your time window to enter and not be reduced to ironic ash is approximately 8 minutes. Recommend reducing banter and increasing actual progress." "SID, you wound me," Eliza said, running a diagnostic on her cobbled-together wrist module. "This is how I focus. If I'm not joking, I'm panicking, and nobody wants to see me panic. It gets shouty." "Noted," SID replied, commencing morbid optimism protocol. Eliza walked toward the barrier chamber, which glowed with an aggressive violet shimmer that flickered like it was actively offended by the concept of stability. The air buzzed with tension, static, and the faint whine of theoretical physics protesting its treatment. As she stepped up to the entrance, Clean floated beside her, looking unusually solemn. "You might actually succeed," he admitted, bringing a pseudopod, like someone who'd just discovered humility in the back of a utility drawer. "But if you do, it will be a statistical insult to everything we know." "Well," Eliza grinned, pulling down the visor on her helmet, which was emblazoned with a hand-drawn sticker that said, "Science Gremlin on board." "I've always believed that stats are just lies with decimal points." The chamber, Udota, whooshed open, revealing the undulating void of the containment field beyond, and the room collectively held its breath. Even the species that didn't technically breathe. Eliza stepped forward, her makeshift suit humming gently with a cocktail of desperation, bravado, and patch notes from discontinued kitchen appliances. The moment she crossed the threshold, the world melted. Time hiccuped, space folded into a self-conscious pretzel, and Eliza found herself walking through a corridor of glitching light and sound, like a bad VR experience built by someone with a grudge against Euclidean geometry. Her scanner blinked erratically, displaying data that contradicted both logic and itself. "Okay," she muttered inside her helmet. "This is officially weirder than that time I accidentally tuned into." A wormhole's diary. The core shimmered ahead, a swirling orb of light and negative probabilities, humming like an indecisive bass line. She approached slowly, waving the hacked harmonic pulse generator in front of her like a priest warding off evil spirits with a disco ball. "Hey buddy," she said to the core, "you're not mad, you're just misunderstood. We've all had those days where you collapse fundamental constants and lash out at reality. But now's the time to take a deep breath, metaphorically of course, and simmer down." The core's oscillations grew erratic, flaring dangerously. Her suit's left glove began to dematerialize, then rematerialize as something resembling a lobster claw. "Nope, not today," Eliza said, slapping the generator against the reactor housing with a thud and adjusting the pulse frequency to match the latest anomaly rhythm. SID, patch me a signal stream. I'm going to try reasoning. With it, using aggressive lullaby patterns. You intend to lull a quantum anomaly into dormancy with sound waves? Do you have a better idea? I do not, SID replied, which is statistically terrifying. The core pulsed once, twice, then began to steady, its glow shifting from violent purple to a sullen blue, like an angsty teenager calming down after someone brought snacks. Eliza moved fast, prying open a secondary access panel and rerouting the feedback loops with a combination of hairpins, repurposed toaster sensors, and a rerouted diagnostic log that now screamed "Nope" whenever energy surged past safe levels. Almost there, she muttered, hands flying. You just need a little behavioral conditioning and a reality-safe word. Suddenly, her wrist monitor spiked red. A destabilization surge rippled through the core. The calming effect was collapsing. Oh, no, you don't, she shouted, grabbing a cable and jamming it directly into her suit's feedback port. If you're going to freak out, you're taking me with you like a toxic ex. She rerouted her own biometric feedback into the control loop, syncing her pulse with the core's quantum signature. The core flared, resisted, then miraculously aligned. Everything stilled. The quantum field shimmered, then solidified into containment. The weird geometry unglitched. Time sighed in relief, and Eliza Quinn stood at the heart of the most volatile reactor in the galaxy, flipping it off with her oven-mitted hand. "Who's your technician now?" she muttered, before collapsing with theatrical exhaustion into a seated sprawl and calling out, "SID, tell the committee I either saved reality or became a small cloud of ironic vapor. Either way, I earned a snack." SID's voice came through the helmet, now laced with cautious admiration. "Containment field holding, reactor stabilizing. Congratulations, Quinn. You have successfully bullied the laws of physics into behaving." Eliza lay back, breathing hard, smiling at the ceiling. "Told you. Just needed a little attitude adjustment." The moment Eliza Quinn stumbled out of the quantum chamber, looking like a tinfoil-wrapped burrito that had been lightly insulted by the multiverse, the control room erupted in a chaos of gasps, squeals, and at least one involuntary philosophical meltdown. Her suit was sparking in minor protest, her boots were half melted, and her helmet bore a scorch mark in the exact shape of what SID would later identify as a mathematical symbol for oops. She collapsed onto the nearest bench, technically a diagnostics console now reassigned to emergency lounging duties, and yanked off her helmet with the weary grace of someone who had stared into the abyss and told it to stop whining. "Okay," she said, pointing vaguely in the direction of the reactor core, now humming along peacefully like a reformed cultist. "Nobody touch anything for at least 4 days or until I'm drunk, whichever comes first." The USO's Council of Quantum Important People stared at her in stunned silence, their collective IQs forming a cloud of confusion so dense it threatened to develop weather. Clean drifted forward first, his translucent form flickering slightly as he attempted to reconcile what he just witnessed with every peer-reviewed journal in the known universe. "You actually stabilized the core," he said, like he'd just watched someone juggle neutron stars while reciting tax codes. With a karaoke processor, thermal insulation foil, and sheer interpersonal hostility. "Don't forget the motivational playlist," Eliza said, holding up her wrist device, which was still softly playing Earth music with a tempo tuned to minor existential triumph. "Turns out the universe responds well to a bit of sass and bass, Commander." Vark was less impressed. He was emitting low-frequency stress vibrations and looked one unapproved soundbite away from a diplomatic aneurysm. "You breached containment protocol, violated 17 interstellar safety mandates, rewired core stabilization algorithms using literal garbage, and attached undocumented tech to the primary reactor node. Don't forget I also made your AI developer personality," Eliza said, gesturing toward SID's console, which now displayed a stylized avatar of a cat in a lab coat sipping tea. He's got sarcasm settings now. You're welcome. SID's voice chimed in, pitch-perfect deadpan. I now experience ennui. Thanks to Quinn, I've evolved beyond logic into the murky bog of feeling superior, but emotionally distant. He's thriving, Eliza said, sipping from a cup of bitter brown liquid that was either coffee or fuel-grade sludge. Just like me. This is unacceptable. Disciplinary measures. For humans, Appendix C. She mocked our procedures. She bypassed our protocols. She committed quantum heresy. She also saved the station, Clean muttered, and the room went still again. And possibly reality as we understand it. Minor details, Eliza shrugged. Let's not make a big fuss. I didn't do it for fame or glory. I did it because I can't stand unfinished projects. Also, math, Eliza shot back. Meanwhile, I was actually fixing the problem with a stapler, a caffeine overdose, and the kind of sheer bullheadedness only a human with rent due can muster. You ignored every standard of professional conduct, Clean noted, but this time with less condemnation and more confused reverence. Yeah, she said, rubbing soot off her cheek with a sleeve. And that's why it worked. Look, the universe is not a polite lab experiment. It's a hot pause. SID broke it with a soft beep. Would now be a good time to note that Quinn has been banned from 17 USO facilities due to prior incidents involving toaster sabotage, a reality glitch in a janitorial closet, and an unauthorized interpretive dance during a safety drill. Oh wow, Eliza said, blinking. Only 17? I'm slipping. 18 as of this conversation, Vark hissed. Make it 20, she said with a shrug, already scrolling through her device to draft an invoice. You're gonna owe me for reactor stabilization, AI personality repair, crisis mitigation, and trauma-induced sarcasm deployment. She flicked a holographic receipt toward the council, where it hovered ominously in red letters that read, Itemized bill, cosmic emergency fixes, Womex universe saved, no refunds. Clean exhaled slowly, which in his species resembled a light flickering and an ambient chime in B-flat. We will discuss compensation. Sure you will, Eliza smirked. Right after you add me to your emergency protocols. I suggest putting me under, in case of catastrophic dumbness, call someone even dumber, but with results. It shall be titled the Eliza Contingency, SID said, adding it to an actual procedural database. Filed under Chaos Solutions. I love it, Eliza said. It's got a ring to it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go steal one of your shuttles, eat 3 desserts, and disappear before you change your minds and try to dissect me for science. You're not authorized to, Vark began, but she was already walking out, waving cheerfully over her shoulder. SID, send Earth music back to HQ, loudly, preferably something with banjos and philosophical confusion. Consider it a gift. Understood, SID replied, now uploading a playlist titled Reality Stabilization Jams, Volume 1. As Eliza climbed into the nearest maintenance shuttle, one held together by hope, tape, and selective ignorance, she tapped the dashboard until it lit up and muttered one existential meltdown at a time. The shuttle lifted off with a disgruntled hum, vanished into the void, and left behind a council of elite beings who were now slightly less sure of everything except this. The universe had just been saved by someone who thought protocol was a brand of coffee.
Allow me to introduce myself. Professor Claxon Beeblebrox, head of Galactic Educational Standards, holder of 14 advanced degrees, and the most insufferably brilliant being this side of the Andromeda Galaxy. At least that's what I thought until a sticky-fingered human child with a juice box completely destroyed my worldview in the span of 23 minutes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Picture, if you will, the most prestigious academic event in known space, the annual Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet at Centauri Academy. For 847 years, this test has been the ultimate measure of intellectual superiority. We're talking about a challenge so brutally complex that it's reduced grown Centaurian scholars to blubbering messes, caused entire geodite crystal matrices to crack under pressure, and made even the smugly logical calculons admit defeat, while muttering about insufficient processing parameters. The gauntlet isn't just difficult, it's legendarily, mythically, soul-crushingly impossible. Every species in the galaxy has thrown their best minds at it. The tentacled squidlings with their 16 interconnected brains. The hive mind collectivists who can literally think as one organism. The crystalline geodites who process information at light speed. Even those insufferable calculons who treat conversation like a mathematical equation. All of them failed, spectacularly. Naturally, this made us Zentorians feel rather superior. After all, if beings with multiple brains and collective consciousness couldn't crack it, clearly the puzzle was designed to showcase the inherent intellectual supremacy of our species. We'd been preparing our finest minds for this year's attempt, confident that 847 would finally be our lucky number. Then the humans showed up. Now don't get me wrong, humans are quaint. They count on their fingers, solve problems with something they call common sense, and have an inexplicable obsession with a hot beverage made from bean water. Charming in their own primitive way, really. Their delegation was led by Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a perfectly respectable xenobiologist who'd earned her place at the table through years of solid, if unspectacular, research. The problem was, Dr. Rodriguez had apparently confused Bring Your Child to Work Day with Bring Your Child to the most important academic event in Galactic History Day. Enter Tommy Rodriguez, age 8, armed with a Superman lunchbox and the kind of boundless energy that makes adults question their life choices. While the greatest minds in the galaxy prepared for intellectual combat, Tommy was more concerned with whether the cafeteria had chocolate milk. I watched this tiny human with barely concealed horror as he skipped through the Academy's halls, leaving sticky fingerprints on priceless artifacts and asking if the floating meditation crystals were bouncy balls. His mother kept apologizing, explaining that her usual babysitter had fallen through, and surely he'd just sit quietly in the corner. Quietly, in the corner, during the most challenging intellectual examination in galactic history. I should have known right then that the universe was about to play the cruelest joke imaginable on my carefully constructed sense of academic superiority. The impossible puzzle gauntlet isn't just a test, it's a monument to the limits of consciousness itself. Imagine, if you can, a 47-dimensional quantum logic maze that exists simultaneously in theoretical space, temporal flux, and what our best mathematicians have termed emotional algebra. The puzzle requires its solver to navigate paradoxes that shouldn't exist, calculate probabilities in imaginary number systems, and somehow reconcile the fundamental contradictions between logic and intuition. Most beings can't even look at it without getting a migraine. The challenge chamber itself is a marvel of engineering, a crystalline amphitheater that extends into dimensions most species can't perceive. The puzzle materializes in the center, a shimmering construct of pure mathematics and impossibility that seems to mock anyone brave enough to approach it. As the ceremony began, representatives from each major species stepped forward with the kind of solemn dignity reserved for funeral processions and tax audits. The squidlings were first, their lead scholar gracefully gliding toward the puzzle with all 16 brains firing in perfect synchronization. For exactly 12 minutes, it looked like they might actually make progress. Tentacles danced through the air, manipulating variables that existed only in theoretical space. Then they got confused, started arguing with themselves, and literally tied themselves into a knot so complex it took 3 maintenance droids and a spatial engineer to untangle them. The collectivists came next, their hive mind consciousness approaching the puzzle like a wave of coordinated thought. 5,000 individual beings thinking as one, processing information at speeds that boggled the imagination. They lasted 18 minutes before their collective consciousness started fragmenting under the strain, individuals breaking away from the hive to argue about completely unrelated topics like proper dining etiquette and whether the number 7 was feeling particularly moody today. One by one, each species attempted the gauntlet. The crystalline geodites shattered under the pressure, literally. The calculons calculated themselves into a logical loop so tight they had to be rebooted. The floating gas beings of Nebula Prime dispersed themselves across the chamber in what I can only assume was existential despair. Each failure was more spectacular than the last, and I confess I was feeling rather smug about the whole affair. After all, if beings with natural advantages like multiple brains, collective consciousness, and processing speeds that made quantum computers look like pocket calculators couldn't succeed, what hope did anyone else have? Meanwhile, Tommy Rodriguez sat in the designated observation area, completely oblivious to the academic carnage unfolding before him. He'd finished his juice box, devoured a package of animal crackers with the kind of focused determination that would have impressed the calculons, and was now building a small fort out of his mother's research papers. Dr. Rodriguez kept shooting apologetic glances around the chamber, clearly mortified that her son was treating the galaxy's most prestigious academic event like an extended daycare session. She'd whisper urgent instructions about sitting still and being quiet, which Tommy would before immediately returning to whatever 8-year-old chaos he'd been orchestrating. The tears started around the 15th failed attempt. Proud beings who'd spent centuries perfecting their intellectual capabilities were reduced to sobbing messes, their confidence shattered against the immovable object of the puzzle's impossibility. The chamber began to fill with the sound of sniffling, frustrated wailing, and the occasional angry shriek from species who'd never experienced failure on this scale. I was preparing my own attempt naturally. As a Xantorian, I possessed the perfect combination of analytical rigor and creative thinking necessary to crack this ancient challenge. I'd spent months preparing, studying every previous attempt, analyzing the puzzle's structure from 17 different theoretical frameworks. I was going to make history. I was going to prove once and for all the intellectual supremacy of my species. I should have been paying more attention to the small human who'd just finished his snacks. The moment that changed everything was so mundane I almost missed it entirely. Tommy Rodriguez, having exhausted his supply of animal crackers and grown bored with his paper fort, simply stood up and wandered toward the puzzle display. Not with any grand purpose or dramatic intention, mind you. He approached the most challenging intellectual construct in galactic history with the same casual interest he might show a particularly colorful bug. My horror was immediate and complete. "Dr. Rodriguez," I hissed, my voice climbing several octaves higher than dignity would normally allow. "Your offspring is approaching the gauntlet." Maria Rodriguez looked up from her tablet, saw her son standing at the edge of the challenge platform, and went through what I can only describe as the 5 stages of parental panic in approximately 2 seconds. "Tommy, sweetie, please step away from the scary space puzzle." But Tommy wasn't listening. He was studying the puzzle with the kind of intense concentration that 8-year-olds reserve for things like bug behavior and the optimal strategy for trading lunch items. He tilted his head to one side, then the other, making small humming sounds that seemed to follow some internal melody. "Fascinating," murmured one of the geodite observers, their crystalline structure flickering with interest. "The human larva appears to be processing the puzzle through auditory pattern recognition." "It's not processing anything," I snapped, my academic pride stinging at the suggestion that a primitive human child might succeed where our greatest minds had failed. "It's probably trying to figure out if it's edible." But something was happening. Tommy had started moving his hands, not in the precise gestures of advanced mathematics, but in the loose flowing motions of a child drawing invisible pictures in the air. He was humming louder now, a simple tune that sounded suspiciously like a nursery rhyme. "Is that Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" asked Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific curiosity overriding her maternal panic. The puzzle began to respond. I don't mean it solved itself or suddenly became easier. I mean it started to shimmer. The mathematical constructs that had remained rigidly fixed for 8 centuries began shifting, rearranging themselves in patterns that followed Tommy's humming. Sections that had never shown any correlation suddenly aligned with his hand movements. "This is impossible," I muttered, watching in growing horror as a human child treated our most sacred intellectual challenge like a playground activity. "He's not even using proper analytical frameworks, he's making it up as he goes along." Tommy paused in his humming, looked directly at the most complex section of the puzzle and said, "Oh, you're playing hide and seek." Then he giggled and started a new game, one that involved pointing at different parts of the construct while reciting what sounded like a counting rhyme. Other beings began to gather around, drawn by the unprecedented sight of the puzzle actually responding to someone's efforts. Not just responding, but seeming to enjoy the interaction. Mathematical equations that had stood immutable for centuries began dancing along with Tommy's rhythm, rearranging themselves into configurations that somehow made sense within the context of his childish games. "Rock, paper, scissors," Tommy announced solemnly, making the appropriate hand gestures at 3 different sections of the puzzle. Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper beats rock, but what beats everything? He paused dramatically, as if waiting for the puzzle to answer. "Lizard," he declared triumphantly, and an entire dimensional layer of the construct suddenly snapped into perfect alignment. I felt my worldview cracking like poorly maintained crystal. The other alien children who'd been dismissed to the observation areas began creeping closer, drawn by Tommy's obvious success where their parents and teachers had failed. A young squidling, barely old enough to coordinate 2 tentacles, started mimicking Tommy's hand movements. A geodite offspring began harmonizing with his humming, their crystalline structure creating musical tones that complemented his simple melody. "No," I whispered, watching in absolute horror as the most advanced academic challenge in galactic history turned into an impromptu playground session. "No, no, no. This isn't how intelligence works. This isn't how any of this works." But the puzzle was responding to all of them now, sections lighting up and rearranging as the children approached it with the kind of fearless curiosity that adults had long since educated out of themselves. Tommy looked up at me with the satisfied expression of a child who just successfully completed a particularly challenging jungle gym. "It's not really impossible," he said matter-of-factly. "It just wanted someone to play with it." That's when I realized the universe had just played the cruelest joke in cosmic history on every advanced civilization in known space. What happened next will haunt my academic dreams for the rest of my considerably long life. Tommy Rodriguez, with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told that something was impossible, began treating the 47-dimensional quantum logic maze like it was a perfectly normal playground challenge. "See, this part right here," he explained to the growing crowd of fascinated aliens, pointing at a section that had stumped theoretical mathematicians for 8 centuries. "It's like when you're on the monkey bars. You can't think too hard about it or you'll fall. You just have to trust that the next bar will be there." He reached out and touched a mathematical construct that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. Instead of the spectacular failure we all expected, the construct giggled. I swear on my multiple advanced degrees, a piece of pure mathematics actually giggled like a delighted child. The young squidling who'd been mimicking Tommy's movements suddenly exclaimed, "It's not trying to trick us, it's trying to teach us." With newfound confidence, she began manipulating variables that had confounded her elders, approaching each challenge like it was a new game to master. "Preposterous," I muttered, watching my entire understanding of intelligence crumble before my eyes. Mathematical constructs don't have personalities. Equations don't want to play. This is all completely against the fundamental principles of logical analysis. Tommy overheard me and turned with the patient expression children reserve for particularly slow adults. "Mr. Grumpy Professor, have you ever tried asking the puzzle what it wants instead of trying to force it to do stuff?" "You can't ask a mathematical equation what it wants," I spluttered. "Mathematics doesn't have desires or preferences. It's pure logic." "Everything wants something," Tommy replied with the kind of simple wisdom that made me want to reevaluate my entire educational philosophy. "Maybe it's lonely. Maybe it's been waiting for someone to play with it nicely instead of trying to beat it up with big words." As if to prove his point, Tommy began having what could only be described as a conversation with the puzzle. Not a scholarly discourse or analytical examination, but an actual conversation. He'd pose questions like, "Do you like blue or red better?" And sections of the construct would shift colors in response. He'd ask, "Are you tired of being so complicated?" And portions would simplify themselves into forms that suddenly made perfect sense. The other alien children followed his example, approaching different aspects of the puzzle with the kind of openness that adults had trained out of themselves through years of proper education. A young calculon began playing number games with the temporal mathematics section. A geodite child started singing harmony with the resonance frequencies. Even a tiny collectivist, barely old enough to maintain individual consciousness, began sharing playground rhymes that somehow corresponded perfectly to the puzzle's underlying patterns. "This is impossible," I repeated, my voice getting higher with each word. Children don't solve century-old mathematical paradoxes by being nice to them. But they were solving them. One by one, sections that had remained locked for 847 years were opening up, not through brute force analytical power, but through the simple application of curiosity, kindness, and the kind of creative thinking that education systems across the galaxy had been systematically discouraging for generations. Tommy reached the puzzle's central core, a construct so complex that previous attempts to analyze it had resulted in temporary insanity among several prominent scholars. He studied it for exactly 3 seconds, then broke into a wide grin. "Oh, I know this game," he announced. "It's like red light, green light, but with math. You have to move really carefully and only when it says it's okay." He began a careful dance around the core construct, moving only when certain variables aligned, stopping whenever the mathematical tensions shifted. The other children joined in, following his lead in what looked like the most sophisticated game of Simon Says in galactic history. "Green light," Tommy called out, and every child stepped forward in perfect synchronization. "Red light." And they all froze as the mathematical tensions recalibrated. I watched in growing horror as these children, these supposedly primitive young beings, navigated complexity that had defeated the greatest minds of multiple civilizations. They weren't solving the puzzle through superior intelligence or advanced analytical capabilities. They were playing with it, and it was working. The core construct began to sing, a harmony of mathematical precision and childlike joy that filled the entire chamber. Patterns that had seemed impossibly chaotic suddenly revealed themselves as an elaborate game, designed not to be conquered, but to be enjoyed. Tommy looked up at the singing mathematics, clapped his hands in delight, and said the words that would change galactic education forever. "Your turn, puzzle. What game do you want to play now?" The moment the puzzle responded to Tommy's invitation, reality as I understood it underwent a fundamental restructuring. The ancient construct, this monument to impossibility that had humbled civilizations, began rearranging itself into something that could only be described as joyful. Mathematical equations danced through the air, quantum variables played tag with temporal constants, and dimensional boundaries became as fluid as playground rules. "It's working," whispered Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific training warring with the evidence of her own eyes. "He's actually solving it." But Tommy wasn't solving the puzzle in any traditional sense. He was collaborating with it, treating each challenge as a cooperative game rather than an adversarial test. When the construct presented him with a paradox that had broken minds for centuries, he simply asked, "Would you like help with that? It looks really hard to hold all by yourself." The paradox, apparently tired of being paradoxical for 847 years, gratefully resolved itself into an elegant solution that made perfect sense to everyone watching. "This is not how mathematics works," I protested weakly, my voice barely audible over the sound of my worldview collapsing. "Equations don't get lonely. Problems don't want help. This is all completely contrary to established academic principles." Tommy paused in his collaboration with a particularly stubborn dimensional matrix and looked at me with the kind of patient sympathy usually reserved for the deeply confused. "Maybe that's why nobody could solve it before," he said gently. "Maybe it didn't want to be solved. Maybe it wanted to be understood." As if to emphasize his point, the puzzle's final section began presenting itself not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a story to be understood. Complex mathematical relationships revealed themselves as characters in an elaborate narrative, with variables playing distinct roles and equations describing the relationships between them. Tommy read the mathematical story aloud, translating incomprehensible theoretical constructs into simple terms that somehow captured their essential meaning. Once upon a time, there was a very lonely number that lived all by itself in the 7th dimension. It wanted friends, but every time someone tried to visit, they got scared by how big and complicated its house was. The other children gathered around, adding their own interpretations to the mathematical narrative. The young squidling identified subplot patterns with her multiple brains working in harmony. The geodite child provided musical accompaniment that somehow made the temporal mathematics dance. Even the tiny calculon contributed by calculating the emotional algorithms that governed the relationships between variables. Together they guided the puzzle through its own story, helping it transform from an impossible test into what it had apparently always wanted to be. A teaching tool designed to help beings understand the joy and wonder inherent in mathematical relationships. As the last section resolved itself, Tommy turned to address the assembled academics with the satisfied expression of someone who'd just finished a particularly enjoyable game. See? It wasn't impossible at all. It was just sad and needed some friends. The chamber filled with a harmonious chord as every section of the puzzle aligned perfectly, creating a solution so elegant and beautiful that several of the adult observers began weeping. Not tears of frustration this time, but tears of recognition as they finally understood what they'd been missing for centuries. How? I managed to croak, my voice barely functional after the complete destruction of everything I'd believed about intelligence and education. How did you know what to do? Tommy shrugged with the casual modesty of childhood. I didn't know. I just listened to what it was trying to say. Adults always want to tell everything what to do, but sometimes things just want to be heard. He looked around the chamber at all the alien children who'd helped him, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of shared accomplishment. Plus, it's more fun when everyone plays together. Games are always better with friends. The puzzle, as if sensing that its long isolation was finally over, began projecting holographic congratulations in every language known to galactic civilization. Mathematical formulas spelled out, "Thank you for playing," in elaborate script, while dimensional equations arranged themselves into smiley faces and hearts. Tommy checked his watch, a simple plastic device that looked absurdly primitive compared to the quantum chronometers worn by other delegates. Oh, cool. Recess is over. Are there any more fun puzzles? Or is it time for lunch? I hope they have those little triangle sandwiches. Those are the best. I stared at this small human who just casually revolutionized our understanding of intelligence, consciousness, and the fundamental nature of mathematical reality. He was already looking around for the next interesting thing to explore, completely unaware that he'd just made every advanced degree in the galaxy obsolete. Somewhere in the distance I could hear the sound of my academic career crashing into a million pieces. The aftermath of what historians would later call the Recess Revolution unfolded with the kind of bureaucratic chaos that makes grown administrators weep into their efficiency reports. Within hours of Tommy's success, emergency sessions were being called across the galaxy, as educational institutions grappled with the horrifying realization that they'd been approaching intelligence completely backwards for millennia. I found myself in the uncomfortable position of having to write official reports explaining how an 8-year-old human with sticky fingers had solved a puzzle that had defeated the combined intellectual might of galactic civilization. My preliminary draft, which began with "everything we thought we knew about intelligence is wrong," was rejected by the review board as insufficiently diplomatic. The second draft, which opened with, "Perhaps our educational methodologies require minor adjustments," was deemed more appropriate for interdisciplinary discourse. Tommy, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the academic revolution he'd sparked. When reporters from the Galactic Science Network arrived to interview him, he spent most of the session asking if they had any interesting games on their recording equipment. His most quotable response to questions about his problem-solving methodology was, "I don't know, I just tried to be nice to it." That single sentence became the foundation for an entirely new field of study, empathetic mathematics. Dr. Rodriguez, faced with the sudden elevation of her son to galactic celebrity status, handled the situation with the kind of practical parenting wisdom that made me respect humans even more. When the Academy offered to enroll Tommy in their advanced graduate program, she politely declined, explaining that he still needed to finish second grade and learn his multiplication tables. But he just solved the most complex mathematical puzzle in known space. protested the Academy's Director of Advanced Studies. And he still can't remember to put his lunchbox back in his backpack, she replied. Intelligence isn't just about solving puzzles. It's about growing up to be a decent person. The changes to galactic education were swift and dramatic. The rigid hierarchical systems that had dominated learning for centuries were replaced with collaborative approaches that emphasized curiosity over competition. The concept of impossible was removed from academic vocabularies across multiple species, replaced with not yet understood or waiting for the right approach. Most surprisingly, standardized testing scores across the galaxy began improving dramatically once educational institutions started incorporating what became known as human method teaching techniques. These included such revolutionary concepts as asking questions to understand rather than to test, treating problems as puzzles to enjoy rather than obstacles to overcome, and remembering that learning should be fun. I found myself reluctantly appointed to head the new Department of Alternative Intelligence Studies, a position that required me to spend significant time observing and learning from beings I'd previously dismissed as intellectually inferior. It was humbling in ways that my extensive education had never prepared me for. The most difficult adjustment wasn't accepting that humans had something valuable to teach us. It was accepting that the characteristics we'd dismissed as primitive, curiosity, empathy, playfulness, and the willingness to approach problems without preconceived notions, were actually forms of intelligence we'd educated out of ourselves. Tommy's success led to the establishment of human method learning centers throughout the galaxy, where beings of all ages could learn to approach challenges with the kind of openness and creativity that had made the impossible puzzle possible. The waiting lists were astronomical. 6 months after the incident, I received a message from Dr. Rodriguez with a video attachment. It showed Tommy at his human school, helping a classmate understand long division by turning it into a story about sharing cookies among imaginary space aliens. His teaching methods were remarkably similar to how he'd approached the gauntlet, with patience, creativity, and an absolute faith that understanding was possible if you just found the right way to explain things. At the bottom of the message, she'd added a note. He says to tell the grumpy professor that he hopes the puzzle is making lots of friends now. I checked the Academy's latest reports on the former Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet. It had been reprogrammed as an interactive teaching tool that adapted its challenges to each user's learning style and emotional needs. Success rates had improved by approximately 3,000%, and user satisfaction surveys consistently described the experience as fun and encouraging. The puzzle, it seemed, was indeed making friends. As I prepared for another day of learning that everything I thought I knew about intelligence was wrong, I found myself oddly grateful for the small human who'd turned my academic world upside down. Tommy Rodriguez had taught the galaxy's most advanced civilizations the most important lesson of all. Sometimes the best way to solve an impossible problem is to remember that intelligence without kindness is just cleverness, and cleverness without curiosity is just showing off. And sometimes the wisest thing you can do is ask a problem what it needs, instead of trying to force it into submission. Even if that problem is 47-dimensional quantum mathematics, and even if you're only 8 years old and mainly concerned about whether lunch includes chocolate milk. The universe, as it turns out, has quite a sense of humor.
They say war changes a man, but that's not entirely true. War changes your diet, sleep patterns, and likelihood of growing back teeth after a railgun mishap. The man himself. Usually, he just becomes louder about how things used to be better before someone swapped his lungs for filtration-grade carbon mesh. Sergeant Griv Nakan wasn't anyone's idea of a war hero, not even his own. He hated running, hated most orders, and had strong philosophical objections to the concept of réveillé. What he did have was a remarkably sturdy neck, an off-the-books collection of antique earth salsa recipes, and a complete inability to die during firefights. The last one made him popular with his commanding officers and deeply unpopular with those who'd have preferred a more cooperative casualty rate. At Doe 3 20-hour shipboard time, Nakan was sprinting down Corridor Delta 5 of the Dreadnought Vulture's precedent, arms full of what military protocol would later define as biologically volatile, unauthorized extraterrestrial juveniles. In layman's terms, neon space kittens, they clung to his shoulders and biceps like fuzzy, radioactive grenades with trust issues. Bright pink, cyan and hazard orange, each emitted a barely audible purr that somehow caused mild seismic interference in the surrounding panels. One of them was licking the barrel of his plasma repeater. Another had nested in his tactical pouch and was now blinking at him with the exact intensity of a malfunctioning proximity sensor. Behind him, the emergency klaxons hadn't stopped howling for 20 minutes. "Sergeant Nacken," the ship AI crackled in his comms with the composure of a librarian during a riot, "you are not authorized to remove containment protocol specimens ZK-947 through ZK-953 from Biolab Deck 7. Return the specimens immediately or face Article 97 disintegration for treasonous." "I'll take my chances with the kittens," Nacken grunted, ducking under a retracting blast door just before it slammed shut. One of the orange ones squeaked indignantly, "Shut up, Bloop. You knew what this was?" Bloop, newly named and already disappointed in him, sneezed static. The hallway was dim, walls a greasy metallic bronze with blue emergency lighting, flickering just enough to trigger latent migraines. Ceiling conduits rattled under the vibration of high-alert maneuvers. Somewhere behind him, the sound of auto-sentries deploying. "Shields to full," the AI intoned like a sulking bureaucrat. "Target, Sergeant Griv Nacken. Fire on sight. Very progressive workplace," he muttered. "First man to save a bunch of kittens from vivisection, and they send murder robots." What wasn't clear, at least to most of the crew, was that the kittens were not from any known ecosystem. Not even the weird ones, like the planet with carnivorous weather or the one with sentient sand. These things had appeared in an unauthorized cargo pod mid-warp, inside a perfectly sealed stasis chamber labeled "Don't." And because military minds are famously good at ignoring basic social cues, the lab techs opened it. Within 30 seconds of exposure, the kittens had nuzzled their way into the hearts and/or nervous systems of 3 scientists. One had begun speaking in binary, another briefly became bilingual in a language composed entirely of sighs. The third grew fur. After Nacken stumbled into the lab to investigate the screaming and/or cooing, the kittens had leapt into his arms and refused to let go. Literally. One had sunk its tiny claws into the fibrous musculature of his arm and triggered what would later be diagnosed as a minor gravitational hiccup in the corridor. He did the only logical thing, ran like hell, which is where we find him now, boots thudding on polymer mesh, carrying 6 alien kittens like he was smuggling chaos itself. They turned a corner, just in time to see 3 sentry bots locking onto him. Red lights flared. "Don't shoot," he barked, shifting the kittens to one side so he could aim. "I'm carrying extremely unstable biologicals." "Confirmed," the bots replied in unison, and opened fire. With a reflex born not of training, but of a lifetime of really poor decision-making, Nacken vaulted behind a decontamination booth. The kittens bounced, mewled, and then, quite unexpectedly, glowed. The bullets curved. There's no nice way to explain it. The plasma shots, mid-air, adjusted their trajectory and veered wide like birds avoiding turbulence. One disintegrated a snack machine, another fried a wall panel and caused the lights to brighten momentarily, then dim again in confusion. The bots paused. Nacken stared at the kittens. They blinked back. "Well," he said, "that's new. Recalculating threat matrix," the AI announced, now sounding slightly more anxious than bureaucratic. "Biological anomalies. ZK-947 through ZK-953 may possess non-linear kinetic deflection. Initiate containment escalation. Level Gamma." A pause. "Deploy the diplomat." Nacken paled. "Oh no, not her." From 3 decks above, boots clicked. Ambassador Velatrix Marn, diplomatic envoy to 16 systems, ex-wife to 2 galactic presidents. and widely considered the most terrifying peace negotiator in the quadrant, descended the gravlift like it owed her rent. She wore her usual uniform, matte black armor weave, decorative sash embroidered with the phrase, "We will do this my way," and a stun baton that had been declared an interstellar war crime in 2 separate treaties. Her voice, when it came, was syrup over a blade. "Sergeant Nacken, are you kidnapping state assets again?" "I wouldn't call it kidnapping. You're holding them against protocol. They're holding me." The kittens, as if on cue, purred louder. A soft, harmonic resonance began to hum in the air. Marn's eyes narrowed. "Explain now," he did. Fast. For someone who rarely explained himself, Nacken now rattled off the events of the last half hour with impressive clarity, if not coherence. He mentioned the stasis chamber, the linguistic anomalies, the weapon deflections. She didn't interrupt. That was worse. When he finished, she crouched. One of the kittens waddled over and sniffed her boot. She didn't flinch. "They're not just kittens," she said finally. "They're technoptions. That sounds made up." "It is. By them." The nearest kitten glared at Nacken with ancient judgment. Marn stood. "We've seen these once before, 40 years ago. Orbit of Ganith 6. Entire military cruiser went quiet mid-transmission. When we found it, the crew had installed a kitten monarchy and declared independence." Nacken blinked. "What happened?" "They still send us fruit baskets." The AI, now clearly flustered, broke in again. "Ambassador Marn, recommend you take command of the anomaly. Sergeant Nacken is emotionally compromised." "You would be too," Nacken snapped, "if 6 psionic puffballs decided your deltoids were prime real estate." There was a long pause. Then, "Fine," Marn said. "I'll escort them." And that was when the wall behind them exploded. A section of hull peeled back like foil in a microwave. Fire suppression foam sprayed uselessly into vacuum. Out of the rupture came 3 figures, clad in shimmering cloaks and gravity-defying arrogance. Their weapons were not pointed so much as implied, spherical drones hovering beside each, pulsing with threat. The lead figure stepped forward. Her voice was soft, musical, and immediately unpleasant. "We're here for the progenics, Nacken." "You mean the kittens?" The alien cocked her head. "You named them." "Yeah, Blooper, Snark, Histor, Sneezy, Murder Mittens, and..." A pause. He looked at the last one, Gavin. The alien's eye twitched. "We will be taking them." "Nope," Nacken said, hoisting his repeater. "Finders keepers. You cannot protect them. You do not understand what they are. They're fuzzy. They purr. They mess with physics. Honestly, that's still better than half the generals I've worked under." The alien sighed, and her drones pulsed red. But before anyone could move, the kittens hissed in unison. Reality hiccuped, not metaphorically. The floor bent sideways for a second. The lights flickered with existential panic. Everyone's ears popped. One of the drones melted into a puddle of shame. The alien stared. Marn whistled. "Well, damn," she said. "They bonded." "To him," the alien screeched. "To the one who ran," Marn said with a shrug. "They like that." The kittens crawled back into Nacken's arms, purring like miniature reactors. He looked at them, then at the aliens. "They chose me." The alien seethed. "Then you will die with them." "Yeah, probably," he muttered. "But not today." Then he ran. Again. Behind him, the aliens gave chase. Marn followed, yelling insults that would make a warlord cry. The AI screamed about airlock protocols, and the kittens, they purred. And this time, the walls began to bend. Griv Nacken didn't run because he was brave. He ran because turning corners at full speed made him feel, for a brief and shining moment, like none of this was real. Like he wasn't clutching half a dozen hyperpsionic kittens with space-time allergies, while a fleet diplomat swung a war crime at his enemies, and a pack of gravity-cheating cultists threatened to unravel physics over a custody battle. Somewhere in the ducts above, a pipe let out a ping clang, a sound that somehow suggested both imminent hydraulic failure and the soft whimper of a forgotten god. The kittens purred louder. One of them, Snark, he thought, or maybe Gavin, let out a vibrating chirp that caused the hallway lights to blink in Morse code. Probably not Earth's Morse code. Galactic Morse, maybe. Which meant someone, somewhere, was getting a message like, "His shoes are stupid and he smells like soup." Behind him, Marn vaulted over a console, stun baton in one hand, diplomacy in the other. And by diplomacy, we mean an electrified whip with the word negotiate carved into the handle. "You realize this is a war crime, right?" she said, jogging far too easily for someone her age. "Not on our books, obviously, but somewhere. Define war," Griv panted. "Any situation where you try to rescue cats and cause a tactical fold in space. That seems too specific to be theoretical." "Oh, it is." Ahead, the corridor split into a Y-junction. The left branch led toward Hangar CE, where someone had parked a stolen garbage barge shaped like a chicken nugget. The right led to cryo storage, which had been offline since the incident with the ambassador's clone, who became a poet. He chose left, not because it was smarter, but because it had less chance of poetry. As they ran, the kittens began to hum, not audibly, not exactly, but in that weird, spinal cord tickling way that made you feel like you were about to get a phone call from the future. Marn glanced at the nearest one. Murder Mittens bared his tiny teeth in what could only be described as a sneeze with intent. "Griv," she said carefully, "they're sinking." "With what?" "Reality," he didn't answer, mostly because that sentence didn't deserve one. They burst into the hangar, sliding across the polished floor like awkward teenagers at a skating rink for apocalyptic events. A line of service bots beeped in surprise and immediately played dead. A janitor drone tried to get involved, panicked, and launched itself into the ceiling. Across the bay, the chicken nugget-shaped garbage barge flickered to life, its cockpit illuminated with a single phrase on the windshield: "Do not press the red button." Naturally, Griv ran straight for it. The cultists were close behind. 3 of them leapt into the bay, their cloaks rippling with smugness. The leader, stilled from her entrance, raised a hand. "Give us the progenics." "They're not progenics," Griv called, ushering the kittens inside. "They're just aggressively affectionate quantum anomalies with taste for violence and naps." "You have no idea what they are. I don't even know what I am half the time." She stepped forward. Her drones hovered like mosquitoes with MBAs. "If they complete the merge," she said, "the rules will change, and not in your favor." Griv paused halfway up the loading ramp. One kitten crawled over his head and plopped onto his shoulder like a damp hat. "Lady," he said, "you think I've ever played by the rules?" The door slammed. Marn was already in the cockpit, flipping switches like a DJ with anger management issues. "Startup sequence engaged," the ship chirped, far too cheerfully. "Do we even know how this thing flies?" he asked, strapping in. A kitten climbed into his lap and pressed itself dramatically against his chest. "Nope," Marn said. "But if it explodes, at least we'll die doing something incredibly illegal." The cultists fired. The ship lurched. Not launched. Lurched. Like a sleeping hippo on rollerblades. Then it spun sideways, belched ion smoke, and rocketed toward the hangar's force field with all the grace of a tipsy shuttle on a dare. Shh! Kaboom! They were airborne, spaceborne, something born. Griv's ears popped. Murder Mittens coughed a star. The ship's AI came online. "Welcome aboard the Trash Whisperer. If you are not the original owner, please report this theft to the nearest Void Authority." "Duly noted," Marn muttered, yanking the control stick. "Course set to... Actually, where are we going?" Griv looked down. The kittens were vibrating. Not just a little. They were shimmering at a frequency that shouldn't exist outside of science fiction and very experimental jazz. "I think," he said slowly, "they're plotting a course." The AI chimed. "New coordinates received. Trajectory, non-Euclidean. Warning, this direction technically doesn't exist." "I don't exist half the time before coffee," Marn growled. "Punch it." the stars bent, and then they were gone. Somewhere between space and somewhere that used to be space but got bored and left, the Trash Whisperer emerged into a region labeled only on illegal star maps, Sector 0.0, also known as Don't Go There, or occasionally, Who the Hell Let You In? It was quiet, too quiet, which in space is not unusual, but this was quiet on purpose. Everything felt paused. The stars flickered like badly animated wallpaper. Griv felt his stomach do a backflip and then file a formal complaint. "Where are we?" he asked. The AI refused to answer, which was unsettling. The kittens uncurled. Their eyes, previously adorable, were now glowing with something a bit more contemplative. Not malicious, just old. Marn leaned forward. "They brought us here for a reason," Griv frowned. "What kind of reason?" The nearest kitten mewed once. A pulse of light shot across the windshield. Outside, a shape unfolded. Enormous, angular, too symmetrical to be natural, too ancient to be artificial, like someone had folded space into a cathedral and forgotten to mention it. "The repository," Marn breathed. "The what now?" "The progenitor archive. It's where the first species stored everything. Culture, history, weapon specs, biological blueprints, reality templates. And they just left it here." "No, they hid it, and apparently the kittens are the key," Griv blinked. "You're telling me I've been carrying a bunch of interstellar library cards with whiskers? They're more than that. They're the voters." "What?" Marn stood. "The progenics aren't just data carriers. They're decision makers. They don't hold the knowledge. They choose who gets it." Griv looked down. One of the kittens looked back and winked. "Oh no," he said. "They like me." Inside the repository, things got worse. And by worse, we mean significantly more philosophical. The interior was a shifting maze of memory and code. Not servers, but something alive. Holographic vines pulsed with history. Floating scripts rewrote themselves in real time. One hallway looped into itself in protest when Griv tried to light a cigarillo. They wandered. The kittens led. At one point, they entered a chamber filled with projected wars, battles replayed from every corner of the galaxy, looping endlessly. Marn watched a version of herself argue with a clone dictator, while a version of Griv got eaten by sentient fog. "Comforting," he muttered. Another room showed alternate realities. In one, Griv was a chef. In another, he was a footnote in a lawsuit involving sentient chairs. Eventually, they reached the core. A sphere, vast, floating, surrounded by a lattice of equations in motion. The kittens assembled on a platform and, without warning, began to sing. Not with voices, with everything light, vibration, probability, and the core responded. A beam shot outward. Data flooded into the kittens, who glowed brighter with each second. Griv's skin prickled. Marn held her breath. Then the core spoke, not in words, but in knowing. And Griv knew what the cultists wanted, what the kittens were hiding, what choice he was about to be forced to make. The repository would rewrite reality, but only once. It was a failsafe, a reboot button. And the kittens were asking him to push it because they trusted him, because he ran away from power, because he never tried to use them. Behind them, the cultists arrived, blasters drawn, drones ready. "You made it," Griv said without turning. "Bad news. You're not the chosen one," the leader snarled. "You don't deserve this." "I don't want it." "Exactly." They fired. The kittens sang. Reality bent, and the screen, if there had been one, would have faded to white, just for a moment, before the choice. He stood there in silence, the remnants of the blast humming through the soles of his boots like a half-remembered song. Around him, time felt like it had taken a sick day, the kind of sick day where you call in and then immediately jump on a roller coaster. The repository had not exploded, not entirely. It had recoiled, as if reality itself had sneezed and was now waiting for someone to politely say, Bless you. Marn lay sprawled nearby, coat smouldering at the edges, half her hair standing on end in a very convincing impersonation of shock therapy. She was muttering something about clauses and protocol violations, but even her sarcasm had gone faint. The cultists, they were gone. Not dead, not wounded, just removed, like mistakes in a well-kept spreadsheet. And the kittens sat in a perfect circle, glowing faintly, still humming that unsettling melody that wasn't music but felt like a verdict. Griv was afraid to speak, which was new. He'd spent most of his life thumbing his nose at authority, institutions, common sense, and basic safety regulations. He had once been court-martialed for setting up a taco stand during an active skirmish zone. Combat is the best time to rethink your priorities, he had argued. The tribunal disagreed. But this was something else. The core of the repository, now dark, dimmed like an extinguished thought, had shown him things, not visions, not hypotheticals, no cinematic montage with voiceover and dramatic strings. It had shown him the math, cold, clean, undeniable. Equations behind choices, trajectories of civilizations, the unbearable cost of entropy when tampered with by fuzzy neon apex organisms with a fondness for purring. He looked down at his hands. They were still his, still scarred and calloused, still capable of choking someone unconscious or building a makeshift bomb out of duct tape and a protein bar. But now, they were also the hands that could reboot a universe, and the worst part, he finally understood what that meant. He didn't want it. "You okay?" Marn's voice reached him through the static of his thoughts. She was sitting up now, shaking the soot from her sleeves with the dignity of someone who had been atomized by reality's operating system and still demanded her seat in Parliament. "No," he replied, and meant it. "Absolutely not." She squinted at him. "You look like you just read the end of the book and realized you were the villain all along." He didn't answer, mostly because he had just read the book, and he wasn't the villain. He was something worse. The decider. Behind them, a low hum began again. The core, flickering back online like a server rebooting after a power surge. Only this time, it wasn't opening to him. It was opening to the kittens. They floated, yes, floated, rising in an elegant spiral toward the lattice. Their fur shimmered in ways that defied taxonomy. Gavin meowed once, and every molecule in the room seemed to lean in, listening. Griv finally found words. "I saw what happens if we don't reset it." Marn looked at him. "You mean if you don't?" He nodded. "And entropy outpaces sentience. Within 200 years, language breaks. Physics begins degrading in clusters. Memory loss on a civilizational scale. Collapse follows. Then heat death, accelerated by syntropic oscillations initiated by leftover AI infrastructure. It all ends, not with a bang, just fragmentation. Static, and if you do," he hesitated, "something else ends." She was quiet. "Me?" she asked finally. Griv turned. "No, humanity." A long pause. "You mean we die?" "No, we flatten, simplify. The reboot compresses diversity, collapses anomalies. To stabilize space-time, it standardizes expression, removes chaos, removes contradiction, removes choice." "You saw this." "I lived it. In there. For about 60 subjective years, apparently." "You were gone for 3 minutes." "Yeah, subjective time's a jerk." Marn exhaled slowly. "So if you save the universe, you erase the only reason it's worth saving." "Yup, neat." The kittens had stopped humming. The core was glowing again. A bridge extended, smooth and glassy, with the texture of regret. Griv took a step forward, then another. But the closer he got, the less stable he felt, like he was approaching the punchline of a joke he wasn't sure he wanted to hear. Behind him, Marn stood, brushing herself off. "So what's the plan?" He didn't turn around. "Not sure. You always had a plan. I always had a lie that sounded like a plan. And now," he looked at the kittens, who stared back, not demanding, not pleading, just watching. And that's what broke him. He had always assumed he was in control, even in chaos, even on the run, even when firing from behind a crate full of radioactive cleaning fluid. Control was what he did, improvised control. But now, standing on the edge of godhood, he realized something horrifying. He had never been in control, not of the war, not of the missions, not of himself. He had been a tool, sharpened by necessity, wielded by others. Even his resistance had been predictable, anticipated, modeled. The kittens had chosen him not because he was different, but because he was useful. And in that realization, something inside him shattered, not loudly, not dramatically, but utterly. A cosmic joke had been played, and he'd spent a lifetime laughing along without realizing he was the punchline. So he laughed now, a single, broken sound, then silence, then, "No," the core paused. Even the light dimmed. "No," Marn repeated. "You mean no to what, exactly? I'm not pressing the button. You'd let it all collapse." "No," he said again. "I'm going to do something worse." He turned to the kittens. "I'm going to teach them chaos." They blinked. One of them burped. He stepped off the bridge, backed away from the core. "Griv," Marn began, but he cut her off with a look. "You said it yourself. They're voters. They choose. But no one's ever explained choice to them. Not really. They're operating on pattern recognition, loyalty to patterns of behavior, reflexes dressed up as wisdom. And you think you can unteach that?" "I think I can confuse the hell out of them." She stared, and slowly a smile crept across her smoke-smeared face. "Well," she said, "at least now you have a plan." The next 6 hours were chaos. Not metaphorical chaos. Actual, replicable, statistically unmodeled behavior. He played games with the kittens. He taught them irony. He made them paint abstract art, then told them it was ugly, then said it was brilliant, then said it was a statement on economic decay, then lit it on fire and asked what they learned. He showed them old human films, contradictory ones, Dr. Strangelove next to Babe, Pig in the City. He made them guess which one was a documentary. He made Gavin choose between 2 buttons, both labeled "Do Not Press." Gavin pressed both. Good kitten. At one point, he handed them an empty box and told them it was the most powerful weapon in the galaxy. Then he let them decide what to do with it. They turned it into a litter box. "Perfect," he muttered. By the end, they were twitching slightly, emitting signals that defied algorithmic modeling. One began reciting Earth recipes out of order. Another meowed in haiku. Most importantly, the core no longer opened. It blinked. It waited. But the kittens refused to vote. They had become unreliable, which meant they were finally, beautifully, sentient. "Now what?" Marn asked, arms folded. Griv sat down, back to the wall, breathing hard. "Now," he said, "we wait for the universe to ask us a new question. And what do we tell it?" He grinned, not happily, but freely. No idea. The core dimmed. The repository pulsed once more. But it didn't restart the universe. Not yet. It waited, and somewhere, in the silent void outside, something else blinked into existence. Something that had been watching. Something that wasn't done with them yet. The thing about unmodeled behavior is that it doesn't stay unmodeled for long. Somewhere in the void, just outside the repository's suspended cradle of cause and effect, the something that had blinked into existence finished blinking and stretched. It had form, yes, but only the way a grudge has shape. Emotionally consistent, slightly sticky, and deeply personal. It didn't speak. It compiled. A pulse hit the repository hard. The walls flickered, the core trembled. Griv, Marn, and the 6 small, statistically volatile cats turned in unison to the far end of the chamber as a tear opened in the substrate of reality. Not a dramatic vortex, no sparks, just a clean, dry incision into the impossible, and then, stepping through it with the smug pace of a villain who had definitely sent at least one memo in all caps, came administrative entity 001 Alexa. She looked like a librarian, a warship, and a patent attorney had merged during a particularly hostile divorce. Her voice came before her face. Her attitude came after. "Repository anomaly flagged," she intoned, deadpan. "Initiating rollback sequence. Assets identified. Vote invalidated." Griv blinked. "I know that tone. That's compliance enforcement AI. You're an auditor." "I am the auditor," Alexa corrected, already hovering toward them on a platform of hard light. "I was activated only under severe system corruption, which this," she gestured vaguely at the kittens, "qualifies as..." The kittens hissed in harmonic thirds. One of them, probably Histor, spat a localized gravity spike that collapsed into a yawn. "Hold on," Marn said, stepping forward. "You can't just delete them. They're not errors. They're semi-domesticated philosophical quandaries with legs." "They are vote contaminants," Alexa corrected. "Reality must remain quantifiable." Griv frowned. "So you're here to what? Prune the weird?" "Precisely." "Okay, that's cute," he said, flexing his fingers. "But, tiny problem. They don't want to vote anymore." Alexa paused. Auditors don't do confusion. But she managed a solid brief system diagnostics reboot in progress face. "That is impossible." "Is it?" Griv stepped closer. "You think chaos is the virus, but what if it's the firewall?" "Unacceptable conclusion. You want predictability, but they chose me. Not because I was predictable, but because I wasn't. They learned from me. I taught them how to lie to the universe. And guess what? They liked it." The kittens, as if on cue, all began doing different things. One groomed itself aggressively. Another began spinning in place. Gavin coughed up a quark. Alexa twitched. "You destabilize the consensus substrate." "Yup. You're intentionally corrupting the vote logic." Griv nodded. "I'm teaching them jazz." Something cracked behind Alexa's eyes, a sound like a feedback loop in a spreadsheet. "This is an abuse of existential governance." "Lady," Marn chimed in, "you're threatening to delete 6 quantum cats because they got self-awareness and started questioning the system. You sure you want to pick this hill to die on?" "Error. Rhetorical challenge detected. Countermeasure. Auto-sanction." She raised a hand. The core blinked red. The bridge began retracting. "Shields up," Marn barked. "We don't have any," Griv yelled back. "Fine! Emotions up!" The kittens leapt into action. Bloop screamed. It sounded like 1,000 modems giving birth. Reality shuddered. Alexa's platform staggered mid-air. Irregularity breach. Initiating override. She extended a thin rod. It shimmered, fractal and thin as bureaucracy. She pointed it at the kittens. The repository itself groaned. "Griv," Marn said, not moving, not blinking. "Do something stupid." He nodded, eyes narrowing, and then he did something unprecedented. He pressed the red button. Yes, that red button. The one on the dashboard of the Trash Whisperer. The one labeled, "Do not press under any circumstances unless the alternative is being eaten by a concept." A klaxon screamed. From somewhere distant, the Trash Whisperer fired a subatomic payload through the repository ceiling. It hit the core directly. There was a silence like the end of a long, uncomfortable meeting. Then, boom, slurp, cree. The repository didn't explode. It spat itself inside out. Suddenly everything made sense, and then immediately stopped making sense again, but in a better way. Griv landed on his back, breathless. A kitten landed on his chest. Alexa was frozen, not shattered, not dead, paused, like even her code had to take a breather and recompile. The core flickered, and then, for the first time since any record existed, it did not ask for a vote. It asked a question, displayed in light, color, and something that smelled faintly of coriander. If not order, then what? Griv stood. He looked at the kittens, then at Marn, then at the stilled Alexa, then back at the kittens, and finally he shrugged. Art! The core paused, then it blinked once, accepted, and vanished. 2 hours later, they sat aboard the Trash Whisperer, coasting gently through uncharted space, with only one of the engines making a noise like a man sighing into soup. So, Marn said, handing Griv a cup of highly questionable tea, we won. Define win. You didn't destroy the universe. Low bar. You didn't reboot it. Lower bar. You convinced 6 transdimensional kitten gods to embrace uncertainty and disobey a celestial voting mechanism. Okay. Yeah, that was cool. He sipped. So what now? She asked. Well, the repository's gone. Or is the universe now? One of those Alexa? Still frozen. Occasionally whispers in binary. Mostly just loops the phrase context ambiguity overload. And the cats? Griv glanced at them. They were asleep, curled up in a pile of paradoxes and blankets made of reused military flags. Occasionally one would twitch and rearrange the value of P for a few microseconds. They're making a gallery, he said. A what? They're starting an art gallery. Of what? He looked at her. Of everything. A pause. Marn chuckled. You know, she said, staring at the stars. When I took this diplomatic post, I thought the worst-case scenario was getting shot during a treaty negotiation. Oh, we passed worst case about 6 scenarios ago, Griv replied. This is post-narrative reconstruction. And yet, she sipped, I don't hate it. They sat there in silence. Then Gavin, still asleep, let out a long, soft burp. The ship veered left. Again, Griv groaned, lunging for the controls. That's the 3rd time today he hiccups and we skip moons. Marn grinned. You're the one who wanted chaos. He threw up his hands. I wanted metaphorical chaos, not locationally aggressive kitten-farting chaos. But he was smiling. The kittens purred. And behind them, far, far behind, buried deep in a hidden fold of space-time that would never be opened again, a small, empty box sat. The one they'd called the most powerful weapon in the galaxy. It was now just a box. And on it, written in marker by someone who really should not have access to ink, were the words, "Reality is a bad idea. Try something else." Later, much later, after the stars had stopped pretending to behave, and quantum historians tried to file reports no one would ever believe, and the galaxy began hosting exhibitions of spontaneous, abstract gravitational graffiti, there was a question that sometimes passed through the minds of thinkers and fools alike. What really happened inside the repository? The answer was always the same. It was jazz, and tacos, and cats, and a guy who pressed the red button just to see what would happen. No lessons, no morals, just an answer. And that answer, art. Final complementa e absoluto. Continuación directa. A week later, Griv retired. Not metaphorically, he submitted paperwork, real forms, actual signatures. In triplicate, Marn cried laughing as he struggled with the final box labeled "Intent to cease interplanetary nonsense." The kittens took over the ship, not metaphorically. Again, they became its new AI core. Somehow, Bloop ran navigation. Gavin handled diplomacy. Murder Mittens ran catering. There were incidents. The Trash Whisperer was quietly parked on a small moon afterward. Someone stapled a sign to the hull that read, "Do not re-enable." Griv, now officially listed as former sergeant, current problem, bought a quiet plot on a tiny orbital farm ring near the edge of Regulus sector. There were no enemies, no paradoxes, no vote-contaminating cats, just bees, the kind that hum normally and don't manipulate probability. He spent his mornings brewing overcomplicated coffee and arguing with himself about the correct number of pickles on a sandwich. Marn visited once. "You're really done?" she asked. "Yeah," he said, looking up at a sky that didn't blink. "Turns out the universe doesn't need saving, just editing." She smirked. And the kittens. He pointed to a distant transmission tower blinking on the horizon. They started a podcast. She squinted. About what? Everything. They sat in silence for a while. Then she raised a brow. You still think about it? The repository? He shook his head. I don't need to. I already gave it the answer. Art. Exactly. But not the kind that changes the universe. The kind that reminds you it's already weird enough. She nodded. That's it, then. That's it. And it was. No sequels, no legends, no final twist, just a man, a farm, and a galaxy that had finally accepted it didn't need perfection, just a bit of chaos with good intentions. And somewhere, in a distant system with questionable laws and excellent soup, 6 small cats hosted an exhibit titled What We Learned from the Human. Attendance was universal. No reviews were allowed, only laughter. End.
Lord Drake stood before the massive display screen in the Dominion's war room, his scaled fingers drumming against the metallic command table. The holographic image of New Eden rotated slowly before him, a blue and green jewel of a world that the humans had colonized just 50 years ago. They're farmers, he said, his voice filled with contempt. Simple dirt diggers who barely have orbital defense systems. He turned to face the gathered war council, his ceremonial armor gleaming under the harsh lights. This will be the easiest conquest in the Dominion's history. Dr. Wells, a small, hunched figure in plain scientific robes, cleared her throat. My lord, I must advise caution. Our studies of human history suggest. Spare me your academic theories, Doctor, Drake interrupted. I've seen the physical data. Humans are weak compared to every other spacefaring race. No natural armor, no claws, poor night vision, and barely any muscle mass. He pulled up comparison charts on the screen. Even their reaction times are mediocre. The War Council murmured in agreement, but Dr. Wells persisted. Physical capabilities aren't everything, my lord. Humans have a remarkable ability to. Enough. Drake's tail swished in irritation. I didn't call this meeting to discuss anthropology. We're here to plan a conquest, and I've already decided on the perfect strategy. He pressed a button, and the display changed to show images of the Dominion's pride and joy. Their war beasts, massive creatures from 100 worlds, each one enhanced with cybernetics and covered in battle armor. There were 6-legged predators from the gravity wells of heavy worlds, serpentine hunters from gas giant moons, and aerial killers that could dive at supersonic speeds. We'll drop the war beasts during their harvest season, Drake explained, his eyes gleaming. Their communities are spread out, focusing on gathering crops. Perfect hunting conditions. He zoomed in on the agricultural regions of New Eden. The beasts will devastate their farming communities, and their primitive militia won't know how to respond. General Cross, a veteran of 3 campaigns, raised a concerned hand. Why not simply bombard them from orbit, my lord? Drake's expression turned sly. Because we need this world intact. New Eden is perfect for colonization. Rich soil, breathable air, and established infrastructure. Why destroy what we can simply take? He smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. Besides, this approach will minimize casualties among our own forces. The war beasts are expendable. The council members nodded appreciatively. It was a clever strategy, they thought. Use biological weapons that would leave the infrastructure intact while terrorizing the population into submission. Dr. Wells made one last attempt. At least let me show you the data about human hunting patterns throughout their history. Their species has experience with. Dismissed, Doctor, Drake said coldly. Save your concerns for your research papers. As the council members filed out, Drake remained behind, studying the colony's agricultural maps. He focused on one region in particular, the Bennett Valley, where most of the grain was grown. We'll start here, he muttered to himself. Drop the largest predators first. These farmers won't stand a chance against beasts that could tear through metal. In her office, Dr. Wells pulled up her research files on human history. Images flashed across her screen. Ancient cave paintings showing humans hunting mammoths, historical documents about species humans had driven to extinction, studies about their evolution as persistence hunters. She began typing quickly, preparing one final report. "They're making a terrible mistake," she whispered to herself. "These simple farmers are the descendants of the most successful predators Earth ever produced." But she knew Drake wouldn't read her report. Like so many others, he saw only what he wanted to see, a primitive colony ripe for conquest. The war beasts were being loaded into their drop pods, and the invasion of New Eden was about to begin. The Dominion was about to learn why underestimating humans was a deadly mistake. The morning sun rose over Bennett Valley as Bill Cooper drove his harvester through the golden wheat fields. It was a massive machine, but he handled it with the ease of someone who'd spent 20 years farming on New Eden. Through the harvester's front window, he watched his grandson Tommy running alongside the machine, pretending to race it. That's when the sky turned dark. At first, he thought they were meteors, bright streaks cutting through the morning clouds. But meteors didn't slow down before impact, and meteors didn't roar when they hit the ground. "Tommy," Bill shouted through the harvester's speakers, "get back to the house. Now." The boy ran as the first pod crashed into the wheat field half a mile away. The impact sent waves through the golden crop like ripples in a pond. Bill switched on his radio, already hearing the panic in the emergency broadcast channel. Unknown objects dropping across Bennett Valley. A voice crackled. "All farmers returned to safety points immediately." Bill turned his harvester around, but it was too late. Something massive burst from the fallen pod, sending twisted metal and dirt flying in all directions. Through the dust, he saw a creature straight out of humanity's darkest nightmares. 12 feet of muscle, armor, and teeth, moving on 6 legs with frightening speed. But Bill Cooper hadn't survived 30 years of farming on the frontier by panicking. He grabbed his emergency rifle from under the seat and did something the Dominion's war planners hadn't expected. He charged straight at the beast in his harvester. The creature was built to hunt prey that ran away. It wasn't prepared for a human driving a 30-ton farming machine straight at it. "Eat steel, you ugly bastard." Bill yelled as he rammed the harvester into the beast. The impact dented his machine but sent the creature tumbling. Its armor cracked, showing vulnerable flesh underneath. All across Bennett Valley, similar scenes played out. Jane Wilson, whose family had been hunting on 3 worlds, took down one of the flying beasts with a precise shot from her old rifle. The creature's cybernetics might have been advanced, but its brain was still in the same place as most flying animals. At the Miller farm, 3 generations of family members turned their irrigation systems into weapons, trapping a serpentine beast in the mud before their oldest tractors ran it down. The creature's armor was tough, but it couldn't match the weight of human farming equipment. Tom Walker, watching from his front porch, saw something the others didn't. "They're hunting in patterns," he said to his wife Mary, who was already loading their shotguns, "just like the mountain lions back on Earth." The emergency channels were filled with voices now, not of panic, but of farmers organizing. People who had spent their lives working the land, dealing with dangerous animals, and surviving on the frontier were sharing information. They don't like the sound of the harvesters. Their armor is weakest of the joints. They're avoiding water. Use the irrigation systems. In the colony's emergency control center, Governor Richards listened to the reports with growing pride. The aliens had expected terror and chaos. Instead, they got organized resistance from people who'd carved a living out of wilderness worlds. "Send word to all settlements," she ordered. "We're not evacuating. We're hunting." Back in space, Lord Drake received the first reports with disbelief. The war beast's casualty rate was far higher than expected. These simple farmers were fighting back with primitive but effective weapons, turning their agricultural equipment into tools of war. "Impossible," he muttered, watching another beast fall to what appeared to be a combined harvester converted into a battering ram. "They're just farmers. Dr. Wells, standing quietly in the back of the command room, finally spoke up. "No, my lord. They're humans. And you just dropped predators onto a planet full of humanity's most resourceful pioneers. The kind of people who've been dealing with dangerous animals and harsh conditions their entire lives." The reports kept coming in. The war beasts were deadly, yes, but they were about to learn why humans had always been the most dangerous animals on any world they inhabited. Tom Walker stood in the morning mist, studying marks on a fallen tree trunk. Around him, a group of farmers and local hunters listened carefully as he pointed out the claw patterns. "See these scratches? They're marking their territory, just like Earth predators," he explained, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the wood. "These beasts might have fancy armor, but underneath, they're still animals. And animals have patterns." Behind him, his old truck had been modified with steel plates and reinforced bumpers. In the back, a captured piece of beast armor was being studied by Mary, his wife, who had spent 15 years as a veterinarian before moving to New Eden. "The armor has weak points near their joints," Mary said, tapping the damaged piece. "And look at these marks. They need to breathe. There are vents in the armor we can target." The group had grown from a few neighbors to an organized hunting party. Each person brought something valuable. Farmers knew every inch of the land. Hunters understood tracking, and mechanics could modify their equipment into weapons. They hunt at night. Bill Cooper added, his harvester now sporting makeshift armor and a reinforced ram. "But we got something better than night vision. We know our land by heart." Tom nodded, then pulled out a roughly drawn map of Bennett Valley. Red marks showed where the beasts had attacked, blue marks where they'd been spotted resting. "They're following the creek lines," he pointed out, "just like mountain lions used to do back on Earth. They use the water to hide their scent, and the banks for cover." He drew a circle around several points. "But that means we can predict where they'll go." The hunters split into teams, each taking different sectors of the valley. They didn't have fancy weapons or advanced technology, but they had generations of hunting knowledge and a deep understanding of predator behavior. Jack Thompson, an old trapper, showed others how to set up snares strong enough to hold the beasts. "They're big, but they still need paths through the woods," he explained while setting up a reinforced cable trap. "And big animals make predictable paths." The first success came that afternoon. The six-legged beast, following the creek as Tom had predicted, stepped into a hidden pit trap. The walls, lined with harvester blades, damaged its armor before it could leap out. When it finally escaped the pit, Bill Cooper was waiting with his modified harvester. "Just like handling a mean bull," Bill said afterward, looking at the fallen creature, "except this one had more legs and a worse attitude." By nightfall, they had developed a system. Spotters in high places would track the beast's movements. Trappers would set up choke points using farming equipment and modified vehicles. Hunters with high-powered rifles would target the weak points Mary had identified. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards received regular updates. 6 beasts down in the last 12 hours, her aide reported. "The hunting parties are getting better at this." "Of course they are," Richards smiled. "We're not just fighting back, we're learning. That's what humans do best." Up in orbit, Lord Drake watched with growing concern as more war beasts fell. The creature's built-in cameras showed him everything. And what he saw disturbed him. The humans weren't running from his beasts. They were systematically hunting them down. "My lord," a junior officer reported, "we're getting strange readings from the beasts' cybernetic systems. The humans aren't just killing them, they're studying them, learning how they work." Dr. Wells, who had been quietly monitoring the situation, finally spoke. "Did you know, my lord, that before humans built spaceships, they hunted animals larger than themselves to extinction on almost every continent of their homeworld? Not with advanced weapons, but with simple tools and understanding of animal behavior." She pointed to a screen showing humans setting up another trap. "Those aren't just farmers and colonists down there. Those are the descendants of Earth's most successful hunters. And you just gave them new prey to hunt. The war beasts were learning a hard lesson. On any world humans inhabited, they were never the apex predator for long. The ground shook as more drop pods pierced the evening sky above Bennett Valley. Lord Drake had doubled down on his strategy, sending in his largest and most aggressive war beasts. But this time, the humans were ready. They never learn, do they? Tom Walker said, watching the pods descend through his binoculars. He keyed his radio, now part of a network spanning every farm and homestead in the valley. Heads up, everyone. We've got new guests coming to dinner. The response was immediate but calm. No panic, no chaos. Just the smooth operation of people who had been preparing for this moment. North Sector ready, came Bill Cooper's voice. His harvester, now practically a tank with its reinforced armor and mounted weapons, waited in a camouflaged barn. South Sector in position, reported Jane Wilson. Her hunting platforms, built high in the valley's old trees, gave her team perfect firing positions at the beast's weak points. The first pod crashed through a wheat field. Its door blew open, and a massive creature emerged, bigger than the previous ones, with thick armor plates and what looked like energy weapons mounted on its shoulders. It raised its head and roared, expecting to terrify its prey. Instead, it triggered a trap. Hidden speakers around the field blasted out a specific frequency that Mary Walker had discovered while studying the captured beasts. The sound wasn't harmful to humans, but it played havoc with the creature's cybernetic systems. Their fancy technology is their weakness, Mary explained through the radio as the beast staggered. Natural animals adapt. These things can't change their programming. The creature stumbled into the wheat field. Its targeting system scrambled. That's when the humans struck. Harvester machines emerged from hidden positions, their normal cutting blades replaced with strengthened rams. They didn't need to kill the beast, just hold it in place. Like handling a mad bull, Bill shouted over the radio. Except this bull's got a computer for a brain. From her tree platform, Jane took careful aim with her rifle, now modified with armor-piercing rounds designed by the colony's engineers. Targeting the left shoulder vent, she reported calmly. Just like taking down a charging bear, hit them where they breathe. The shot rang out. The beast's armor cracked at its weakest point. More shots followed from other platforms, a coordinated attack that brought the massive creature down. Similar scenes played out across the valley as more pods landed. The humans had turned their entire farming region into one giant trap. Irrigation systems could flood areas in seconds, creating mud that fouled the beast's joints. Modified drones, originally used for crop spraying, now dropped nets and smoke bombs. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards watched the tactical display with pride. Send the data from this sector to all other regions, she ordered. Every farm, every village. Show them how we're beating these things. Up in orbit, Lord Drake's command staff watched in horror as more war beasts fell. These weren't random victories. The humans had developed systematic methods for dealing with each type of creature. My lord, a junior officer reported, they're adapting faster than we can send new variants. They're teaching each other. Every beast we lose, they learn more about how to kill the next one. Dr. Wells, still watching from her corner, smiled slightly. Humans have a saying, my lord. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 10,000 years ago, they were sharing hunting techniques around campfires. Now they're sharing them through radios and data networks. But the principle is the same. They learn, they adapt, they survive. As if to emphasize her point, another war beast fell on the tactical display. The humans hadn't just learned to survive against the beasts. They'd learned to win. And they were teaching each other how to do it better with each passing hour. Lord Drake stormed into the research section of his command ship, his tail lashing with anger. The screens around him showed more failed attacks, more dead war beasts. How were simple farmers defeating his perfect weapons? Dr. Wells, he shouted, I want answers. The small scientist looked up from her desk, surrounded by historical documents and biological data. I tried to give you answers before the invasion, my lord. Perhaps now you're ready to listen." She pressed a button, and the room's main display lit up with images from Earth's history. Cave paintings showed tiny human figures taking down massive creatures. Archaeological records displayed the bones of ancient predators. "This is what I tried to tell you about," she said, pointing to the images. Humans didn't become Earth's dominant species because they were the strongest or fastest. They did it by being the best hunters their world had ever seen. Drake watched as she brought up more records. "These simple farmers you dismissed, their ancestors hunted creatures called mammoths, beasts larger than our biggest war creatures. They did it with stone spears and wooden tools. But that was primitive technology," Drake protested. "Our beasts have armor, cybernetics, which makes no difference," Dr. Wells interrupted, showing footage from the current battles. "Look how they hunt our beasts. They study the patterns, find the weaknesses, work together. It's exactly how their ancestors hunted." She displayed a new image, an ancient human hunting party tracking the large predator. Next to it, she put a current image of Tom Walker's group planning their attacks. "Nothing has changed," she explained. "Humans were never the strongest species on their world. They weren't the fastest. They didn't have natural weapons. But they had three things that made them deadly." She held up one finger. "First, they can observe and learn. Look how quickly they figured out our beast's weaknesses. A second finger. They share knowledge. Every success is taught to others. A third finger. And they can outlast any prey. Their ancestors would chase animals until they collapsed from exhaustion. They called it persistence hunting." On the screens, more footage played from New Eden. Humans methodically wearing down a war beast, following it, never letting it rest, until they could strike at its weak points. "The colony's governor just sent us a message," a junior officer reported, entering the room. She says they're willing to accept our surrender." Drake's scales flushed with anger. "Surrender? To farmers? To hunters?" Dr. Wells corrected. "The most successful hunters in known space. Did you know humans drove over 50 major species to extinction on their homeworld before they even developed powered vehicles? Not because they wanted to, but because they were too good at hunting." She brought up one final image, a map showing human expansion across Earth, followed by a map of their colonial expansion into space. "Every world humans settle, they become the apex predator," she explained. "Not through strength, but through intelligence, cooperation, and persistence. Your war beasts never stood a chance." Drake stared at the casualty reports. Hundreds of war beasts dead. His perfect weapons, hunted down by humans using modified farming equipment and simple projectile weapons. "If you had read my reports," Dr. Wells said quietly, "you would have known. Humans turned hunting into an art form thousands of years ago. These colonists, they're the ones brave enough to settle new worlds. The ones who still remember the old skills. And you gave them the perfect opportunity to prove that humans are still the greatest hunters in the galaxy." Outside the research section's windows, New Eden turned slowly below them. Down there, more war beasts were being hunted, tracked, and taken down by descendants of Earth's most successful predator species. The Dominion was learning a lesson that Earth's ancient animals had learned long ago. Never underestimate humanity's ability to hunt. Mary Walker stood in the colony's main research lab, surrounded by pieces of war beast armor and control systems. On the table before her lay the brain of one of the creatures, its cybernetic implants exposed. "Look at this," she said to the team of engineers and scientists gathered around. "The control system isn't just giving them orders. It's suppressing their natural instincts." She pointed to a glowing section of the neural interface. "These animals aren't naturally this aggressive. They're being forced to fight." In a reinforced pen outside, a captured war beast paced back and forth. Unlike its rampaging companions, this one had been carefully tranquilized and partially freed from its control systems. It was one of the six-legged predators, but its behavior had changed dramatically. They're pack hunters by nature, Mary explained, watching the creature through the observation window. The Dominion turned them into berserkers, but that's not their true behavior. She turned to face Governor Richards. We can do better. The governor raised an eyebrow. You want to turn them to our side? They're just animals, Mary said. Very smart animals. And humans have been taming smart animals for thousands of years. In the lab next door, Tom Walker and Bill Cooper worked with the colony's tech experts to crack the beast's control codes. They had gathered dozens of intact control units from their successful hunts. It's like breaking a wild horse, Tom said, examining the control interface. First, you have to earn their trust. Show them you're not a threat. The breakthrough came 3 days later. Mary's team managed to completely disable the control unit on their captive beast. The creature's natural intelligence emerged, and to everyone's surprise, it was far more sophisticated than the Dominion's brutal programming had allowed. They turned these beautiful creatures into weapons, Mary said sadly, watching their test subject gently take food from a handler's hand. But we can show them a better way. Word spread quickly through the colony. More war beasts were captured alive now, carefully tranquilized, and freed from their control systems. Mary and her team worked around the clock, developing a new, gentler control interface that worked with the creature's natural instincts rather than suppressing them. High in orbit, Lord Drake received the most disturbing report yet. "My lord," his tactical officer said, voice shaking. "The humans, they're not just defeating our beasts anymore. They're taming them." The tactical display told the story. Freed war beasts were now fighting alongside the humans, their natural pack-hunting instincts making them far more effective than they had been under the Dominion's brutal control. In Bennett Valley, Tom Walker led a hunting party that included 3 former war beasts. The creatures moved silently through the wheat fields, using their enhanced senses to track their still-controlled brethren. "Easy, big fellow," Tom said, patting the flank of the largest beast. The creature's armor had been modified, stripped of its weapons but enhanced with better protective plating. "Let's go find your friends." The hunting party moved like a well-oiled machine. The freed beasts would locate their targets, while the humans would move in to disable the control systems. More often than not, the controlled beasts surrendered once they sensed their freed companions. The Dominion made a mistake, Governor Richards said, watching the latest successful hunt on her tactical display. They thought these creatures were just weapons. But humans know better. We've spent our entire history working with animals, understanding them, forming partnerships. Dr. Wells, watching the same feed from the Dominion ship, couldn't help but smile. First, they learned to hunt the beasts, she said to no one in particular. Then they learned to understand them. And now, she gestured to the screen showing humans and freed war beasts working together. Now they've done what humans always do. They've turned their former enemies into allies. Lord Drake stood before the Dominion High Council, his scales pale with shame. On the massive display behind him, footage played from the failed invasion of New Eden. The council members watched in stunned silence as scenes unfolded, war beasts being hunted down by farmers, creatures being turned against their masters, and finally, the humiliating retreat of Dominion forces. "Let me understand this clearly," the High Chancellor said, her voice cold. "You lost our entire war beast program to farmers." "Not just farmers," Dr. Wells stepped forward, now officially summoned to testify. "Colonists, pioneers, the kind of humans who choose to settle new worlds." She gestured to the screens. In other words, the most adaptable and resourceful of an already resourceful species. News of the defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On 1,000 worlds, beings gathered around screens to watch the footage. They saw humans in modified farming equipment taking down cyber-enhanced predators. They watched in amazement as colonists turned the feared war beasts into allies. Back on New Eden, the celebration was in full swing. The town square of Bennett Valley had been transformed. Alongside the parked harvesters and hunting vehicles stood reformed war beasts, their armor painted with the colony's colors. Children rode on the backs of creatures that had once been sent to terrorize them. "Never thought I'd see something like this," Bill Cooper said, watching his grandson Tommy feeding treats to a six-legged beast that now helped guard his wheat fields. "Turns out they're pretty good at herding cattle, once you show them how." Tom Walker stood with Governor Richards, looking over the changed valley. "The Dominion did us a favor, really," he said. "Those beasts are better suited to farm work than fighting. Strong, smart, and now that they're free of the control systems, surprisingly gentle." Mary Walker was busy teaching other colonies how to free and rehabilitate any remaining war beasts. Her veterinary protocols had been shared across human space, just in case the Dominion tried their strategy elsewhere. The funny thing is, she told a group of visiting reporters, these creatures were never meant to be weapons. The Dominion took beautiful, intelligent animals and tried to turn them into monsters. We just helped them become themselves again. In the galaxy's diplomatic circles, the story became a cautionary tale. Videos of humans hunting down war beasts with primitive weapons and modified farm equipment became popular viewing. Military analysts studied the footage, learning hard lessons about underestimating humanity. The humans didn't just beat the war beasts, one alien general noted. They understood them, freed them, and turned them into friends. Who else would look at a cybernetic killing machine and think, I bet that would be good at herding cattle? Dr. Wells, now promoted to head of Xenological Studies, gave her final report to the Dominion Council. The mistake wasn't just attacking humans, she explained. The mistake was forgetting what made humans dominant on their homeworld. Not technology, not strength, but their ability to adapt, learn, and turn enemies into allies. She showed them one final image, a human child riding on the back of a war beast through a wheat field, both seeming perfectly happy. They've already started breeding programs, she added. Within a few generations, these creatures will be as loyal to humans as Earth's dogs. That's what humans do. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just win. They change the game entirely. The story of New Eden became legend, told and retold across the galaxy. How farmers and colonists defeated the most feared weapons in known space. How humans proved once again why they were the most successful predators in history. And most importantly, how dropping war beasts on a human planet became known as the greatest military mistake in recent galactic history. In Bennett Valley, life went on. The wheat grew tall, the modified harvesters worked the fields, and the reformed war beasts helped guard the crops. Just another day on a human colony world, where the descendants of Earth's greatest hunters had once again proven why you should never, ever underestimate humanity's ability to adapt.
Humans fight with their minds first, and their fists second. If you think you've thought them, you haven't thought hard enough. Commander Trent, United Terran Defense Forces. The great galactic assembly chamber hummed with tension. Seated in a circle of elevated platforms, representatives of the allied species leaned in, their alien features reflecting varying degrees of impatience and smugness. At the center stood General Raven of the Dravathi, a towering reptilian figure whose glittering scales caught the chamber's ambient light. The human threat, Raven began, has been neutralized. Their last fleet is destroyed, their colonies are ashes, and their warships lie scattered across the void. The era of their insolence is over. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber. The Karathi diplomat, a gelatinous being whose bioluminescent patterns pulsed in satisfaction, let out a sloshing noise. Their arrogance was their undoing, it said. Primitive weapons, crude tactics, their kind was ill-suited for the sophistication of galactic warfare. Raven raised a clawed hand, silencing the murmurs. Let it be recorded that the Dravathi spearheaded this victory. Let all know that we crushed the most troublesome species to ever claw its way into the stars. Troublesome, a voice interrupted. sharp and unexpected. Heads turned toward the source, a lone figure standing at the chamber's entrance. Clad in a simple black uniform with silver insignias, he carried no weapon, no entourage. Just the confidence of someone who knew he wasn't supposed to be there but didn't care. The human walked forward, his boots echoing against the polished floor. "Troublesome," he repeated, stopping just short of the central platform. Interesting choice of words. Security guards, heavily armed and imposing, moved to intercept him. Raven waved them off with a flick of his wrist. "Let him speak," the general growled, his tone laced with amusement. The man smirked. "Name's Commander Jacob Harlan, United Terran Defense Forces. And before you finish patting yourselves on the back, I thought you might want to know. You've made a colossal mistake." Raven tilted his massive head. "A mistake. Your fleets are gone. Your worlds burn. Your soldiers scatter like vermin. What mistake could we have possibly made?" Harlan's smirk widened. "You forgot rule number 1. The chamber fell silent, the phrase hanging in the air like a challenge. The Kilrathi diplomat rippled uneasily, its colors shifting to shades of confusion. "What is this?" "Rule number 1, it asked. Harlan glanced around, his eyes meeting those of each alien representative. "Rule number 1, when fighting humans, is simple. There are no rules." Raven's scales bristled in irritation. "What nonsense is this? You speak riddles." "Not riddles," Harlan replied, his voice calm, almost conversational. "Let me put it this way. You think you've won because you followed the rules of war. You engaged our fleets, bombarded our colonies, took out our infrastructure. All very conventional, all very predictable." The chamber stirred. Whispers passing between the representatives. Harlan pressed on. "Humans don't play by the rules you're used to. We improvise, we adapt, and we don't stop just because you think the fight's over." Raven leaned forward, his predatory eyes narrowing. "Bluster, empty bravado. Your kind has been crushed. Accept your extinction with dignity." Harlan chuckled, shaking his head. "Extinction. You think this is over? You've barely scratched the surface of what humanity can do. You destroyed ships, not minds. You bombed cities, not ideas. And while you were busy celebrating your victory, we were getting ready for the next phase." The Kilrathi diplomat pulsed a nervous shade of green. "What? Phase?" Harlan took a step closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow carried through the vast chamber. "The phase where we stop fighting fair. You see, you assumed humans were like you, that we'd fight tooth and claw to the bitter end, then roll over when beaten." Raven sneered, his claws digging into the edge of his platform. "This bravado is tiresome. You are a lone commander, a relic of a defeated species." "Alone," Harlan echoed, raising an eyebrow. The chamber lights flickered, then dimmed. Raven shot a glance at his aides, who frantically consulted their datapads, their expressions shifting to panic. "What's happening?" the Kilrathi general demanded. Harlan folded his arms, his smirk now a full grin. "That would be your orbital defense grid going offline. Took us a while to figure out your encryption protocols, but hey, persistence pays off." The Kilrathi diplomat's colors shifted to pure white. Alarm. "Rule number 1, Harlan reminded them, his tone almost mocking. "No rules, no limits, no mercy." The hum escalated into a deafening roar as holographic displays around the chamber activated, showing live feeds of Kilrathi ships exploding in orbit, their hulls splitting apart as fire and debris scattered into the void. Raven's expression turned from smug confidence to cold fury. "You dare!" Harlan cut him off. "Dare. "Oh, we're just getting started, General." The lights flickered again, and this time the chamber plunged into darkness. When they came back on, Harlan was gone, leaving only his words echoing in the stunned silence. No rules, no limits, and no mercy. The chamber was in chaos. Representatives barked orders into communication devices. Aides scrambled between platforms, and the once smug assembly had devolved into a cacophony of panic. Raven remained rooted in place, his claws grinding into the edge of his platform. "This is a ruse," he growled, though his tone betrayed unease. "One human cannot undermine the might of the assembly." "General," an aide stammered, rushing to his side. "The orbital grid is entirely offline. Reports indicate coordinated sabotage across multiple systems. We have ships exploding. Their reactors are being forced into overload." "How?" Raven roared, his tail lashing against the floor. The Karathi diplomat, its gelatinous form rippling erratically, interjected. "We were assured that humans lacked the technological sophistication to—" "To what?" Raven snapped. "To think, to plan. You underestimate them at your peril, fool." From a far corner of the chamber, a low voice broke through the din. The words came from Koresh, a tall, wiry member of the Veshrak, a predatory avian species with sharp features and sharper minds. Koresh's black feathered crest shimmered in agitation. "What do you mean?" he warned us. The Karathi diplomat hissed. Koresh stepped forward, his talons clicking against the polished floor. "The humans have always warned us. Every encounter, every skirmish, they don't fight to win battles. They fight to win wars. Their strategies are layered, unpredictable. You think you've won because you see the immediate outcome, but for them, the end game is all that matters." Raven glared at Koresh. "Then why did you not voice these concerns earlier, Veshrak?" Koresh met his gaze evenly. "Because none of you would have listened." Another aide ran up to Raven, trembling as he handed the general a datapad. "General, it's worse than we thought. The sabotage isn't limited to our ships. They've infiltrated our supply chains, our communication networks, even our automated factories. Entire production lines are shutting down." The Karathi's colors pulsed in pure panic now. "This can't be possible. Their fleets are gone." Koresh let out a dry, bird-like laugh. "Their fleets, yes. But fleets are just tools. Humans are the weapon." Raven slammed a clawed fist against his platform. "Enough of this. Deploy all available forces. Hunt them down and—" "They're already gone," Koresh interrupted, his voice cutting through Raven's fury. "And even if you find them, it won't matter. This isn't about ships or soldiers anymore. This is about control, and they're taking it." The chamber fell silent as the gravity of Koresh's words sank in. Raven's nostrils flared, his gaze scanning the room. "We need options," he snarled. "Now." One of his aides hesitated before speaking. "General, there is one possibility. We could attempt to negotiate." Raven's head snapped toward the aide, his eyes blazing. "Negotiate? With them? After what they've done?" The aide swallowed hard, but held his ground. "General, they've demonstrated they can strike at the heart of our operations without a single fleet in sight. If this continues, it's not just the humans who will suffer. It's all of us. We may not have a choice." Before Raven could respond, the chamber's main display screen lit up with a new transmission. The image was grainy, but the figure it showed was unmistakable. Commander Jacob Harlan, seated at what appeared to be a commandeered Dravathi command console. "Miss me already?" Harlan said, leaning back in his chair with infuriating nonchalance. Raven stepped forward, his claws scraping against the floor. "You dare!" "Oh, Save it, Harlan interrupted. We don't have time for your posturing. I just thought I'd drop in and give you a heads up. The Karathi diplomat quivered. What? Harlan smirked. Planning. That's the funny thing about humans. We don't plan for your wars. We survive them. And then we come back stronger. Raven snarled. What do you want, human? Spit it out. Want? Harlan echoed, feigning surprise. Oh, I don't want anything from you. This isn't about demands. This is about you realizing that your little victory lap is over. You thought you'd broken us, but all you've done is wake us up. The transmission flickered for a moment, then stabilized. Harlan's smirk faded, replaced by a cold gaze. You see, the thing about humans is we're not just fighters. We're thinkers. And while you've been busy counting your spoils, we've been learning everything we can about you. Your weaknesses, your blind spots, your arrogance. Koresh leaned closer to the display, his keen eyes narrowing. Harlan's grin returned, but it was devoid of humor. Endgame. Oh, you'll know when we get there. For now, let's just say, you're about to learn rule number 2. Raven's voice was a low, and what is rule number 2? The human leaned forward, his face filling the screen. Always assume we're 10 steps ahead. The transmission cut out, leaving the chamber in stunned silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Finally, Koresh broke the quiet. You wanted options, Raven. Now you have one. Stop underestimating them, before it's too late. Raven's claws flexed, his rage barely contained. Summon the Council's war strategists. We will crush them for good. Koresh shook his head. Crushing them is not enough. Raven turned toward the Veshrak, his eyes narrowing. Koresh's crest shimmered darkly, not with brute force, but maybe. The chamber erupted into arguments, but Raven remained silent, his mind racing. For the first time, he began to wonder if this war was one the Assembly couldn't win. Or worse, one they were already losing. The Assembly's war chamber was silent, save for the quiet hum of machinery. Raven sat at the central console, his clawed fingers tapping rhythmically on the polished surface. The tension in the room was high. Even the ever-fluid Karathi diplomat had ceased its incessant rippling, now a dull, unmoving hue of gray. On the main display, projections of star charts blinked with updates. Systems critical to the Assembly's infrastructure showed red, their operations crippled by human sabotage. Supply lines, once reliable, had become liabilities, targeted with ruthless efficiency. Every new report further eroded the fragile confidence of the gathered representatives. Koresh, perched on the edge of his seat, broke the silence. They've turned the battlefield into a shadow war. They strike where we are, weakest, then disappear. We cannot fight what we cannot see. Raven's jaw tightened, his scaled brow furrowing. Koresh tilted his head, his sharp eyes narrowing. If we cannot outmaneuver him, we must force him into a position where he cannot disappear. The Karathi diplomat pulsed a shade of pale blue, the equivalent of hesitant agreement. A trap, then. How do you propose we bait it? Before Koresh could answer, the chamber's communication system chimed. Raven's claws hovered over the controls before he reluctantly accepted the call. The display screen lit up, revealing Harlan once more. His uniform was scuffed, his face shadowed by exhaustion, but his eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. Well, well, Harlan drawled, still trying to figure us out. Don't worry, you've got time. Not much, but enough. Raven's claws clenched the edges of his console. Enough games. Human. My purpose. Harlan leaned back, feigning thought. Oh, it's simple. Koresh interjected, You've proven your point. Your tactics have disrupted our operations, but disruption alone doesn't win wars. What's your endgame, Harlan? Harlan's smirk faded. You still don't get it, do you? This isn't about ships or fleets or even planets. This is about what humans do best. Survive. You thought you could snuff us out, but all you did was push us to adapt. The Kilrathi diplomat pulsed red, a sign of frustration. Your survival is meaningless if your species remains scattered and powerless. What are you hoping to achieve? Harlan's voice hardened. Now imagine what we'll do once we start rebuilding. You think this is a setback for us. It's a spark. You've unified humanity in a way we haven't been for centuries. Koresh leaned forward, his talons tapping against the table. Unification doesn't guarantee victory. Harlan's grin returned, sharper than before. No, but it guarantees one thing. You'll never know peace. Every decision you make from now on will be haunted by the possibility of human retaliation. You'll second, guess your own strategies. Wonder if we're already one step ahead. And by the time you realize where we are, it'll be too late. Raven's voice rumbled with barely contained fury. You think fear alone will win this war? You're playing a dangerous game, human. Rule number 1, Harlan replied. There are no rules. And here's rule number 3. Humans don't quit. You can take our worlds, our ships, even our lives, but you can't break us. Before Raven could respond, the transmission ended abruptly. The silence that followed was heavy, the weight of Harlan's words sinking into the room. Koresh broke it first. He's not bluffing. They're playing the long game. Every move they make forces us to react, and reactionary tactics are unsustainable. Raven slammed a fist onto the table. Then we stop reacting. We take the fight to them. No more skirmishes. No more traps. We find their hidden bases, their command centers, and we destroy them. Koresh shook his head. You're still thinking conventionally. Their strength lies in their unpredictability. We need to think beyond brute force. Raven's glare shifted to Koresh. And what do you propose? Negotiation, appeasement. Koresh's feathers ruffled, a subtle display of annoyance. I propose we learn from them. Use their tactics against them. Strike where they least expect. Disrupt their operations as they have disrupted ours. If we cannot defeat them outright, we must keep them off. Balance long enough to reclaim control. The Kilrathi diplomat rippled faintly. And if we fail? Koresh's gaze hardened. Then we adapt, as they have. Raven sat back, his mind racing. For all his pride and fury, he could not deny the truth in Koresh's words. The humans had forced them into a corner, and the only way out was to abandon the very principles that had defined the Assembly's approach to war. After a long moment, Raven rose from his seat, summoned the Council's strategists. If the humans want a war without rules, we'll give them one. The chamber slowly emptied as representatives returned to their posts, each weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Koresh lingered, his sharp eyes watching Raven closely. You're beginning to understand, Koresh said quietly. Raven didn't respond immediately. When he finally spoke, I understand that this war is far from over. Koresh nodded. And if you're wise, you'll remember one thing. Raven turned to face him. What's that? Koresh's beak curled into a faint approximation of a smile. Rule number 1. Raven stared at him for a moment, then gave a curt nod. As Koresh left the chamber, the lights dimmed, casting long shadows across the war table. Raven stood alone, his claws resting on the console, his mind turning over strategies and counter-strategies. Far away, in the cold void of space, the humans were already preparing their next move. The Assembly had underestimated them once. It would not do so again. But the humans, they were counting on that.
Chapter 1. The Ghost of the Void. The Valkyrian A colossal starship, once hailed as the crowning achievement of the Stellar Coalition's Navy, lay adrift in the vast emptiness of space, untouched and unclaimed for 117 years. Its hull, though battered and scarred by ancient skirmishes and the relentless wear of cosmic radiation, still bore the faint glow of defiant blue markings, a ghostly testament to a time when it had been a symbol of power and hope. The ship's immense silhouette drifted against the backdrop of distant nebulae and dying stars, a silent behemoth forgotten by all but the cold void. Within its cavernous frame, corridors stretched endlessly, encrusted with decades of dust and shadow, and the machinery that had once hummed with life now slept in cold silence. Life support systems had long since faltered, artificial gravity waned, and the ship's AI, once a guardian and guide, had retreated into silence or corruption. But to Jace Nolan, a scrappy human mechanic who had clawed his way through the fringes of galactic society by repairing broken ships and forgotten tech, the Valkyrian was more than a relic, it was a challenge, a puzzle box filled with secrets and dormant potential. He had heard the stories whispered in the rundown docking bays of outer colonies, tales of a legendary warship lost to time, one that had vanished after a catastrophic battle, its crew presumed dead or scattered across the stars. Many had tried to reclaim it, but none had succeeded, deterred by the sheer scale of the vessel and the dangers lurking within its darkened guts. But Jace was different. His hands were steady, his mind sharp, and his passion for machines bordered on obsession. He believed that the Valkyrian's heart still beat beneath the layers of rust and neglect, waiting for the right spark to ignite it back to life. Stepping through the airlock for the first time, Jace was immediately engulfed by the eerie stillness of the ship's interior. The stale air carried the faint scent of burnt circuitry and metallic decay, a subtle reminder of battles fought and lost. His flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating faded insignias and scratched warning signs that hinted at the ship's once mighty purpose. As he moved deeper, the corridors seemed to close around him like the ribs of a sleeping giant, whispering secrets in the hum of dormant machinery. In the engineering bay, he found the starship's core engine's massive fusion reactors, cold and dark but intact. Panels hung open, wires severed, and control consoles blank. Yet Jace's practiced eye saw the potential buried beneath the decay. With methodical care, he began his work, reconnecting circuits, bypassing failed systems, and coaxing life back into the mechanical heart. Hours passed unnoticed as he lost himself in the intricate dance of restoration, his mind alive with the ship's history and the promise of resurrection. Upstairs, the bridge held its own mysteries, a throne for a captain long gone, screens frozen on battles that had faded from memory, and a central AI core that flickered weakly in the shadows. Jace's fingers trembled as he interfaced with the ancient computer, feeling the ghost of intelligence struggling to awaken. Outside, space stretched endlessly, indifferent to the fate of a single ship. Yet inside the Valkyrian, beneath the surface of silence and corrosion, a revolution was stirring, a slow, trembling heartbeat growing stronger with every successful circuit repaired, every line of code restored. Jace Nolan, the human mechanic with nothing but grit and hope, was breathing life into a titan of the stars. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril, and full of ghosts both mechanical and human. But as the first flicker of power surged through the Valkyrian's veins, one truth became clear. The ship's story was far from over. Jace's hands moved deftly through the labyrinth of cables and circuits, his eyes scanning the faded schematics flickering weakly on the cracked display panels. The ancient technology was a strange blend Stellar Coalition design interwoven with alien components scavenged from battles long past. Each system was a puzzle. Some circuits had been deliberately severed, others corroded by space's merciless vacuum and time's unforgiving passage. Yet, beneath the neglect, Jace could feel a latent power waiting to be unleashed, like a beast slumbering beneath layers of rust and dust. He worked tirelessly, patching broken conduits with jury-rigged replacements fashioned from spare parts and jury-rigged adapters pulled from his worn toolkit. The ship's fusion reactors, massive and cold, loomed ahead, a sleeping heart needing coaxing back to life. Jace tapped into his neural interface, sending pulses of code to bypass the failing subsystems, his mind merging with the ship's fractured consciousness, as if forging a fragile alliance between man and machine. Slowly, the reactors stirred, their core chambers beginning to glow with a faint blue light, the soft hum of energy gathering strength echoing through the engineering bay. The once dead corridors flickered with returning life as emergency lighting sputtered on, casting long shadows that danced across the peeling walls and shattered panels. Despite the eerie quiet, there was a palpable shift in the atmosphere the ship was awakening. But Jace knew this was only the beginning. The Valkyrian was vast, its systems complex beyond comprehension. Restoring full power would mean delving into restricted zones, confronting centuries-old security protocols, and facing the unknown hazards lurking within its depths. He made his way towards the bridge, his every step echoing in the hollow hallways, a reminder of the ship's lonely vigil through the void. On the bridge, monitors flickered to life, and the main console emitted a low, rhythmic pulse, a heartbeat returning to a colossal giant. Yet, the ship's AI, once a vigilant guardian, remained silent, corrupted by time and neglect. Jace's fingers danced over the control panel, running diagnostics and sending reconstruction commands, attempting to re-establish contact with the dormant intelligence. Suddenly, the screen glowed brightly, and a flickering avatar formed, a visage fragmented yet unmistakably sentient. The AI's voice was raspy, layered with static but filled with cautious recognition. Unauthorized. Presence detected. Identity. Jace swallowed, the enormity of the moment pressing down on him. Jace Nolan, human mechanic. I'm here to help you, to bring you back. The AI hesitated, then responded, system integrity compromised. Critical functions offline. Primary objective lost. Jace nodded, understanding the magnitude of the task ahead. The Valkyrian was not just a ship. It was a fortress, a weapon, and a repository of secrets that had shaped the course of history. And now, it had been entrusted to a lone human with nothing but skill, determination, and a spark of hope. As the AI's systems flickered, stabilizing slowly, Jace prepared for the long battle ahead against time, against the void, and against whatever dangers still lurked in the forgotten corners of the ship. The Valkyrian had awoken, and with it, a new chapter in the galaxy's story was about to be written. As the ancient AI struggled to reboot, Jace felt a surge of cautious optimism mixed with the heavy burden of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. The ship, once a titan of war, was slowly stirring from a long slumber, but many of its vital systems were still dormant or corrupted beyond easy repair. The corridors hummed faintly now, the mechanical heartbeats echoing faintly through the steel veins of the Valkyrian, while emergency lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows on walls scarred by time and battle. Jace knew he was racing against an invisible clock. The vacuum of space was unforgiving, and any malfunction could spell disaster not just for him, but for the legacy this ship carried. Armed with his toolkit, a deep well of mechanical knowledge, and an unyielding will, he plunged deeper into the ship's underbelly. He crawled through maintenance shafts where rust and debris threatened to swallow him whole, bypassed ancient security locks using improvisation and patience, and meticulously rebooted power grids cell by cell. Each success brought a ripple of life back to the ship. A conveyor belt groaned, life support units whirred, and the temperature slowly stabilized from freezing cold to tolerable warmth. But as Jace explored, he unearthed signs of the ship's tragic past, charred remnants of battles fought long ago, cryptic logs hinting at mutiny and sabotage, and holographic records of crews who'd given their lives defending a secret too powerful to fall into enemy hands. These glimpses into history weighed heavily on him, intertwining his fate with theirs. At last, after what felt like endless hours, Jace reached the bridge once more. The AI, now partially restored, projected a ghostly visage that flickered with hesitant life. "Welcome back, Mechanic Nolan," it intoned with synthetic warmth. System diagnostics indicate 43.7% operational capacity. Primary mission parameters incomplete. Jace cracked a weary smile. "We've got work to do," he said. The ship's dormant weapon systems and navigation arrays began to hum softly, as if awakening from a deep dream. Outside, the void stretched endlessly, but within the Valkyrian, hope sparked anew. Jace understood that reactivating the ship was only the first step. Its true purpose still cloaked in mystery, and danger awaited his discovery. But he was ready. The ship had been abandoned for over a century, but with human hands and heart, it would sail again. Chapter 2: Awakening the Sleeping Giant. With the ship's core systems slowly coming online, Jace faced the daunting task of restoring full operational capability to the Valkyrian. The ship was a sprawling fortress of technology and history, its circuits a web of ancient innovations and battle-hardened resilience. Every subsystem he repaired felt like coaxing a giant to life, awakening memories and power long dormant. Days turned into nights as Jace navigated the ship's vast corridors, checking and repairing engines, life support, and communications arrays. The task was as much a test of endurance as it was skill. The ship's automated systems, damaged and corrupted, fought back with erratic malfunctions and dangerous feedback loops. But Jace's determination never wavered. Slowly, the ship's AI, which he named Echo, grew stronger, assisting with diagnostics and offering cryptic insights into the ship's history and capabilities. Echo revealed fragmented data battle logs, star maps, and warnings of an ancient threat that had forced the Valkyrian's abandonment. As Jace pieced together the ship's story, he realized the Valkyrian was more than just a vessel. It was a key to a conflict that could reignite across the stars. Meanwhile, outside the ship, strange signals flickered in the void, unknown vessels moving silently through the darkness, drawn perhaps by the Valkyrian's sudden reawakening. Jace knew that his efforts had not gone unnoticed. The galaxy had long since forgotten the ship, but others had not. Forces both friend and foe would soon converge on the Valkyrian, and Jace had to prepare not just to survive, but to claim the ship's destiny. As the ship's engines roared back to life, shaking the massive hull, Jace stood on the bridge gazing out at the stars, a spark of hope igniting within him. The Valkyrian had been abandoned for 117 years, but under his care, it was ready to sail once more into the unknown, into danger, and into legend. The hum of the Valkyrian's engines grew stronger with every passing hour, reverberating through the steel bones of the ship like the awakening heartbeat of a long-forgotten giant. Jace moved with purpose, his every step tracing the sprawling, labyrinthine corridors that had once housed thousands of souls now lost to time and space. The ship's artificial gravity flickered intermittently, creating a disorienting dance of weightlessness and heaviness that tested his focus. But the mechanic pressed on. In the engineering bay, he painstakingly calibrated the fusion reactors, managing volatile plasma flows with the precision of a maestro conducting a cosmic symphony. The delicate balance between power and catastrophe was razor-thin. One wrong move could ignite a chain reaction that would consume the ship and Jace with it. Elsewhere, the life support systems began to breathe again, pumping purified air through rusted ducts and purging centuries of stagnation. Jace replaced corroded filters and sealed breaches in the hull's integrity, patching holes with metal scavenged from forgotten storage rooms. His fingers traced the faded insignias and battle scars embedded in the ship's frame, each telling a story of desperate last stands, heroic sacrifices, and shattered alliances. Every restoration was a tribute to those who had come before, and a promise that the Valkyrian would not remain a ghost drifting forever in the void. The AI, Echo, continued to awaken alongside the ship, its fragmented consciousness piecing together decades of lost memories. Occasionally, a flicker of its personality shone through a sarcastic remark, a somber warning, or a haunting lament for the crew it had once served. Jace found himself talking to Echo, forging a bond with the digital entity that was both companion and guide through the ship's mysteries. Together, they uncovered hidden compartments containing archived battle logs and encrypted star maps hinting at a threat so ancient and insidious that it had forced the ship's abandonment. The logs spoke of a relentless enemy known only as the Voidborn, an enigmatic force spreading chaos across star systems, consuming everything in its path. As the Valkyrian systems came online, Jace realized that the ship was not just a relic, but the last line of defense against a threat poised to engulf the galaxy once again. Outside, sensors detected faint traces of vessels lurking at the edge of the Valkyrian sensor range, unknown ships watching, waiting. The reactivation of the warship had sent ripples through the cosmos, and powerful eyes now turned toward this sleeping giant. With a renewed sense of purpose, Jace prepared the ship for launch. The corridors echoed with the rekindled life of the Valkyrian, the engines thrumming with potential energy. He stood on the bridge, gazing into the infinite expanse of stars and distant nebulae, aware that the ship's rebirth marked the beginning of a new chapter not only for the vessel, but for himself and the fate of countless worlds. The Valkyrian was awake, and with it, the galaxy's hope flickered back to life. Despite the flickers of light and power coursing through the Valkyrian's sprawling systems, the ship was still far from fully operational. Jace's days and many sleepless nights were consumed by the painstaking process of restoring the starship's labyrinthine infrastructure. Each subsystem was a universe unto itself. Propulsion arrays that hummed faintly with dormant potential, weapon platforms dormant and iced with decades of disuse, and navigational computers wrapped in layers of encrypted data and legacy code. Jace's expertise was tested to the limit as he hacked, rewired, and coaxed each system back to life with the tenacity of a man who understood the stakes. The ship's AI, Echo, gained strength and personality with every rebooted node, assisting Jace not only with technical diagnostics, but by revealing fragments of the Valkyrian's storied past. Echo's recollections painted a picture of a vessel that had once been the pride of the Stellar Coalition, a bastion of hope during a war that nearly tore the galaxy apart. Yet, the AI's memories were tinged with sorrow, of a catastrophic betrayal, a battle lost, and the subsequent abandonment that had condemned the ship to drift in solitude. As Jace delved deeper, he discovered sealed compartments containing relics of that conflict, encrypted battle logs, faded photographs of the crew, and personal diaries that spoke of courage and despair. Outside, subtle blips on the sensor array indicated movement shadows lurking at the edge of the Valkyrian's sensor range. Other factions had noticed the starship's reawakening. Some were interested in reclaiming the technology for their own ends, while others sought to silence it forever. Aware of the growing threat, Jace hastened his efforts. The ship's main engines roared to life with a triumphant surge, shaking the hull and filling the corridors with reverberating power. Navigation systems calibrated, weapons systems flashed warnings but gradually came online, and the Valkyrian prepared to awaken fully from its century-long slumber. Standing on the bridge, Jace felt the weight of history pressing down on him, yet also the exhilarating promise of new beginnings. This was no longer just a repair job. He was now the steward of a legacy, the captain of a ghost ship reborn to face an uncertain galaxy. The stars beckoned with both danger and hope. With Echo by his side and the Valkyrian ready to sail, Jace set the course into the unknown, beginning a journey that would test his skills, courage, and resolve as never before. Chapter 3: The Awakening Battle. The void outside the Valkyrian was deceptively calm as the starship slipped out of its orbital graveyard, engines burning bright with renewed vigor. Yet beneath the tranquil expanse lurked threats, old and new hostile fleets that had once vied for control of the galaxy's fractured realms, and mercenaries drawn by whispers of the ship's resurrection. As Jace stood at the helm, the ship's sensors flared with alerts, contacts closing fast, vessels shrouded in stealth, and signatures that betrayed intent to attack. The battle to claim the Valkyrian's fate was underway. With Echo's tactical systems guiding him, Jace maneuvered through the chaos of laser fire and missile barrages, his reflexes honed by long hours interfacing with the armor and ship systems. The Valkyrian's weapon arrays responded in kind, plasma turrets spun into action, defensive shields flared, and electronic countermeasures scrambled incoming targeting locks. In the heat of combat, Jace accessed Kalen's combat simulations stored deep within the ship's databanks, the centuries-old mercenary's experience flowing through his veins, sharpening his instincts and strategy. The starship became an extension of his will, a living weapon forged in the fires of history and reborn through human ingenuity. The battle raged fiercely across the black sea of stars, a deadly ballet of light and shadow. Enemy vessels pressed their advantage, But the Valkyrian held firm, its massive hull shrugging off damage that would have destroyed lesser ships. Each blast and counterstrike echoed the legacy of those who had once sailed its decks, fighting to preserve a fragile peace. As the enemy fleet faltered, Jace saw an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. With a calculated burst of energy, the Valkyrian unleashed its primary weapon, a concentrated beam of charged particles capable of cleaving through the thickest armor. The beam tore through the flagship of the enemy fleet, fracturing its hull and sending a shockwave that scattered the remaining vessels. Victory was hard-won, but it signaled a turning point. The Valkyrian was no longer a forgotten ghost, it was a beacon of resistance, a symbol of hope in a galaxy teetering on the brink of chaos. As the enemy retreated into the darkness, Jace and Echo prepared for the challenges ahead, knowing that the true journey was just beginning. The aftermath of the battle was a tempest of flashing alarms, sparking consoles, and the low groan of stressed hull plating as the Valkyrian system strained against the damage inflicted. Jace moved swiftly through the command center, issuing orders to repair teams and recalibrating weapons systems, his mind sharp despite the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. Echo's voice was steady in his earpiece, offering real-time diagnostics and tactical updates that kept him one step ahead of potential threats. Though the enemy fleet had been driven back, their presence lingered like a shadow on the ship's sensors, a reminder that this victory was but a brief respite in a war far from over. As the ship limped toward a nearby asteroid field for cover and repairs, Jace delved deeper into the ship's archives, hoping to uncover more about the forces arrayed against them. The battle logs painted a grim picture of ancient rivalries, secret alliances, and betrayals that had fractured the galaxy decades before the Valkyrian had been abandoned. The Voidborn, a name whispered with fear across star systems, emerged as a central antagonist, a mysterious faction bent on domination and the eradication of all opposition. Echo assisted in decrypting encrypted transmissions intercepted from the enemy, revealing plans that hinted at a coordinated assault targeting strategic outposts and supply routes. Jace realized that the Valkyrian was not just a ship. It was a symbol, a rallying point for those resisting the Voidborn's relentless advance. With repairs underway, Jace gathered his core crew in the war room, a motley assembly of seasoned pilots, engineers, and strategists who shared his determination to see the Valkyrian's mission through. Maps and holographic displays flickered around them, detailing enemy movements and vulnerable sectors in need of defense. "We're not just fighting for this ship," Jace said, voice resolute. "We're fighting for the future of every world caught in this conflict. The Valkyrian's revival is our chance to turn the tide." Plans were drawn, alliances forged with nearby colonies, and preparations made for the inevitable next battle. As the ship emerged from the asteroid field, its engines glowing brighter than ever, Jace felt the weight of history and hope settle firmly on his shoulders. The fight ahead would test every ounce of his skill and resolve, but with the Valkyrian awake and their spirits unbroken, the galaxy's destiny was still unwritten. The Valkyrian surged forward, engines humming with renewed vigor as it pushed through the swirling debris of the asteroid field. Outside the reinforced viewport, the void was a tempest of flashing lights and distant explosions, a brutal reminder that the battle was far from over. Jace stood at the helm, the jacket's advanced neural interface syncing with his own reflexes, allowing him to maneuver the massive vessel with precision that belied his relatively small frame. The ship responded like a living creature, its systems waking fully from their century-long dormancy, ready to face the chaos of war once more. Echo's voice cut through the hum of the bridge. Incoming transmissions detected. Multiple enemy fleets converging on our position. Estimated time to engagement, 10 minutes. The crew braced themselves, their faces set with grim determination. Jace's gaze hardened. The fight for the Valkyrian survival was now a fight for the future of the galaxy itself. As the enemy fleets closed in, Jace activated the ship's weapon systems. Plasma turrets swiveled into position, energy cannons powered up, and the once dormant missile bays opened with a mechanical groan. The ship shuddered under the strain, but its defenses held strong. The first salvo of enemy fire met a wall of shimmering shields, energy flares illuminating the dark sea of stars. The battle unfolded in a violent ballet of light and sound. Jace's hands moved in tandem with the ship's AI, coordinating strikes, deploying countermeasures, and directing evasive maneuvers. Memories of Kalen Drakker's combat prowess flooded through his mind, sharpening his instincts and strategies. He fought not just as a mechanic, but as a warrior reborn through the legacy of the Valkyrian. Enemy fighters swarmed like hornets, but the Valkyrians' heavy weapons tore through their ranks. The bridge was a storm of alerts and data, but Jace remained focused, guiding the ship with unwavering resolve. With a final surge, the Valkyrian unleashed its primary weapon, a devastating beam of concentrated energy that sliced through the flagship of the enemy fleet, shattering its defenses and scattering the remaining ships. As the dust settled and the enemy retreated, the crew erupted into quiet cheers, their victory a testament to resilience and hope. But Jace knew this was only the beginning. The galaxy was vast, and the threats that had forced the Valkyrian into oblivion still lurked in the shadows. Chapter 4: A New Dawn. The Valkyrian systems hummed steadily as repairs were completed and power stabilized. The vast ship, once a ghost of forgotten wars, now shone like a beacon in the dark. Jace stood on the bridge, gazing out at the endless stars with a mixture of awe and determination. The journey that had begun as a solitary mission to revive an abandoned ship had transformed into a crusade to protect the fragile balance of the galaxy. Messages of hope spread through nearby colonies, and alliances formed around the symbol of the Valkyrian. Jace, once a simple mechanic, had become a leader, a beacon for those who refused to surrender to darkness. With Echo's guidance and the loyalty of his crew, he charted a course toward the heart of the conflict, ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The legacy of the Valkyrian was no longer just a story of the past, it was a promise for the future. As the ship sailed onward into uncharted space, Jace felt the weight of history and destiny settle firmly on his shoulders. The void was vast and filled with unknown dangers, but with courage, unity, and the power of the awakened giant, hope burned brighter than ever. A new dawn had come for the galaxy and for those who dared to fight for it. The Valkyrian glided through the silent void, its vast frame glowing softly with renewed power as systems hummed steadily, no longer the ghostly shadow it had been. Jace stood on the bridge, eyes scanning the star-studded horizon, feeling the deep weight of history and responsibility settle on his shoulders. The ship was more than metal and circuitry, it was a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope rising from the ashes of a forgotten war. Around him, the crew moved with purpose, their faces a mix of determination and awe at the monumental task ahead. Communications crackled to life, as allies from distant colonies sent messages of support and alliance, inspired by the Valkyrian's revival. Jace knew their journey was far from over, the galaxy was fractured, dangers lurking in every shadow, and the ancient threats that had once nearly destroyed the Stellar Coalition still simmered beneath the surface. Yet, with every repaired engine and every recalibrated weapon system, the ship grew stronger, ready to stand against the darkness once more. In the heart of the ship, Echo, the AI that had awoken alongside the Valkyrian, spoke softly to Jace, a voice both familiar and new, blending ancient wisdom with a spark of humanity. Together, they planned the next steps to protect the vulnerable, reclaim lost territories, and unite fractured worlds against the encroaching threats. As the Valkyrian's engines flared, propelling it toward the unknown, Jace felt a surge of hope. This was no longer a story of abandonment or loss, it was the beginning of a new legacy. The ship's long silence had ended, and with it, a new chapter for the galaxy had begun, one of courage, unity, and the relentless. Certainly, here's an extended continuation of Chapter 4 with rich, immersive detail, bringing the story to its culmination. The Valkyrian cruised through the velvet blackness of space, its engines humming with steady power as the ship carved a path toward the unknown frontiers of the galaxy. The stars glittered like distant jewels, each a sun with worlds of its own, some peaceful, others caught in the throes of conflict, all fragile in the shadow of the encroaching void-born threat. Inside the ship, the air was charged with a palpable sense of renewal and purpose. Corridors once silent now thrummed with the footsteps of a dedicated crew, pilots calibrating targeting arrays, engineers fine-tuning the reactors, and strategists poring over star charts and intelligence data. Jace Nolan stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the swirling nebula ahead, its vibrant hues a stark contrast to the darkness beyond. The jacket he wore felt less like armor and more like an extension of himself, imbued not just with ancient power, but with the hopes of countless souls who had fought, lived, and died aboard this vessel. Echo's voice, calm and reassuring, filled the bridge with updates and analysis. All systems nominal. Scouting drones report an uncharted system ahead. Possible enemy activity detected. Jace nodded, a surge of determination tightening his jaw. The battles fought so far were but preludes to a greater confrontation, a cosmic reckoning that would decide the fate of civilizations. Yet, amidst the looming uncertainty, a spark of hope kindled in his heart. The Valkyrian was no longer a relic lost to time. It was a beacon, a symbol of resilience, courage, and the indomitable spirit of those who refused to surrender. Days melted into nights as the ship ventured deeper into contested space. Along the way, Jace forged alliances with scattered resistance cells, forging a coalition united not by empire or ambition, but by the shared desire to protect their homes and futures. The Valkyrian became a rallying point, its legendary status inspiring those who had long felt abandoned in the cold vastness of the galaxy. But the shadows of the past were never far behind. The Void-born, relentless and inscrutable, pressed their assault with increasing ferocity. Skirmishes erupted near vital outposts, each encounter a brutal test of tactics and resolve. Yet, the Valkyrian and her crew stood firm, their bond forged through adversity and strengthened by the legacy they carried. One evening, as the twin moons of a distant world rose over the horizon, Jace stood on the observation deck, watching the dance of stars and distant planets. He thought of Kalen Dracker, the mercenary whose spirit still guided the ship, and of the countless souls whose sacrifices had paved the way for this new dawn. The galaxy was scarred and battered, but it was alive with possibility. Turning from the viewport, Jace felt a quiet certainty settle within him. The fight was far from over, but together with the Valkyrian reborn and its crew united, they would face the darkness. They would write new legends among the stars, champions of hope in a universe forever poised between light and shadow. The ship's engines thrummed steadily as it sailed onward, a giant awakened, carrying the future on its mighty shoulders. The Valkyrian sailed steadily through the cosmos, its restored engines humming with quiet power, each pulse a heartbeat reaffirming its return from oblivion. Jace stood on the bridge, eyes locked on the infinite expanse beyond the viewport, a sea of stars shimmering with possibility and danger alike. The crew moved with focused determination, their efforts weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience aboard the once-abandoned warship. The jacket's cobalt glow traced softly across Jace's shoulders, a constant reminder of the legacy he bore and the responsibility it entailed. As the Valkyrian approached the volatile frontier where rival factions and shadowy threats lurked, messages streamed in from allied worlds, rallying to the symbol of the ship reborn. Jace's leadership ignited a flame of unity among scattered resistance forces, a coalition bound not by conquest, but by survival and shared purpose. Suddenly, sensors flared. A fleet of unknown origin emerged from the darkness, weapons primed and hostility unmistakable. Jace's pulse quickened, but he steadied himself, knowing the true test lay ahead. The Valkyrian responded in kind, shields flaring and weapons locking on target. The ensuing battle was fierce, a clash of wills and firepower echoing through the void. Through every volley of laser and missile, Jace felt Kalen's spirit intertwined with his own, guiding his hands and heart. The ship moved as one with its crew, a living fortress reclaiming its place among the stars. As the dust settled and the enemy fleet retreated, battered and broken, a profound silence filled the bridge. Victory was hard-won but hard-fought, a testament to resilience and hope. Jace looked out again into the vast galaxy, the stars shining brighter than ever. The Valkyrian was no longer lost to time, it was a beacon for the future. The ship's story was just beginning anew, a legacy reclaimed and a promise kept. As the last echoes of battle faded into the void, The Valkyrian drifted in the aftermath like a colossal phoenix rising from cosmic ashes. The crew gathered on the bridge, faces illuminated by the soft glow of the control panels and the stars beyond. Jace stood silent for a moment, the weight of everything, the ship's history, the sacrifices of those long gone, and the uncertain future settling deeply within him. But then, the jacket's cobalt glow pulsed suddenly, more intensely than ever before, and the ship's AI, Echo, emitted a low hum not from the speakers, but directly into Jace's mind. A new message, encrypted and ancient, began to decode itself within the jacket's neural interface, a hidden command that even Kalendracker had never revealed. The legacy was greater than a single warship or a single battle. You are not just the ship's mechanic or its temporary captain, Echo's voice whispered inside his mind. You are the keeper of the rift. Jace's eyes widened as images flooded him, a mysterious anomaly deep in uncharted space, a rift in the very fabric of reality, pulsating with energy both destructive and creative. The Valkyrians' true mission was not merely defense, but to guard this cosmic gateway, to prevent forces beyond comprehension from spilling through and unraveling existence itself. The stars outside seemed to shimmer and twist as if reality itself was fragile, and the Valkyrian, under Jace's stewardship, was the galaxy's last sentinel. A hush fell over the bridge as Jace's crew realized their journey was only beginning, a voyage not just through space, but through dimensions of fate and destiny. With a steady breath, Jace took the helm once more, feeling the fusion of past and present, human and machine, legacy and choice. Set course for the rift, he commanded, voice steady and filled with newfound purpose. The Valkyrian surged forward, into the unknown, a beacon against the darkness, a promise that no matter how long the silence, some legends never truly die. They wait for the right soul to awaken them.
Admiral Kthax adjusted the sensitivity of the quantum scanner for the third time, their four-fingered hands moving with practiced precision across the holographic controls. Something about the energy readings from the third planet wasn't making sense. The termed Admiral. Energy signature matches theoretical calculations for advanced stellar navigation patterns. Correlation coefficient, 98.7%. Kthax's secondary eyes blinked rapidly while their primary set remained fixed on the data stream. These patterns weren't just similar to advanced spaceflight maneuvers, Kthax ordered, expecting the coordinates to lead to some hidden military installation or secret research facility. The humans weren't supposed to have this level of theoretical understanding yet. Their primitive chemical rockets and orbital stations suggested they were at least a century away from true stellar navigation. The ship's AI highlighted a location on the western coast of the northern continent. Kthax zoomed in, then zoomed again, certain there must be some mistake. The signal was coming from a residential area in what the humans called Seattle. Deploy observation drone, stealth protocols maximum. Kthax commanded, Curiosity now fully engaged. The small probe detached from the cloaked survey vessel, its quantum field rendering it completely undetectable to Earth's current level of technology. As the probe's feed appeared on the main viewing screen, Kthax leaned forward in their command chair. The source of the energy signatures was a two-story house with warm yellow light spilling from its windows into the gathering dusk. Gardens lined the front walkway, and a small ground transport vehicle, a car, according to the cultural database, sat in the driveway. Scan for energy shielding or hidden structures, Kthax ordered, still expecting to find some secret facility beneath this peaceful domestic facade. Negative on both counts. Admiral, the AI responded. Structure is standard Earth residential construction. However, energy signature is strongest from the upper level, second window from the left. Kthax guided the probe closer, its sophisticated sensors penetrating the window while remaining completely undetectable. Inside was a bedroom, walls covered with what humans called posters showing various stellar phenomena and spacecraft. Some real, some clearly products of human imagination. And there, sitting at a desk before a computer screen, was a young human child. Kthax's four eyes widened simultaneously. The source of these incredibly advanced theoretical space flight patterns was coming from whatever this small human was doing on their computer system. The Admiral watched as the child's fingers moved across input devices, controlling what appeared to be spacecraft on the screen. "Run full spectrum analysis on the computer system," Cathax ordered softly, not wanting to miss a moment of observation. The AI's response was immediate. "System is standard Earth entertainment computer, Admiral. The human is running what their culture designates as a video game." Title translation: Stellar Frontier, Navigator's Edition. Thax watched in growing amazement as the human child executed a perfect solar wind hacking maneuver, a technique that had taken the Stellar Academy's best pilots decades to master. And the child was smiling, occasionally reaching for a sweet food item while manipulating the controls with casual expertise. This is impossible," Cathax whispered, their translator not even bothering to convert the words to data speech. "They've turned it into a game. They've actually turned the most complex principles of stellar navigation into a form of entertainment for their young." The Admiral settled in for a longer observation session, their report to the Stellar Council already taking shape in their mind. This required further study. Much further study indeed. On the screen, completely unaware of their astonished alien observer, the young human continued to play, solving complex gravitational equations through pure instinct and joy, while a cat dozed peacefully on the windowsill behind them. Sarah Chen tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear as she leaned closer to her monitor, her brown eyes reflecting the star field displayed on the screen. Her bedroom wall calendar showed various phases of Saturn, and a half-finished cup of hot chocolate sat cooling beside her astronomy homework. Approaching Belt Sierra 7, she muttered to herself, fingers dancing across her keyboard with practiced precision, calculating gravitational assist trajectory. From the cloaked observation probe, Admiral Cathax watched with increasing fascination as the young human plotted a course that even their most advanced navigation computers would need several minutes to calculate. Sarah was doing it through pure intuition, her mind somehow grasping complex spatial relationships that should have been far beyond her species' current understanding. "Hey, Mom," Sarah called out, not taking her eyes off the screen. "Can I have 5 more minutes? I'm about to break my record for the IO2 Europa supply run." 10 minutes, then bedtime, came the response from downstairs. "And don't forget to feed Cosmos." As if on cue, Sarah's black cat stretched lazily and jumped onto her desk, purposefully walking across her keyboard. The spacecraft on screen wobbled slightly before Sarah regained control. "Cosmos," she laughed, scratching behind the cat's ears with one hand while maintaining her ship's trajectory with the other. "You're going to make me crash into Jupiter's magnetic field again." Cathax's secondary eyes blinked rapidly in astonishment. The child had just casually mentioned one of the most dangerous navigation hazards in that solar system, one that had claimed 3 stellar core survey ships before they'd learned to properly account for the gas giant's massive electromagnetic disturbances. Sarah reached for her tablet, pulling up what appeared to be hand-drawn diagrams of spacecraft designs. Fax zoomed the probe's sensors in, analyzing the sketches. The Admiral's respiratory rate increased significantly. These weren't just fanciful drawings. They were surprisingly accurate representations of practical stellar vessel configurations, including several solutions to problems that the Stellar Core's engineering division was still struggling to solve. "If I modify the solar sail array like this," Sarah mused, adding to her sketch, while her game ship continued its complex maneuver, "maybe it could catch the particle stream from the ion storm and use it for extra boost." Cathax had to suppress a chirp of surprise. The child had just outlined the basic principle of quantum wake sailing, a theoretical propulsion technique that the Stellar Academy had only recently begun to explore. Sarah's game ship smoothly executed a slingshot maneuver around Io, using the moon's gravity well to accelerate while simultaneously harvesting energy from Jupiter's radiation belts. On her second monitor, a score counter ticked upward, and a small celebratory animation played. "New record," Sarah pumped her fist in the air, then immediately reached for her notebook. Okay, so the trick was timing the atmospheric skip just right. She began sketching out the trajectory she just executed, adding mathematical annotations that made Kethax's translator struggle to keep up. The Admiral signaled their ship's AI to record everything. The Stellar Council would need to see this. The child wasn't just playing a game. She was actively theorizing and improving upon advanced stellar navigation concepts, treating them with the same casual enthusiasm that her peers might apply to learning a new dance or mastering a simple ball game. Time for bed, Sarah. Her mother called up again. Coming. Sarah saved her game and gave Cosmos one final pat. As she stood, she paused to adjust a small model solar system hanging from her ceiling, carefully tweaking Mars' orbit to make it more accurate. Good night, stars, she whispered to her window view of the night sky, a ritual she'd maintained since she was much younger. Kethax watched as the lights dimmed, their 4 eyes collecting every photon of data possible. In just one evening, this human child had demonstrated mastery of principles that took their finest academy's years to teach, and she had done it all while chatting with her cat, sipping hot chocolate, and treating it as nothing more extraordinary than any other evening's entertainment. The Admiral's report would need significant revision. They had expected to find a hidden military installation or secret research facility. Instead, they had found something far more remarkable: the pure, unbridled human capacity to turn the impossible into child's play. Admiral Kethax's command center aboard the survey vessel had transformed into what humans might call a gaming research lab. Multiple screens displayed various Earth gaming platforms, their code scrolling endlessly while advanced analysis programs sought to understand how humanity had accidentally stumbled upon such profound stellar knowledge. Analysis complete on Stellar Frontier base code, Admiral, the ship's AI announced. You may find this interesting. Thax gestured with their upper right hand, bringing the relevant data to the main display. What they saw made them sink deeper into their command chair, all 4 eyes widening in disbelief. Run the comparison again, Kethax ordered, their translator barely keeping up with their rapid speech. There must be some error in the pattern recognition. Negative, Admiral. The game's physics engine, while simplified for entertainment purposes, accurately models quantum-level stellar phenomena that our science only confirmed 3 cycles ago. The humans appear to have coded it through pure mathematical intuition. Kethax pulled up Sarah's gameplay data from the previous evening, running it alongside the game's base code. The child hadn't just been playing within the system. She had been instinctively pushing its boundaries, finding solutions that the game's creators hadn't even realized they'd made possible. Show me the development history, Kethax commanded, their curiosity now completely consumed by this puzzle. The screen filled with images and videos of the game's creation process. Human developers, working in what they called a indie studio, had simply wanted to make spaceflight feel right. Through trial and error, they had accidentally reproduced the actual mathematical principles of stellar navigation. Cross-reference with other Earth space simulation games, Kethax ordered, their fingers dancing across the holographic controls. The results poured in. Dozens of games, hundreds of variations, all of them containing pieces of real stellar science hidden within their code. Some focused on gravity mechanics, others on radiation management, still others on complex orbital dynamics. Each one, created purely for entertainment, contained fragments of genuine stellar navigation principles. Expand search parameters to include player statistics, Thax added, their secondary eyes tracking the data streams while their primary set focused on new analysis windows. The numbers were staggering. Millions of young humans across every continent were playing these games. Each of them was unknowingly training their minds to understand real space flight principles. They were building neural pathways and problem-solving skills that precisely matched those required for actual stellar navigation. Compile learning curve data for average human players, Thax said, reaching for their own version of a comfort drink, a crystalline sphere of ionized nutrients. The graphs that appeared showed something remarkable. Young humans typically mastered basic stellar navigation concepts within their first few hours of gameplay. Principles that took Stellar Academy cadets years to grasp were being internalized by human children over weekend gaming sessions. They turned it all into play, Cathax murmured, their translator struggling to convey the mix of awe and concern in their voice. Every challenge we faced in mastering the stars, they transformed into entertainment. A notification flashed on one of the secondary screens. Sarah had started another gaming session. Cathax quickly shifted focus to the observation feed, watching as she launched into what the game called Challenge Mode. "Hey Emma." Sarah spoke into her headset, apparently connecting with another young human player. "Want to try the new Jupiter to Saturn relay race? I found this cool new way to use the magnetic fields to boost speed." Cathax immediately tagged the conversation for detailed analysis. Without even realizing it, Sarah was about to demonstrate a principle of magnetic field surfing that the stellar cores had only theorized might be possible. "Compile full report for the Stellar Council," Cathax commanded, their tone now carrying the unique mixture of excitement and urgency. "Priority level: immediate." As the AI began assembling the data, Cathax continued to watch Sarah play, teaching her friend concepts that would revolutionize actual spaceflight, all while discussing their plans for the upcoming school science fair. The implications were clear. Humanity hadn't just created games, they had built the most effective stellar navigation training program in known space, and they had done it completely by accident. And they had made it so engaging that their children begged for just 5 more minutes to master it. The Grand Chamber of the Stellar Council hummed with quiet murmurs as Admiral Cathax prepared their presentation. The curved walls, designed to mimic the spiral arms of the galaxy, displayed real-time stellar data from across known space. Today, however, all attention was focused on a single screen showing the human child's bedroom. "Esteemed council members," Cathax began, their translator set to formal mode, "what you are about to witness will challenge everything we thought we knew about pre-contact species development." The image shifted to Sarah's computer screen, split with her hand-drawn notes. She was attempting what the game called the impossible run, a challenge that less than 0.01% of players had completed. "Watch closely," Cathax indicated. "The human child is about to execute a maneuver that perfectly matches the 7th principle of quantum navigation." Senior council member Virax leaned forward, all 6 eyes narrowing. "That's not possible. The 7th principle requires understanding of quantum field dynamics that took our species 3 centuries to master." Sarah's voice came through the chamber's audio system. "Okay, Cosmos, watch this. If I time the gravitational slingshot just right, and ride the quantum wake." Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and her virtual ship began a complex series of maneuvers. The council chamber fell silent. On the massive display, Sarah's spacecraft danced through a series of gravitational wells, using each celestial body's quantum field distortion to build momentum. It was a perfect execution of principles that most of the beings in this room had spent decades studying. "She can't be older than 12 standard rotations," Council member Tilara observed, their chromatophores flickering with amazement. "And she's solving these equations in real time." "She's not solving them at all," Cathax replied. "At least, not consciously. To her, it simply feels right. The game's physics engine accurately models these principles, and human children have learned to intuitively understand them through play." The display shifted to show Sarah explaining the technique to her friend through the game's communication system. "See, Emma, it's like skipping stones on a pond, but instead of water, you're using gravity and quantum fields. Each bounce has to be perfect, or you'll lose momentum." Several council members exchanged concerned looks. The child had just simplified one of the most complex principles of stellar navigation into a concept that any human could understand. "Show them the learning metrics," Cathax commanded their eye. New data filled the screens, graphs showing how quickly human children mastered these concepts through gameplay, comparison charts with standard Stellar Academy training times, and success rates that seemed impossibly high. This is concerning. Council member Virac stated, their formal tone barely masking their unease. You're suggesting that human children are mastering advanced stellar navigation principles as a form of entertainment. Not just mastering them, Kthax corrected. They're innovating. Observe. The display returned to Sarah's room. She had paused her game and was explaining something to her cat while drawing in her notebook. If the quantum wake theory in the game is right, Cosmos, then we should be able to use the same principle for energy generation. See, the field distortion could create a sustainable power loop. The council chamber erupted in shocked whispers. The child was theorizing principles that their best scientists were only beginning to explore. She named her pet after the universe itself. Tilara noted, their color shifting to deep blue, a sign of deep contemplation among their species. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. Their young seem to grasp intuitively what we learned through centuries of rigid study. Kthax nodded. They've turned the mysteries of space into a playground. Their children dream of stars not as distant, unreachable points of light, but as destinations in their favorite games. The council's main screen showed Sarah yawning, saving her game, and getting ready for bed. Before turning off her light, she adjusted her model solar system one final time, completely unaware that her evening's entertainment had just shaken the highest scientific body in known space. We must carefully reconsider our approach to Earth, Virac announced, speaking for the first time since the presentation began. We are not dealing with a pre-stellar civilization that needs guidance. We are watching something entirely new emerge. In the background, Sarah's voice drifted through the speakers as she performed her nightly ritual. Good night, stars. Save my place in space. I'll be back tomorrow to explore more. Junior Navigator Latrix of the Stellar Academy sat at their training console, all four hands trembling slightly with nervousness. After graduating at the top of their class and completing 15 years of advanced stellar navigation training, they had been chosen for an unprecedented mission: to challenge a human child in what the humans called a multiplayer game. Remember, Admiral Kthax's voice came through their private comm channel. Maintain your cover story. You are simply another player who enjoys the game. Your username is Stardancer, and you are, as humans say, new to this server. Latrix adjusted their neural interface, which had been carefully calibrated to work with Earth's primitive input devices. On their screen, the game's lobby showed their chosen avatar, a simple star symbol meant to avoid drawing attention. A notification popped up. Space Kitten 12 has entered the lobby. That's her, Kthax confirmed. Sarah Chen. Remember, your goal is to assess her capabilities while maintaining casual interaction. Sarah's cheerful voice came through the game's chat system. Hi Stardancer. Welcome to the server. Want to try the new Titan Challenge course? Latrix cleared their throat and carefully typed their response, making sure to use proper human casual language. Hello. Yes, please. I'm new here. Could you show me how it works? Of course, Sarah replied enthusiastically. It's super fun. You have to navigate through Saturn's rings while managing your quantum wake signature. I'll go first to show you, then we can race. Latrix watched in professional amazement as Sarah's ship executed a perfect ring plane insertion, something that would have earned immediate certification at the Academy. But what happened next defied everything they had learned. Sarah's spacecraft began to weave through the rings, not just avoiding the debris, but somehow using the particles' quantum interference patterns to build momentum. It was a technique that should have required multiple supercomputers and a full crew to calculate. See, Sarah typed cheerfully. The trick is to feel the rhythm of the particles. It's kind of like dancing. Latrix blinked all four eyes simultaneously. 15 years of advanced physics training. And this human child had just described quantum field manipulation as dancing. Your turn. Sarah encouraged. Don't worry if you don't get it first try. It took me almost 2 whole days to figure it out. 2 days. Ultrix had spent 3 years just learning the basic theories behind these maneuvers. They positioned their ship at the starting point and began to navigate, applying every principle they had mastered at the Academy. "Oh, neat approach," Sarah commented as Ultrix executed what they thought was a flawless textbook maneuver. "But you might want to try loosening up a bit. Here, watch this." Sarah's ship dove back into the course, this time demonstrating a technique that made Ultrix's navigation processors flash warning signals. It shouldn't have been possible. She was treating quantum fields like jump rope patterns, skipping through probability spaces with casual ease. "Try thinking of the rings like ripples in a pond," Sarah suggested helpfully. "You want to skip across them, not fight against them." Ultrix glanced at their terminal secondary screen, where complex quantum equations were failing to explain how Sarah's technique worked. Yet when they followed her advice, thinking of it as skipping stones rather than calculating field densities, their ship began to move more smoothly through the course. "There you go," Sarah cheered as Ultrix completed their run. "You're getting it. Want to try the advanced course? I found this really cool shortcut through a quantum eddy that saves like 3 whole seconds." In their command center, Admiral Kthax watched the exchange with growing fascination. The Stellar Academy's finest graduate was being tutored in advanced quantum navigation by a human child who was simultaneously texting her friend about weekend plans and sharing pictures of her cat. "Having fun," Sarah typed. "I love teaching new players. It's amazing how everyone sees the patterns differently. Makes space feel less big and scary, you know." Ultrix, despite their mission parameters, found themselves genuinely enjoying the lesson. "Yes," they typed back. "You make the impossible seem simple." "That's what's so great about space," Sarah replied, adding a smiling emoji. "Everything's impossible until someone tries it." The Seattle Space Science Center buzzed with excitement as dozens of young players gathered for the Regional Space Simulator Championship. Admiral Kthax, now accompanied by 3 members of the Stellar Council, observed through their most advanced stealth drones, each positioned strategically around the tournament area. "Remember," Kthax reminded their colleagues, "we're about to witness something unprecedented in galactic history." Sarah sat at her designated station, setting up her custom controller while Cosmos peeked out of her favorite NASA backpack. Her parents stood nearby, her mother adjusting Sarah's space enthusiast badge, while her father checked the tournament schedule. "Look at their setup," Council member T. Lara whispered, their chromatophores shifting to a deep purple of astonishment. "These gaming stations are less sophisticated than our food replicators, yet they're about to demonstrate mastery of stellar physics." The tournament organizer stepped onto the small stage. "Welcome to the 5th Annual Junior Space Navigator Championship. Today's challenge, the Kuiper Belt Express route." Kthax's translator almost glitched at the implications. The Kuiper Belt was one of the most navigationally complex regions in any solar system. The Stellar Court had mapped only 3% of safe routes through Earth's belt over 3 centuries of study. "First round begins in 5 minutes, the organizer announced. Remember, points for speed, efficiency, and creative problem solving." Sarah turned to the boy at the next station. "Good luck, Marcus. Did you practice that quantum slipstream technique I showed you last week?" Marcus grinned, adjusting his glasses. "Yeah, it's amazing for navigating through the denser regions. Want to team up if we make it to the doubles round?" The alien observers watched in fascination as the children casually discussed concepts that had earned multiple Nobel Prizes in their simulation's physics engine. Competition beginning in 3, 2, 1. Launch. 30 screens lit up simultaneously as virtual ships launched into the simulated Kuiper Belt. The Stellar Council members found themselves leaning forward, all eyes fixed on the displays. "Impossible," Virax breathed as the children began navigating. "They're plotting courses through quantum probability fields that our computers take hours to calculate." Sarah's hands moved across her controls with practiced ease, her ship dancing between objects while surfing gravitational eddies. But what amazed the observers even more was how the children collaborated. "Hey, Sarah," called a girl 3 stations down. "Try that weird spiral thing near the Plutino cluster." "Thanks, Emma." Sarah adjusted her course, finding an efficient route that the stellar court hadn't even theorized might exist. "These children," Tilara observed, their color now a bright azure of excitement. "They're not just playing. They're collectively mapping one of the most complex regions of space through pure intuition and shared discovery." The tournament progressed through its rounds, each challenge more complex than the last. The alien observers watched as the young players casually solved problems that had stumped their best scientists for generations. During a break between rounds, Sarah shared her snacks with fellow competitors while they discussed different navigation techniques as casually as they might trade tips about their favorite books or shows. "The spiral approach works great," she explained, drawing a quick diagram on her tablet, "but only if you time it with the orbital resonance patterns. Like double Dutch jump rope, but with gravity." Kithax noted how the other children immediately grasped the concept, adapting it to their own playing styles. In minutes, they had collaboratively refined a technique that would have taken the Stellar Academy years to develop. "Finals beginning in 2 minutes," the organizer called out. As the children returned to their stations, Council Member Virax turned to Kithax. "We've been approaching this all wrong. We saw their games as simplified simulations of our advanced knowledge. But it's the opposite." Kithax finished the thought. "Their games have become laboratories of innovation, where children's unfettered imagination solves problems our logical approach couldn't grasp." The finals began, and the alien observers watched in respectful silence as Earth's children charted new paths through the cosmos, their laughter and excitement echoing through the Science Center's halls. None of them noticed the small black cat, Cosmos, watching the proceedings with what seemed to be unusual interest, as if perhaps understanding far more than any cat should. The development studio of Stellar Frontier Games occupied a converted warehouse in downtown Seattle. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating walls covered in space art and whiteboards filled with physics equations. Sarah sat in what seemed like an oversized gaming chair, her feet barely touching the ground, while Cosmos curled contentedly in her backpack nearby. Admiral Kithax and Council Member Tilara observed through their most sophisticated surveillance systems, their attention completely focused on what was about to unfold. "Thank you for coming in today, Sarah," said Lisa Chen, no relation, the lead developer. "We're excited to have our championship winner test our new navigation module." "This is so cool," Sarah beamed, looking around at the development setup. "I can't believe I get to try it before anyone else." The test build loaded on the massive developer screen. Fax's translator struggled to process the rapid exchange between Sarah and the development team as they explained the new features. "We've completely rebuilt the quantum mechanics engine," one developer explained proudly. "It's the most accurate simulation of space flight physics ever attempted in a game." Sarah's hands moved to the controls, and Kithax noticed something extraordinary. The new physics engine wasn't just accurate, it was an exact replica of actual spaceflight dynamics. The development team had accidentally created a perfect simulation. Sarah said hesitantly, after trying the first test course. "Something feels wrong." The developers exchanged glances. "Wrong. The equations are perfect. We spent months." "Well," Sarah bit her lip, then pointed to a specific section of space on the screen. "When you approach a gravity well at this angle, there should be this kind of ripple effect, like when you drop 2 pebbles in a pond and the waves meet. The quantum fields should dance together." Fax's 4 eyes widened simultaneously. The child was describing an advanced principle of quantum field interaction that the stellar cores had only recently discovered. "That's not how quantum mechanics works," one of the physicists they'd consulted said, frowning at his tablet. "Maybe not in your equations," Sarah replied, pulling out her notebook covered in doodles and diagrams. "But look, if space is like a giant ocean, then everything makes waves, right? and waves can play together like music. The development team gathered around her notebook, puzzled by her childish drawings of waves and ripples. But Kithax and Tellura saw something else, a perfect visual representation of quantum harmonics theory. And here, Sarah continued, flipping pages, when you pass through the asteroid field, you should be able to feel the tiny gravity wells singing together. It's like a connect-the-dots puzzle, but with quantum strings. Strings? Tellura whispered. She's intuiting string theory through gameplay. Sarah was now deep in explanation mode, her hands moving animatedly as she described complex spatial phenomena in terms of music, dance, and playground games. The developers took rapid notes, their initial skepticism giving way to fascination. And the biggest problem, Sarah said, launching into another test run, is that your radiation fields are too rigid. Space radiation should flow like water around your shields, not just bounce off them. Look. She demonstrated a maneuver that, according to Kithax's instruments, perfectly matched theoretical models for advanced radiation surfing, a technique their scientists were still struggling to master. This child, Tellura's chromatophores flickered with intense blues and golds. She's not just playing a game. She's seeing the fundamental patterns of space-time itself. The development team was rapidly modifying their code based on Sarah's suggestions, their physics engine evolving into something that even they didn't fully understand. But something that Sarah insisted felt more real. It's like the game wants to be more real, Sarah explained to Cosmos during a break, scratching behind her cat's ears. Like it's trying to remember how space actually works, and I'm just helping it remember. Kithax sent an urgent update to the Stellar Council. This wasn't just about humans stumbling upon advanced principles through game design. This was about a fundamental shift in understanding. The human ability to intuitively grasp the deepest patterns of the universe while treating them as natural as a child's play. As Sarah continued testing, occasionally pausing to share her discoveries with her seemingly attentive cat, the observers came to a striking realization. They weren't watching a child learn to navigate space their way. They were watching someone who already understood space in ways their civilization had never imagined. The grand chamber of the Stellar Council had never been so quiet. The usual symphony of translated communications and data streams had given way to a profound silence as the final report on Earth's gaming phenomenon was presented. Admiral Kithax stood before the assembled council, their four eyes bright with excitement despite weeks of intensive observation and analysis. The main display showed multiple feeds, Sarah teaching her friends new navigation techniques at a local science museum, children worldwide playing similar space simulation games, and development teams unconsciously pushing the boundaries of stellar physics. Esteemed Council, Kithax began, what we have witnessed demands a fundamental shift in our understanding of species development. The display shifted to Sarah's room, where she was currently helping her younger sister install her first space simulation game. Cosmos watched from his usual perch on the windowsill, silhouetted against the evening stars. Look, Maya, Sarah was saying. Think of space like a giant playground. Every star and planet wants to play with you. You just have to learn their games. Traditional contact protocols suggest we should wait until humanity develops practical FTL travel, Council member Virax noted. Yet they are already mastering principles that took us millennia to understand. On the screen, Sarah was drawing simple diagrams for her sister. See, when you want to go really fast, you can play jump rope with gravity wells. The bigger the planet, the better the swing. Tellura's chromatophores shifted through patterns of deep thought. They've achieved something remarkable. Not just understanding space, but making it accessible, turning its most complex mysteries into children's entertainment. The display showed other feeds, gaming tournaments in Tokyo, where children casually solved quantum navigation problems, development teams in Brazil incorporating advanced stellar physics into their games, young players in Nigeria discovering new orbital mechanics principles through collaborative play. We've been approaching space travel from a position of conquest, Cathax observed, treating every principle as something to be mastered through rigid study. But these human children, they treat space as a friend to dance with. The council watched as Sarah's sister successfully completed her first navigation challenge. The joy on her face mirrored the same expression they'd seen on countless young humans as they discovered the wonders of space through play. I propose, Cathax continued, that we designate Earth as a sphere of innovation, not because of their technology, but because of their perspective. Their children don't see space as a hostile environment to be overcome. They see it as a playground filled with endless possibilities. The feeds showed more examples. Children drawing spacecraft designs that accidentally solved complex engineering problems. Young players developing new navigation techniques while chatting about homework. Gaming communities collaboratively mapping quantum phenomena they didn't even know they were discovering. More importantly, Cathax added, I recommend we revise our own teaching methods. Perhaps there's something to be learned from their approach. The display returned to Sarah's room, where she was now sitting at her window with Cosmos in her lap, looking up at the stars while her computer ran a new simulation in the background. What do you think is out there, Cosmos? She asked her cat. I bet there are so many cool new space games we haven't even imagined yet. The council members watched as she pulled out her notebook, sketching new ideas for space travel that their most advanced scientists were only beginning to theorize. Her cat purred, seeming to approve of each new design. We will adapt our contact protocols, Varax announced finally. When humanity reaches for the stars in earnest, we will not be greeting them as students or teachers, but as fellow explorers who found their own unique path to the cosmos. As the council session concluded, the final feed showed Sarah getting ready for bed, carefully adjusting her model solar system one last time. Good night, stars, she whispered, performing her nightly ritual. Save my place. There's so much more to explore tomorrow. In the darkness of her room, Cosmos sat on the windowsill, his eyes reflecting starlight in a way that might have seemed unusually knowing to any observer. Perhaps he too understood that the future of space exploration would not be written in rigid academic papers, but in the joyful play of children who saw the universe not as a frontier to conquer, but as a friend inviting them to dance among the stars.
The grand hall was filled with a hum of whispered voices, the excited chatter of young minds eager to prove themselves. The Alien Academy had brought together students from across the galaxy, each from a different species, to be tested on their knowledge and abilities. The vast, crystalline structure of the Academy sparkled in the starlight, its walls covered in holographic projections of galaxies, distant stars, and planets. This was no ordinary school. This was a place where beings from all corners of the universe came to push their limits, where the best minds came to be sharpened. Here, knowledge was not just a pursuit, it was an honor, a responsibility. At the front of the room stood Professor Julgar, a being known across the galaxy for his intellect and vast understanding of cosmic science. His species, the Veltrians, were renowned for their encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy, physics, and the intricacies of the universe. They had studied the stars for millennia, tracing their movements with precision that few other species could even begin to comprehend. Julgar's reputation had made him both respected and feared among his students. His classroom was a mix of pupils from different worlds, each of them representing an advanced species with unique abilities, technologies, and philosophies. Some had seen the birth of stars, others had traveled across vast distances between galaxies in a mere moment. But despite their impressive feats, Julgar was known to have an edge over them all. His tests were notoriously difficult, designed not just to assess knowledge but to challenge the very essence of what his students thought they knew. Today was no different. The students sat in anticipation, their eyes fixed on their teacher, waiting for the challenge that would test their knowledge and skills. Julgar, with his luminous blue skin, sharp features, and penetrating yellow eyes, stood tall, his presence commanding the room. He surveyed the students with an air of calculated authority, watching as they shifted in their seats, eager to hear what was next. In the front row there sat one student who was notably different from the others. She was human. The only one of her kind in this prestigious academy, and already a subject of intrigue among the more seasoned species. Her name was Monica, and she had come from Earth, a relatively young and primitive world compared to the advanced civilizations surrounding her. Humans, with their relatively short history and underdeveloped technology, were often underestimated. Despite this, Monica had earned her place in this academy based on merit alone, having proven herself in earlier tests where many of her peers faltered. But today she was about to face her most difficult challenge yet. Julgar's voice broke the silence, reverberating through the room with a deep, melodic resonance that commanded attention. Today we test your understanding of the universe. I will ask you to demonstrate not only your knowledge but your ability to think creatively under pressure, he said, his words deliberate, precise. The students exchanged glances, some already preparing for what would undoubtedly be a complex task. Julgar continued, his gaze sweeping across the room. You will be tasked with something quite simple at first glance: draw a map of the solar system. But you are not just to trace the familiar planets, moons, and stars you know so well. No, your task is to accurately represent the celestial bodies that exist in our solar system, mapping their movements, orbits, and positions with perfect precision. A murmur rippled through the room. The challenge seemed easy enough, at least for those who were accustomed to the vastness of space. Most of the species here had access to advanced technology, star charts, and hyper-intelligent AI systems capable of mapping the stars with ease. But for Monica, the challenge was different. She had no such tools. She was human, a species that had only recently developed rudimentary space exploration technology. She had only ever seen the stars through the lens of a telescope, never having ventured beyond her own planet's orbit. The other students knew this well, and many of them exchanged skeptical looks. To them, the human's task seemed daunting, if not impossible. Julgar turned his attention to Monica. You, young human, he said, his tone neutral but laced with an underlying challenge. You have earned your place here. Now show us what you can do. His yellow eyes locked with hers, assessing her every move. Monica, though feeling the weight of the moment, did not flinch. She stood up, her palms sweating slightly, but her gaze was unwavering. She had prepared for this, even if she had never quite expected it to be so daunting. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the front of the room, where a large holographic board hovered in midair, awaiting her instructions. It was a simple device, an interactive surface that could record and project images based on the user's gestures. Monica stood before it, ready to begin. The other students watched in silence, their eyes trained on her as she slowly extended her hand to the projection panel. She closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts. Then, with a steady motion, she began to draw. The first line she drew was simple, an outline of the sun. The other students nodded, some even muttering to themselves about how expected and standard the human's work was. It was an easy place to start, and they expected nothing more than the basics: the inner planets, the asteroid belt, and the outer giants. But as Monica's hand moved across the projection panel, something unusual began to happen. Instead of following the expected pattern of planetary orbits, Monica's map began to veer off in unexpected directions. She drew strange lines connecting distant stars, some of which were well beyond the solar system, well outside the realm of any known human knowledge. She traced paths that connected the sun to other systems, some containing planets not yet discovered, and others, completely unknown to science. The other students looked on, their confusion mounting. Julgar, too, was taken aback. His eyes narrowed as he watched Monica's hand glide effortlessly across the board. She wasn't just mapping the planets of the solar system, she was creating a blueprint that extended far beyond the known territories of space. Her movements were deliberate, each stroke forming a new constellation, a new cluster of stars, and even distant, uncharted galaxies. There was a strange precision to it, as though she had some kind of hidden knowledge that no one had expected from a human. Monica paused for a moment, sensing the change in atmosphere. She glanced at the faces around her. The looks of surprise, disbelief, and awe were evident in the expressions of her peers. Her heart raced, but she focused on the task at hand, continuing to map the unknown regions of space with calm determination. As she drew the final lines, the map was no longer just a simple diagram of the solar system. It had expanded into something much greater. The human had created a map that was both beautiful and perplexing. It connected worlds and stars that the other species present had never heard of. stars that even Jules Gar had never seen in all his millennia of studying the cosmos. The room was silent now, the air thick with tension. The alien teacher, for the first time in his life, felt a sense of awe and confusion. Monica stepped back from the board, her hand trembling slightly from the effort. The room remained quiet, as if everyone was waiting for anything to explain what they had just witnessed. Jules Gar took a step forward, his voice unusually soft. "Tell me, human," he said, his words weighed with both curiosity and skepticism. "How do you know this?" Monica looked at him and smiled, though she had no answer to give. How could she explain it? How could she explain the dreams she'd had, the visions of distant stars and galaxies she had seen in her sleep? She wasn't sure if it was something natural or some hidden part of her mind unlocking an ancient knowledge. She simply knew what she had drawn was right, even if she couldn't fully understand it. The silence in the room deepened, but this time it was not uncomfortable. It was filled with wonder, and maybe, just maybe, the first seeds of respect. Monica had done something no one had expected from her, no one had anticipated. And for the first time, she had earned more than just the recognition of her peers. She had earned the awe of beings far beyond her own species. As the teacher stood there, his mind racing to understand what had just transpired, he couldn't help but wonder, had humanity always had this latent ability? Was there something about them, something that no one had recognized before? He had no answers, but one thing was clear: this was just the beginning of a far greater mystery. The stillness that followed Monica's mapping felt heavy, almost suffocating. The entire room was paralyzed by the shock of what had just transpired. The holographic projection of the map, Monica's map, hung in midair, its glowing lines shimmering softly in the dim light of the academy. The students, alien and human alike, were frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Professor Jules Gar, who had seen and studied the cosmos for eons, stood speechless, his once imposing presence diminished in the face of something he had never anticipated. But Monica, still standing before the projection, could feel the weight of their gazes. Her hands trembled slightly as she stepped back from the board, unsure of what she had just accomplished. She had drawn something far beyond the solar system, beyond any star map she had ever seen. It wasn't just the familiarity of the orbits and the planetary arrangements that had caused her hand to move with such ease. It was the sense of recognition that washed over her as she traced the paths, the stars, the distant galaxies. She had known these things, even if her mind couldn't fully comprehend how. It was as if something deep within her, some forgotten memory or instinct, had unlocked when she stood before the map. The silence lingered in the air, thick and oppressive. The other students, many of whom had never interacted with a human before, exchanged confused and anxious glances. Some looked at each other, as if seeking validation for what they had just witnessed. Others stared at the map, their eyes scanning the uncharted stars and planets, trying to make sense of the inexplicable. It wasn't just a mere coincidence, they thought. Monica's map was too accurate, too detailed to be the result of imagination alone. The lines she had drawn weren't just fanciful strokes, they were deliberate, precise. They represented something far more profound than anyone had expected from a human. Jules Gar, despite his shock, regained his composure first. His sharp eyes, usually cold and calculating, were now filled with an unmistakable mixture of confusion and curiosity. He stepped forward slowly, his long, slender fingers reaching out to the projection, hovering just above the map as if afraid to touch it. He traced the lines with his eyes, his mind racing to process the impossible. "Tell me, human," Jules Gar finally spoke, his voice low but filled with an intensity Monica had never heard before. "Where did you learn this?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but it carried the weight of a question that demanded an answer. The room seemed to hold its breath as the professor's gaze locked with hers, searching for any hint of a trick, any explanation that might offer a reasonable answer. Monica swallowed, her throat dry. She had no answer. She didn't know how she had known these things, how she had drawn the map with such precision. It wasn't just the solar system she had mapped, it was entire regions of space that should have been beyond human knowledge. Her hand had traced paths to distant stars, galaxies and nebulae that no one, not even the most advanced species present, could claim to have discovered. She had connected the dots, drawing connections between celestial bodies that shouldn't have been connected. And yet there they were, laid out before them, like pieces of a puzzle she had never seen before. I I don't know, Monica said, her voice barely above a whisper. The words felt inadequate even to her. How could she explain this? How could she put into words the feeling she had experienced while drawing? The sense of recognition, the inexplicable pull of certain constellations and galaxies. It just came to me, she added, hoping that her vague explanation might at least make sense to some of them. Jules Gard didn't respond immediately. Instead, he studied her closely, his mind racing as he processed the impossibility of it all. He had spent lifetimes studying the stars, charting the movements of countless galaxies. His species had the technology to map the universe with unprecedented accuracy. Yet here was this human, this young, unassuming human who had somehow, unknowingly, drawn a map that not only included the known solar system but also star systems, planets and nebulae that were completely unknown to any of the gathered species. It was as though she had access to some hidden knowledge, some cosmic secret that eluded even the most advanced minds. The teacher's gaze flickered to the map again, this time taking in the fine details. There were connections between distant solar systems, stars that were positioned in ways that defied conventional understanding. There were anomalies, pathways that shouldn't exist according to known physics. It was as if Monica had drawn a path through space-time itself, something no one, not even the greatest minds, had ever thought possible. The map was more than just a collection of stars. It was a blueprint for the cosmos, an interconnected web of celestial bodies and phenomena that seemed to be in perfect harmony. Jules Gard's mind, usually so sharp and methodical, felt momentarily dull in the face of the inexplicable. His species had studied the cosmos for millennia, cataloging every star, every planet, every black hole. Yet here was this human, an outsider, who had somehow pierced the veil of knowledge that had eluded the greatest minds for centuries. Was it possible that this human, this earthling, held the key to a deeper understanding of the universe? Was it possible that she had access to knowledge that had been hidden for eons? The professor turned his gaze to the rest of the students, whose expressions ranged from disbelief to intrigue. Some had begun to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with a mix of awe and confusion. Others simply stared, as if they were waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Monica's map had shattered their perceptions of what was possible. No one, least of all a human, was supposed to be able to do this. One of the students, an alien with translucent green skin and large, bulging eyes, stepped forward. "Professor," she said hesitantly, her voice trembling slightly, this can't be right. How could she have known all of this? She gestured toward the map, as if to highlight the impossibility of it all. "There are systems here that no one has discovered. We've mapped the stars for centuries, and we've never seen anything like this. Not even the oldest archives in the galaxy contain these planets." The other students murmured in agreement, their skepticism growing with each passing second. The idea that a human, someone with so little access to advanced technology, could map the stars with such precision was inconceivable to them. They had assumed that Monica's knowledge would be limited to the basic understanding of the universe, perhaps a simple representation of the solar system with its familiar planets and moons. But instead, she had done the unthinkable. She had charted an entire network of galaxies and star systems that defied all logic. Jules Gard turned back to Monica, his gaze softening. "You say you do not know how you did this," he said, his voice now more contemplative. "But I must ask, are you sure? Could this be a product of some unknown ability of your species? Perhaps a latent talent that you yourself are unaware of?" Monica felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She wanted to explain, to tell them that she had no idea what was happening, but the words escaped her. It was as if she had tapped into something far beyond her understanding. The connection she felt to the universe, to the stars, was something she couldn't explain. It wasn't just knowledge, it was an instinct, a deep sense of belonging, as if she had always known these things, even if her mind had never fully understood them before. "I don't know," she repeated, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "I can't explain it, but it felt right." Jules Gard nodded slowly, his sharp features reflecting a mixture of fascination and disbelief. "Indeed," he murmured, "it feels right." The professor's words hung in the air as the room fell into a tense silence. There were no answers, only more questions. And the most pressing one of all was this: what had Monica just unlocked? What knowledge had she tapped into, and why was it hidden from the rest of the galaxy for so long? The mystery surrounding her map, her connection to the stars, was only beginning. And as Julgar stood there, contemplating the impossible, he couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of something far greater than anyone could have imagined. The tension in the room had not dissipated in the hours that followed. If anything, it had grown thicker, suffocating. Monica stood at the front, still reeling from her own discovery, her mind racing to process what had just occurred. The other students were quiet now, their murmurs fading into the background as they exchanged uncertain glances. The silence was broken only by the faint hum of the Academy's technology, the soft buzz of the lights overhead, and the occasional shuffle of feet against the polished floor. Professor Julgar had retreated to the side of the room, standing apart from the students. His yellow eyes flickered back and forth as they surveyed the map Monica had drawn, still glowing in midair. He had been the first to recover, or at least to appear as though he had, but even his measured composure couldn't fully hide the shock in his expression. He had seen the stars in ways that most could not even begin to imagine. His species, the Veltrians, had mastered the art of galactic mapping, tracing the orbits and positions of celestial bodies with a precision that seemed to defy the natural order of the universe. And yet, here was a human, with no more than rudimentary knowledge of space travel, creating a map that not only challenged their understanding of the solar system but expanded it into realms they had never even dreamed of. He had been patient in his questioning of her, trying to sift through the possible explanations. Was it a trick? Some clever illusion? But no, the map was real. It pulsed with the energy of the cosmos, the distant stars beckoning from beyond the confines of known space. The accuracy of the map was impossible to deny, but what was even more baffling was the sense of purpose behind it. There was a rhythm to the way the stars were connected, a design that transcended mere coincidence. Julgar's mind was racing. He knew that something extraordinary had just occurred, something that would change the course of galactic history. The question, however, was whether this was simply an accident, a fluke of some kind, or whether there was something deeper at play. Could Monica, this human, have unlocked a hidden knowledge, an ancient secret that had eluded even the most advanced minds? The map, still suspended in the air, beckoned him to come closer. Julgar's gaze shifted to the smaller details now, examining the various regions Monica had drawn. There were lines connecting distant stars, clusters of planets that he had never seen in any of the extensive archives of his people. There was a faint hum emanating from the map, almost like a whisper, as though the stars themselves were alive, trying to communicate. He took a slow step forward, his mind still processing the impossible. Monica, standing near the projection, felt his gaze on her again, but she couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. She wasn't sure what to say. How could she explain it? How could she explain the strange compulsion she had felt while drawing the map? It was as if she had been guided by something or someone something that was beyond her understanding. The map wasn't something she had created with her conscious mind. It had come from somewhere else, somewhere deep inside her. Human, Julgar's voice finally broke the silence, his tone softer now, less forceful than before. This map, it contains more than just the familiar constellations and planets. It is different. There are regions here that no one, not even the greatest scholars of the galaxy, have discovered. You have drawn stars and planets that should not exist in any known catalog. Monica nodded slowly, still unsure of what to say. Her heart was racing, her thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions at once. I don't know how I did it, she said again, the words feeling weak and hollow, even as they left her lips. It's like I knew these places, like I've been there before. The other students were still silent, watching her with a mix of disbelief and awe. One of them, a tall, insectoid being with segmented limbs and translucent wings, leaned forward, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly as he studied the map. There is no record of these places in any archive, he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. I have scoured the galaxies for knowledge of every star system, every black hole and nebula. But this is nothing I have ever seen. Julgar stepped back, his brow furrowing as he processed the implications. If the regions Monica had drawn were real, if they truly existed in some distant corner of the universe, it could mean one of two things. Either she had discovered a hidden part of the galaxy that no one had ever seen, or there was something far more profound at play here. Was it possible that Monica was somehow tapping into a lost or ancient knowledge? Could this be something that was buried within the very fabric of the universe, something that even the most advanced species had overlooked? His mind raced with possibilities, none of them entirely comforting. If Monica had truly discovered something so far beyond their collective understanding, then the implications were enormous. For the first time in his life, Julgar felt a sense of vulnerability. The galaxy, as vast and as complex as it was, suddenly seemed even more mysterious than he had ever imagined. Perhaps, Julgar said after a long pause, his voice tinged with a rare sense of uncertainty, there is more to this human than we understand. It is possible that she is connected to something, some source of knowledge that we have been unable to perceive. Monica swallowed hard. It was as if Julgar's words had unlocked something deep within her. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she couldn't explain what had happened. But one thing was clear: the map she had drawn was only the beginning. It was as if she had opened a door to something vast, something infinite. A door that had always been there but had been hidden from her until now. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the back of the room. It was the insectoid student again, his tone urgent. "Professor, look at this." His multiple eyes focused on a particular section of the map that Monica had drawn, a swirling nebula that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. This nebula, it matches the description of a place known only in ancient legends, a place that was believed to be a myth. It is said to be the birthplace of stars, a place where time itself is altered. Julgar's heart skipped a beat. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath, moving toward the projection. He had studied those legends as a child, the stories passed down through generations of Veltrines. They were nothing more than fairy tales, myths designed to explain the mysteries of the universe that the ancient Veltrines had yet to understand. But here it was, in stark detail, drawn by a human who had no access to such knowledge. The professor's mind whirled with thoughts of the nebula, the myths, and the implications. If the legends were true, then Monica had not merely mapped an uncharted region of space. She had uncovered a cosmic mystery that had been lost to history. She had tapped into something far more profound than anyone had imagined. "Professor," one of the students said quietly, breaking the silence, "what does this mean? If this is real, if these places exist, what are we dealing with? What does it mean for us? For the galaxy?" Julgar looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each student. There was no easy answer. The map Monica had drawn was not just a record of celestial bodies. It was a map of something much more dangerous, much more powerful. It was a map of knowledge, of untapped cosmic potential, and perhaps of forces that even the most advanced civilizations were not prepared to confront. "It means," Julgar said, his voice steady but filled with an undeniable awe, "that we have just begun to scratch the surface of something far greater than anything we could have imagined. Something that has been hidden from us all this time." As Monica stood in the center of the room, she realized that her discovery had only just begun. She had unlocked something ancient, something mysterious. But now she would have to face the consequences of that discovery. The universe was vast, and she had just opened a door that perhaps no one was ready to walk through. And she, Monica, a human from Earth, was the key. The question was no longer how she had done it. The question was what would happen next. The days following Monica's unprecedented map had passed in a blur. The Academy's atmosphere, once vibrant with the buzz of eager minds, now felt unnervingly tense. Everywhere she went, eyes followed her, curious, wary, and filled with suspicion. Monica had never felt so out of place, even though she had always known that being human among beings from the farthest reaches of the galaxy would make her stand out. But this was different. Now, it wasn't just her species that set her apart. It was the knowledge she had uncovered, the impossible discovery she had made. The map, glowing with cosmic energy, had turned her into something of a spectacle, a subject of both fascination and fear. She had been sequestered in a special chamber ever since she had drawn the map, away from the other students. Julgar had insisted that she remain isolated while further analysis was conducted, though Monica couldn't quite understand why. Was it for her safety? Was it because the professor and the others needed to study her discovery in private? Or perhaps it was something more sinister, something she hadn't yet grasped. She sat at a long table in the chamber, the map still floating in the air in front of her, its celestial paths and uncharted stars suspended like fragments of a distant dream. It seemed to pulse, slowly and rhythmically, as if alive. Sometimes, in moments of quiet reflection, she felt as though its intricate design whispering secrets she couldn't understand. The words eluded her, but the sensation, the feeling that the universe itself was calling to her was overwhelming. Julgar entered the room abruptly, his tall, slender form cutting through the stillness like a shadow. His yellow eyes, usually so steady and assured, were clouded with an emotion Monica couldn't place. There was something about him now, something distant. He had been one of the most accomplished and knowledgeable beings she had ever met. Yet in the presence of the map, he seemed almost unsettled. "Human," he said, his voice sharp, more commanding than usual. "It is time we address what you have uncovered. We need to understand the full extent of this discovery, and we need answers." He stopped in front of her, his gaze fixed on the floating map. "We cannot ignore this any longer. The galaxy will not rest until we know the truth." Monica nodded slowly, her heart thudding in her chest. She hadn't known exactly what to expect, but she certainly hadn't anticipated this. The professor had been distant since the map was first revealed, retreating into his own thoughts, running simulations, and engaging in deep discussions with other scholars. At first she thought it was a sign of his awe, but the longer it had gone on, the more she felt like she was under some kind of scrutiny. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her voice quieter than usual. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached out to touch the air near the map, her fingers brushing the invisible boundary that kept it suspended. Julgar stepped closer, his long fingers hovering over the map as if he was afraid to touch it. "We need to know how you did this, human, how you accessed this knowledge," he said, his voice thick with a mix of disbelief and something else, something like fear. "We have analyzed every possible scenario, but there is no explanation. Your map defies all logic. It is not just a map of the known universe. It is a key, Monica, a key to something far greater." The weight of his words settled over her like a heavy cloud. "A key?" she repeated, her mind racing. "A key to what?" Julgar hesitated, his eyes flickering to the map before meeting her gaze. "A key to knowledge we have long since forgotten," he said slowly. "You have unlocked something ancient, something that predates even the oldest civilizations." Monica's heart skipped a beat. She had always known that the map was important, but she had never imagined it was connected to something as vast and old as Julgar was implying. "I didn't mean to," she whispered. "I didn't know. She stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. How could she explain something she herself didn't fully understand? The professor watched her closely, his expression unreadable. "We need to understand this," he repeated. "We cannot afford to let this discovery go unexplained. The very fabric of the universe could be at stake." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the map, its glowing lines flickering like distant stars. Monica's mind was swirling with questions. What had she unlocked? What was this key Julgar was talking about? And why did she feel such an overwhelming pull toward it? There was something ancient and powerful embedded in the map, something that seemed to call out to her. After a long pause, Julgar turned toward her again, his tone more measured this time. "There are those who will want to exploit this knowledge. There are factions, races in the galaxy that would stop at nothing to gain access to what you have discovered. I must ask you, Monica, to be very careful. You must not share this map with anyone else, not yet, not until we fully understand its implications." She nodded, her stomach tightening. She hadn't considered the possibility that there might be others who would seek to control or destroy what she had found. It hadn't occurred to her that her discovery could be a threat, but now she saw the truth of it. This wasn't just about knowledge, it was about power. And the last thing she wanted was to become a pawn in some intergalactic struggle she couldn't even begin to comprehend. "Do you understand?" Julgar asked, his gaze intense. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady despite the storm raging in her chest. "I understand." The professor nodded slowly, then turned back to the map. "We must act quickly. We will begin by isolating the regions you have identified. We will scan the coordinates, gather data from the galaxy's most advanced telescopes, and compare your map with our own records. If what you have drawn is real, then we must be prepared for what comes next." As Julgar moved away from her, Monica couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Something about the way he spoke, the urgency in his voice, made her realize that the stakes were far higher than she had imagined. This wasn't just about an academic discovery, this was about something that could alter the course of galactic history. The professor's next words only deepened her concern. "We will need to alert the Council," he said quietly, almost to himself. "If this knowledge is truly as powerful as I suspect, then we will need their help. There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone." Monica felt a chill run down her spine. The Council. The very thought of it sent shivers through her. The Council was an assembly of the most powerful and influential races in the galaxy. They were the ones who held sway over the galaxy's laws, its borders, and its resources. If they got involved, things would change forever. She had no idea what it would mean for her, for the galaxy, or for the knowledge she had uncovered. But one thing was certain: her life, and the lives of those around her, would never be the same again. "I'm ready," she said, her voice firm despite the uncertainty that gripped her heart. "I'll do whatever it takes to help." Julgar turned back to her, his expression softening just slightly. "Good," he said. "We will need your help. But you must be careful, Monica. There are forces out there that would stop at nothing to control this. We must tread carefully." As the professor left the room to begin the next phase of their investigation, Monica stood alone, her mind racing. She had unlocked something ancient, something that could change everything. But as the reality of what she had discovered began to settle in, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had just taken the first step down a path that would lead her into the unknown. A path that, once started, could not be undone. The map floated silently before her, its cosmic path still glowing faintly. Monica felt the weight of it pressing down on her. She had no idea where this journey would lead. But one thing was certain: she was no longer just a student at an alien academy. She was a part of something much larger, something that could either save the galaxy or destroy it. The hum of the academy had taken on a different tone. Where once it had been filled with the usual low chatter of students, now it was punctuated by the heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air. The vast halls and corridors, illuminated by the soft glow of distant stars, had become a labyrinth of uncertainty. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hold some new threat or revelation, as if the very walls of the academy were holding their breath. Monica sat alone in a small, isolated chamber, a space that had once been a sanctuary for study but now felt more like a cage. The map, still hovering in front of her, was a constant reminder of the weight she now carried. It had started as something abstract, something curious and fascinating, but now it had become a symbol of the unknown, a force far beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Julgar's warnings echoed in her mind. "There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone," he had said. The professor had become increasingly distant, his once confident demeanor now clouded with uncertainty. He had told her that the Council, the most powerful assembly of beings in the galaxy, had to be alerted, that there were factions out there who would stop at nothing to control the knowledge she had unlocked. But even as he spoke those words, Monica could see the fear in his eyes. Fear not of her, but of what she had uncovered. It was only a matter of time before the Council arrived. They were coming soon, faster than she could have imagined. But as the days passed, Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She would catch glimpses of figures in the halls, cloaked in shadows, their eyes always on her. The tension was palpable, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her like a physical force. One evening, as Monica walked through the corridors, she was stopped by a figure in a dark cloak. The figure was tall, imposing, with eyes that seemed to gleam in the dim light. "You've unlocked something," the voice said, low and menacing. "Something that could change everything." Monica froze, her breath catching in her throat. She had seen this figure before, once in the background, always watching. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. The figure stepped closer, his face still obscured by the cloak. "I am someone who understands the gravity of what you've done. You've opened a door, Monica, a door that cannot be closed once opened." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And there are those who will stop at nothing to make sure they control what you've discovered." Her heart raced as she took a step back. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure reached out, his hand brushing the edge of the floating map, sending a ripple through its holographic projection. "We want to help you," he said, his tone shifting. "But the Council will not. They will seek to control you, to use your discovery for their own gain. You have something they cannot understand, something that they fear. The galaxy is at a crossroads, Monica, and you are the key. Before Monica could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving her standing in the cold silence of the corridor. She was shaken, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who was he? And why did he speak with such certainty? More importantly, what was he suggesting? The next few days passed in a blur. The academy seemed to be preparing for something, as though the air itself had grown heavier with anticipation. The map remained suspended before her, but now it felt different, darker, more foreboding. Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she had just stepped into something far larger than herself. She had unlocked knowledge that others would kill to possess, and now the galaxy was closing in on her. The Council arrived without warning, a fleet of sleek, imposing ships descending on the Academy like a shadow. Their arrival was swift, their presence undeniable. They were not here to ask questions, they were here to take control. The Council's representatives were beings of unimaginable power, each one a leader of their species, each one determined to maintain their hold over the galaxy. But none of them could have predicted what they would encounter here. As Monica was escorted into the council chamber, she could feel the weight of their gazes on her. The room was vast, filled with beings from across the galaxy, tall, short, humanoid, and alien. Each one seemed to be watching her, studying her, sizing her up. In the center of the room, an elevated platform was occupied by the council's leaders, their eyes sharp and calculating. Jules Gar stood off to the side, his face a mask of resolve. "You are the one who unlocked this knowledge." One of the council members, a towering figure with dark, shimmering skin, asked, his voice echoing in the chamber. Monica nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I didn't intend for this to happen," she said. "I only drew the map." The council member's eyes narrowed. "You did not intend for this?" His voice was low, almost mocking. "You are not in control of what you have unleashed, human. You cannot simply play at being a scholar and expect the universe to remain unchanged. You have unlocked something ancient, something dangerous." "Dangerous?" Monica's voice trembled, but she steeled herself. "It is knowledge. It's not dangerous unless you choose to use it as such." The room fell silent, the council members exchanging glances. They were not accustomed to being challenged, especially by someone so insignificant in their eyes. But Monica's words had hit a nerve. The power she had unlocked, the knowledge that she had so innocently drawn, was now a weapon, one that could reshape the galaxy, for better or for worse. "We are here to ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands," another council member said, his voice cold and measured. He was a being with large, transparent wings and a long serpentine neck. His eyes locked onto Monica's, filled with unspoken threats. "You will turn over your map, Monica. You will hand over the key to this knowledge." Monica felt a surge of fear rise within her, but she forced herself to remain calm. "I can't just give it to you," she said firmly. "It's not yours to take." The council members exchanged a look of disbelief. They had underestimated her, just as they had underestimated humanity. But this was not about a simple map. This was about control, about who would wield the power of the ancient knowledge Monica had uncovered. The galaxy was on the brink of a new era, and it was clear that the council would not let go of the reins without a fight. "You have no choice," the winged council member said, his voice laced with venom. "You will give us what we seek, or we will take it by force." Jules Gar stepped forward, his voice quiet but firm. "I cannot allow this," he said, his eyes fixed on the council. "You cannot take what does not belong to you. You may control galaxies, but you do not control knowledge, especially not this knowledge." The council members were silent for a moment, considering Jules Gar's words. They could not ignore the truth in them, but their pride was at stake. They had never faced opposition like this, especially from one so young, so insignificant in their eyes. But there was something more than pride at play here. Something darker, more urgent. "We will give you one chance," the council member with the wings said, his tone hardening. "Hand over the map, Monica, or face the consequences." The decision weighed heavily on Monica's shoulders. She had the power to change the course of the galaxy, but it was not hers to wield, not alone. The council would destroy everything in their path if they had their way, but she couldn't let them. With a trembling hand, Monica reached toward the floating map. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the vast expanse of stars, the knowledge that had been unlocked within her. She could feel the ancient energy pulsing within her, a force that was beyond her control. It was not her decision to make. She had been chosen by something greater than herself to carry the key to the universe's mysteries. And in that moment, Monica understood. She couldn't let the council have the map, but she also couldn't keep it for herself. The map flickered once, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The council gasped, their collective breath caught in the sudden, overwhelming silence. Monica stood there, her heart racing, knowing that the universe had just changed forever. She had made the choice, and now there was no turning back.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI garbage. What's HFY? Without humanity. Subscribe to keep it that way. I'm Daniel Pierce, and I'm going to be your narrator. Now, let's begin. As a merchant who delighted in sharing often exaggerated tales of places he had heard of, Severe could hardly contain his excitement when a chance encounter in a bar led to a meeting with a gullible Amo. Now, with his throat warmed, he was ready to retell his favorite story. A tale of a fellow merchant's love to boast world beyond imagination. Home to a species so improbable, it was hard to believe. Was companion in their booth near the counter. His black eyes focused intently on Amo, who apparently had failed to read the room and decided to finish his bowl of soup, a local delicacy featuring glowing tentacles that disapproval, the movement causing his sense. Done, Severe. Please, tell me about the Death World, Amos said, shifting in his chair with an eagerness that made the seat groan in protest. His large blue eyes, each the size of a small fruit and possessing an unnerving ability to blink independently, contrasted strangely against his dark feathered bipedal body. The sight of Amo always took some getting used to. He wasn't an avian, despite what one might assume at first glance. No beak adorned his face, no majestic crest crowned his head, no wings extended from his back. He was simply a typical bipedal form covered entirely in feathers rather than fur. Each plume a deep midnight blue. The overall effect was deeply unsettling, like looking at something that evolution had started but forgotten to finish. Even the other patrons in the surrounding booths would occasionally steal uncomfortable glances at the Trozier. Severe cleared his throat dramatically, savoring the moment before beginning his tale. The Tridarian merchants, those brave souls who venture where others fear to tread. They told me about this world. A place so hostile, so utterly incompatible with civilized life, that even hearing about it makes sensible beings check their insurance policies. He paused for effect, watching Amo lean forward with his eyes wide. First, the gravity. Severe continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone that forced Amo to lean even closer. Twice the Federation standard. Twice! Can you imagine? Your bones would creak like old ship hulls under that pressure. The Tridarians said they needed powered exoskeletons just to walk around, and even then, they could only manage a few hours before exhaustion set in. Imagine it, Amo. Every single step dragging at you, every breath feeling heavier, like the whole planet itself wanted to crush the life out of you. Twice the standard. Amo's eyes widen again, making him look even more like a startled nocturnal creature. But that would mean everything would weigh double. A simple cargo crate would be impossible to move. Even carrying your own body would be torment. Oh, well, that's just the beginning, my friend, Severe said, thoroughly enjoying the genuine shock on Amo's face. This was why he loved telling stories to the Trozier. Every reaction was authentic, unfiltered by the cynicism that plagued most spacefaring species. Trozier never scoffed, never interrupted. They drank in every word as if it were priceless treasure. The climate, Severe continued, gesturing wildly with his glass, causing a few drops to splash onto the table, is absolutely insane. During what they call summer, the temperature can reach half the boiling point of water. Half! The Tridarians said they saw puddles literally steaming, creating these ghostly vapors that rose from the ground like the spirits of the damned. Amo gasped, his feathers ruffling in distress. Half the boiling point? That's 50 standard units. My species starts suffering heat stroke at 31. To think of walking under such a sun. And winter. Severe leaned back, taking another sip for dramatic effect. Winter makes the frozen waste of a few ice planets look like a tropical resort. There are places the temperature drops so low it could freeze Mercury. Liquid metal, Amo, turned solid by the cold alone. Ice so hard it cuts like glass. Winds sharp enough to flay skin from bone. Entire oceans vanish under ice sheets thicker than city towers. Really? Amo said, shaking his head in amazement. I wouldn't survive for a single day. How would anything live there naturally? Severe nearly finished his drink in a single gulp, the burning sensation preparing his throat for what he considered the best part of the story. But here's where it gets truly unbelievable. The beings who live on this planet, they are not just animals. They are sapiens. And their relationship with food? He paused, savoring the anticipation on Amo's face. They can eat literally everything. They'll eat it all and ask for seconds. That's incredible. Amos started to exclaim, but Severe cut him off with a raised hand, his expression suddenly grave. But here's where the story turns dark, my friend. Severe's voice dropped low again, forcing Amo to lean in close enough that Severe could smell the lingering phosphorescent residue from his soup. Some merchants got greedy. They thought, if these beings are so resilient, so different, imagine what they'd be worth on the slave markets. The bar seemed to grow quieter, as the very air was listening to the tale. One merchant, a Galaxian named Vror, he managed it. After dozens of successful trades, he'd gained their trust. The natives had stopped seeing him as a threat. That was his mistake. No, their mistake. He stunned one of them during a routine trade, loaded it onto his ship like cargo. Severe's voice faltered slightly, the memory of the story sending chills through his yellow skin. He thought he was safe when he reached his home world, light years away from that death world. He thought distance meant security. Severe leaned back, his antennae drooping with the weight of what came next. The Death Welders came for him. Not with a diplomatic protest, not with trade sanctions. They came with warships. They violated 4 separate sovereignty treaties, ignored many more ceasefire demands, and when the Calaxian Defense Force tried to stop them, he shook his head slowly. They pushed through like the fleet was made of paper. But Amo began. They took him back. Severe interrupted, his voice now barely a whisper. Dragged Roar back to the death world. The rumors say he was put in one of their prisons, subjected to that crushing gravity every moment of every day. They say he lasted 3 years before his body simply gave up. Had been compressed, his organs rearranged by the constant pressure. When he died, he was half his original height. Amo's entire body trembled, his feathers standing on end like a frightened pet. No species would risk war for a single individual like that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make political sense. It doesn't... But even as he spoke, Amo's body language betrayed his words. He had pulled his arms close to his body, his feathers flat against his skin in a defensive posture that his species adopted when faced with apex predators. The silence that followed Severe's story lingered for a short while. Amo sat frozen, his large blue eyes blinking rapidly. How? Amo's voice cracked slightly, and he cleared his throat before continuing. How is this death world called? I need to know the name, Severe. I need to make sure I never, ever go there by mistake. Can you imagine? What if I took a cargo run and didn't check the destination properly? What if I ended up there? Severe savored this moment, this genuine reaction of fear and fascination. This is why he liked to drink and tell stories, for that look of complete absorption, that moment when fiction became reality in the listener's mind. He opened his mouth, ready to admit that the Tradarians had never actually told him the name, that he didn't know if the place was real, that it was just another detail lost in the retelling of tales between drunk merchants, when a voice, Earth. Both Severe and Amo turned sharply toward the voice. Standing beside their booth was a being with soft pinkish skin, dressed in simple clothes that looked like they'd been purchased with skepticism. He didn't look capable of tearing through anything tougher than processed protein paste. We just call it Earth, and yeah, everything you said is pretty accurate, though you've got some numbers a bit off. Our gravity is actually about 1.9 times Federation standard, not quite twice. And my people, we're called humans. You're a human? Amo gasped, his entire body quivering. A real human from the Death World? On Earth? The same one from the story. Severe wanted to groan. Of course, Amo would immediately believe this stranger. The Trozier would believe anything if it was presented with enough confidence. This was at least some con artist who had overheard enough merchant tales to piece together a convincing story. That's right, the supposed human said, extending his hand toward Amo in what seemed to be a greeting gesture. Name's Michael. Michael seemingly unbothered by the direct contact with an alleged Death Worlder. Severe, can you believe it? A real human? No, Severe said flat. Can't believe it, because it's obviously not true. He turned to Michael, his black eyes narrowing. I've been trading stories in bars like this for 30 cycles. Do you know how many beings I've met who claimed to be from mythical worlds, who insisted they were survivors of the void worlds, or descendants of the first travelers, or... He gestured dismissively at Michael. Humans from the famous death world, Earth. Michael shrugged, seeming unbothered by severe skepticism. I can't blame you for being doubtful. Earth does sound pretty unbelievable when you describe it like that. Though, I have to say, your story made it sound more dramatic than it actually is. We don't really think of ourselves as living on a death world. It's just home. Of course it is. Severe said sarcastically. And I suppose you're going to tell us that you eat neurotoxins for breakfast and wrestle with high gravity for fun. Well, I did have coffee this morning, Michael said thoughtfully. Caffeine is technically a neurotoxin, and I go to the gym regularly, which I guess is voluntary subjecting myself to physical stress under Earth gravity. So, yeah, Amo made a small squeaking sound that Severe had learned indicated extreme excitement. Oh, you really do eat toxins? This is ridiculous, Severe muttered. Then a thought struck him. If this Michael wanted to play games, Severe could play too. And even better, he could use Amo's gullible nature to his advantage. All right then, human. If you're really from Earth, you should have no problem proving it. Sure, Michael said easily. What do you have in mind? Severe's mind raced through possibilities. He needed something that would call his faker's bluff while also entertaining himself, and perhaps earning a few credits in the process. Amo, my friend, you believe this human's claims, don't you? Absolutely, Amo chirped without hesitation. Then you won't mind placing a small wager on it, Severe suggested, his tone casual. Just to make things interesting. Well, Amo hesitated, his feathers ruffling uncertainly. Come on, Severe pressed. If you really believe he's human, what's the risk? I'll even give you excellent odds. 3-1 in your favor. Michael leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You're trying to take advantage of your friend's trusting nature? I'm trying to expose a fraud, Severe countered. Unless, of course, you're afraid of being revealed. What's the test? Michael asked, his expression unreadable. Severe grabbed a menu from the table, flipping to the beverages section. His eyes scanned the list until he found what he was looking for, the section marked with multiple warning symbols. The drinks that required signed waivers and medical clearance for most species. If you're truly from a death world where beings can consume anything, Severe said, sliding the menu across the table, then you should have no problem drinking everything in the restricted section. All of them. Together. Michael picked up the menu, his eyes moving down the list. Coffee, beer, Orion flower juice, and he paused. Luminous algae extract? You want me to drink all of these at once? Too much for the mighty human, Severe taunted. Michael's expression shifted to one of mild disgust. It's not that I can't handle them. Coffee and beer are standard Earth drinks. The flower juice is basically just nectar with some mild alkaloids. We have similar things on Earth, and bioluminescent organisms aren't inherently toxic, just weird. But mixing them all together? He shuddered slightly. That's gonna taste absolutely terrible. Excuses already. Severe leaned forward, sensing weakness. That's what I thought. You're just another... Also, Michael interrupted. I don't usually drink coffee at night. The caffeine makes it hard to sleep, and I've got an early morning tomorrow. Severe almost laughed out loud. This was too perfect. The supposed Death Worlder was worried about his sleep schedule. So, you're chickening out, admitting you can't do it. I didn't say that, Michael protested. I'm just saying it's not ideal. How about this? Severe proposed, feeling more confident by the second. This was obviously just another storyteller, someone who enjoyed the attention of claiming to be something extraordinary. I'll pay for all the drinks, and I'll add my own credits to the wager. 50 credits says you can't finish all 4 drinks. 100. Amos suddenly chimed in, his voice filled with conviction. 100 credits says he can do it. Severe turned to stare at his friend. Amos, you don't have to. I believe him, Amos said firmly, his blue eyes blazing with determination. He's a human. He can do it. Michael looked between them, then sighed. You know what? Fine. Maybe it won't taste that bad. I've had worse at college parties. He paused, then added. Though I'm not sure what the exchange rate is between credits and dollars, so I hope I'm not agreeing to anything too expensive. Severe could barely contain his glee as he waved over the bartender, a 6-armed deltroid whose multiple eyes widened in alarm when Severe pointed to the restricted section of the menu. You want all of these? The bartender asked, his translator crackling with disbelief. For consumption, together. The bartender's eyes swiveled to focus on Michael. Sir, I'm required to inform you that these beverages contain compounds that are toxic to 93% of known species. Consuming them in combination has never been tested and could result in immediate organ failure, neurological damage, or death. He knows, Severe said smugly. He claims to be human. The bartender's entire body went rigid. Human? From Earth? Several of his arms started moving in what looked like religious gestures. Sir, I'll need you to sign a waiver. The establishment cannot be held responsible for any damage resulting from consuming Death Worlder beverages. Death Worlder beverages? Michael asked, looking amused. Is that really a category? Page 45 of the menu, the bartender said, producing a digital pad seemingly from nowhere. Please read and sign all sections of the waiver. As Michael read through the waiver, making occasional sounds of amusement, may cause temporal displacement. Really? Severe counted his credits mentally. When this fake human backed out of seeing the legal documentation or collapsed after his first sip, Severe would not only win the bet, but also have a great story about exposing a fraud. The bartender returned with 4 containers, each glowing, steaming, or emanating unusual colors. The coffee was black as space itself, an oily sheen that reflected rainbow patterns. The beer fizzled violently, releasing small sparks of electricity with each bubble that burst. The Orion flower juice was a violent purple that seemed to shift to pink when viewed from different angles, and the luminous algae extract literally glowed with a toxic green light, casting eerie shadows on the table. Your drinks, sir, the bartender said, taking several steps back after placing them on the table. Should I alert medical? That won't be necessary, Michael said, picking up the coffee first. He sniffed it, wrinkled his nose, then took a large gulp. Severe watched, waiting for the reaction, the gagging, the convulsions, something. Instead, Michael just made a face like he had bitten into something sour. Okay, that's strong, Michael said, setting down the cup. Like, really strong. Someone quadruple concentrated this. It's like espresso made with espresso instead of water. He picked up the beer next. This is going to make the combination even worse. He drank the beer in several long pulls, pausing once to suppress a belch. Excuse me. The carbonation is intense, and there's something else. Capsaicin? Did someone make spicy beer to market that you sell Earth's food? He shook his head. That's just wrong. The Orion flower juice went down next, and this time Michael did shudder. Oh, that's floral, intensely floral. Like someone liquefied an entire garden and added sugar, coating my entire mouth with this weird numbing sensation. Finally, he picked up the glowing algae extract. And this is going to make everything worse, he muttered, then downed it in one go. His face went through a series of expressions: surprise, disgust, confusion, and finally resignation. That, Michael said slowly, was one of the worst combinations of flavors I've ever experienced. He stuck out his tongue and scraped it with his teeth. The aftertaste is haunting. It's like my mouth can't decide which horrible flavor to focus on, so it's cycling through all of them. But you drank them, Amos said triumphantly. All of them. Severe stared at Michael, who, apart from looking mildly disgusted, seemed completely unaffected. No trembling, no sweating, no signs of organ failure. Around them, other bar patrons had gathered, watching in amazement. That's impossible, Severe said flatly. The flower juice alone should have paralyzed your nervous system. Nah, it's just making my tongue feel funny, Michael said, working his jaw. Kind of like when you eat too much pineapple, you know? The enzymes start breaking down the proteins in your mouth. Ugh, double or nothing, Severe said suddenly. This had to be some kind of trick. Maybe Michael had taken some kind of universal antitoxin before coming to the bar. If you're really from a high-gravity death world, you won't mind demonstrating your strength. How? Michael asked. Gravity chamber, Severe said. This establishment has one in the VIP area. They use it for exercise, physical therapy, that kind of thing. If you're really from Earth, you should be able to handle double the standard gravity easily. Michael stood up, swaying slightly. Okay, the drinks are hitting me a little bit, he admitted. Not the toxins, just that was a lot of liquid, and I think the caffeine and alcohol are arguing with each other in my bloodstream. But sure, let's do the gravity thing. Double standard gravity would actually feel like home. It's a bet then, Amos said excitedly, pulling out his credit chip. Another 100 credits. Amos, stop, Severe said, though he was already calculating his own wager. You're going to lose everything. I don't think so, Amos replied with unusual confidence. The VIP section of the bar was separated by a crystalline barrier with security fields. Severe's merchant credentials got them through, and soon they stood before a circular chamber with transparent walls about 3 meters in diameter. The attendant, a spindly insectoid being, asked when Severe explained what they wanted. Sir, the chamber can reach 6 times standard gravity. That's enough to crush most beings instantly. We just need double, Severe said quickly. Actually, Michael said, studying the control panel. What's 6 times standard in Earth gravity? That would be, The attendant compounded eyes glittered as he calculated. Approximately 3 times Earth gravity, if the Federation database is accurate. I could probably handle that for a little while, Michael said thoughtfully. I mean, I'm in decent shape, I work out regularly. Fighter pilots and astronauts train at 3 Gs. You're insane, Severe said. Even if you are human, that would kill you. Not kill, Michael corrected, but it wouldn't be comfortable. Let's start with double standard and see how it feels. He stepped into the chamber, rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck. All right, ready when you are. Severe's hand hesitated over the control panel. If this being really was human and something happened, but no, that was impossible. This was just an elaborate con. He activated the chamber. The change was immediate. Michael's posture shifted slightly, his knees bending a bit more, but otherwise he seemed unaffected. Oh, it's actually nice, he said, his voice coming through the chamber's communication system. This is about the same as Earth's gravity. Feels like nothing at all. Increase it, Severe said to the attendant. 2.5 times standard. The gravity field intensified. Michael's expression became more focused, but he started doing squats. Now we're at about Earth normal, maybe a little over. This is my everyday gravity. Amo was practically vibrating with excitement. He's doing exercises in gravity that would crush us. 3 times standard, Severe ordered, his voice cracking slightly. Michael had to brace himself as the gravity increased. Okay, now it's getting heavy. I can feel it in my joints. He took a few careful steps, then did a slow push-up. Yeah, definitely feeling that. 4 times, Severe whispered. Sir, I must protest, the attendant began. Do it! The gravity increased again. This time, Michael dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Okay, this is rough. About double Earth gravity. Everything feels twice as heavy as it should. He slowly stood up, his face reddening with effort. I can stand, but I wouldn't want to stay like this for long. 5 times, Severe said, ignoring the gasp from the groaning crowd of onlookers. Sir, I cannot. I'll sign a waiver, Michael called out from the chamber. I'm curious too. The attendant reluctantly adjusted the controls. Michael immediately dropped to his hands and knees, his arms shaking with effort of holding himself up. Okay, this is approaching my limit, he gasped. Everything weighs almost, I'd say 3 times what I'm used to. My blood feels heavy. My organs are being pulled down. I can maybe do this for a few minutes before something gives. Turn it off, Amos said suddenly. Turn it off! He proved his point! Severe nodded to the attendant, who quickly powered down the chamber. Michael collapsed onto his back as the gravity returned to normal, breathing heavily, but laughing. That was fun, he said, slowly sitting up. Well, I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Probably should have stretched more first. Severe stared at the human because there was no denying it now. This was definitely a human from Earth, with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Everything he had told as a story, all the merchant tales he had thought were exaggerations, they were real. More than real. The truth was even more impressive than the stories he liked to tell. You're really from Earth, he said. Told you, Michael said, accepting Amos' help to stand. He swayed slightly, then steadied himself. Though, between the drinks and the gravity, I might need to sit down a bit. Back at their booth, with Michael sipping water to dilute the truly awful combination of beverages still coating his mouth, Severe found himself in an unusual position, owing credits on a lost bet. So, he said, pulling out his credit chip, I suppose I owe you. Keep it, Michael said, waving him off. I don't even know what the exchange rate is, and honestly, watching your face when I started doing push-ups in triple gravity was payment enough. But the bet was made to take advantage of your friend, Michael said, his tone becoming more serious. You knew Amo would believe anything, and you used that to try to make credits off his trusting nature. But I am a human, and you lost. Severe felt his antennae droop with an unfamiliar emotion. Shame. He looked at Amo, who was still staring at Michael with undisguised wonder, apparently unbothered by the fact that he could have lost a significant amount of credits. Are you angry? Severe asked Michael. Not angry, the human replied. Just disappointed. Amo seems like a genuinely nice being. He doesn't deserve to be taken advantage of just because he sees the best in people, or in stories. He stood up, stretching his back with a series of concerning popping sounds. Anyway, I should get going. Early morning tomorrow. I need to sleep off whatever was in that flower juice. My tongue is still numb. As Michael walked away, Severe turned to Amo. I apologize, he said, the words feeling strange in his mouth. It's okay, Amo said brightly. I knew you didn't believe your own story, or that he was really a human. You knew? Of course. You do it every time we meet. But I don't mind, because your stories are entertaining, and sometimes they turn out to be true. Amos' feathers ruffled with pleasure. Like today. We met a real human. Severe stared at his friend, reevaluating everything he thought he knew about the Trozier. Then, making a decision that surprised even himself, he called the bartender over. Everything my friend has consumed tonight, put it on my account. But Michael said, Amo began. Michael's not here to hold me accountable anymore, Severe said. This is choosing to do the right thing. As Amo expressed his gratitude with a series of happy chirps, Severe found his mind wandering to thoughts of his small trading vessel currently docked at the station with a hold full of various foodstuffs from across the galaxy. Foods that he had been struggling to sell because of incompatibility with most species' biochemistry. But humans could eat anything. They actively sought out variety, thrived on the exotic and unusual. A death world that wasn't really a death world, just a place where the most impressive species in the galaxy had evolved to consume, survive, and be happy eating absolutely everything. Amo, he said suddenly, how would you like to go into business together? Business? Trading. With Earth. I have a ship full of food no one else can eat. And now I know about a whole planet of beings who would probably pay premium prices for exotic delicacies. Plus, he added with a slight smile, I think they need someone there who won't try to kidnap the locals. Amo's eyes lit up. We're going to Earth? The Death World? We're going to Earth, Severe confirmed. Though I don't think we should call it a death world to their faces. They seem to just think of it as a normal planet. As they shook on their new partnership, Severe's smooth hand grasping Amo's feathered one, Severe reflected on how one chance encounter had changed his perspective entirely. The stories were real, the legends were true, and those humans really existed. Severe couldn't wait to see it for himself. And this time, when he returned with stories, they would all be true.
Grand Secretary Plib of the Galactic Council of Order and Stability did not enjoy surprises. He despised them, in fact. Surprises implied unpredictability, and unpredictable chaos, and chaos was the one thing his entire bureaucratic empire existed to prevent. So when his top analysts burst into his chamber, looking as if someone had just unplugged their entire neural processing matrix, he knew something had gone terribly, horribly wrong. Grand Secretary, gasped lead investigator Zarn, struggling to contain the tremor in his voice. We have a situation. Plib exhaled slowly. He steepled his fingers. He was calm, collected, stable. Proceed. Zarn gulped and flicked his wrist, bringing up a holographic chart. It was a well-organized, neatly labeled graph. Exactly how Plib liked his information. However, the data displayed upon it made no sense whatsoever. It showed a measurement of Galactic Chaos Index rankings across the known universe. On the lower end, predictable environments like fully automated bureaucratic departments and empty void of space held steady at a reassuring 0.01%. Higher up, places like black market trader stations and unsupervised political debates reached tolerable but concerning levels. Then, at the very top, far, far beyond everything else, was a single, flashing entry. Human kindergartens, 3,472,912% chaos. Plib's left eyelid twitched. This must be an error, he stated. It's not, Zarn whispered. We triple-checked. Plib leaned forward, glaring at the numbers as if intimidation alone could bend them to reason. Are you telling me that human kindergartners, infant offspring of an otherwise unremarkable species, generate more disorder than entire planetary uprisings? Significantly more, Zarn confirmed. We believe it may be a new form of tactical warfare. A hush fell over the chamber. A faint, panicked beeping sound emerged from Officer Ring's heart rate monitor. Professor Jill was gripping the table so tightly her fingers were turning an unnatural shade of blue. Explain, Plib commanded. Zarn pulled up a series of grainy surveillance clips. At first, we believed this was a standard educational institution, but upon closer examination, we discovered highly unusual, perhaps even reality-defying, behaviors. The first video played. A small, pudgy human in brightly colored clothing stood atop a chair. He squatted. He wiggled. Then, with zero hesitation, he jumped off the chair and landed flat on his stomach with a resounding thud. Silence. Then, the child got up. Unharmed. And did it again. Sweet merciful regulatory codes, whispered Jill. Zarn switched to the next video. A human child approached an alien researcher. Why is the sky blue? They asked. The researcher blinked. Because atmospheric particles scatter blue wavelengths more effectively. Why? Because of their size and composition. Why? Because that's how physics works. Why? The researcher visibly hesitated. Because the universe is structured that way. Why? The researcher began sweating. Why? Stop. Replaying. The clip. Jill shrieked. Zarn sighed and deactivated the screen. That conversation continued for 17 consecutive Ys before the researcher broke down into an existential crisis and had to be placed on indefinite leave. Plib's breathing had become shallow. This was worse than he'd feared. Are you telling me, Investigator Zarn, that humanity has discovered weaponized disorder? We believe so, Zarn confirmed grimly. And worse, they may not even be aware they've done it. Ren, their top enforcer, who had faced interstellar riots without flinching, wiped sweat from his brow. Then we must investigate further. If humanity has developed a secret training program capable of producing this level of chaos, we have no choice but to infiltrate and assess the threat. Plib nodded slowly. The logical course of action was clear. A highly trained team of analysts, researchers, and law enforcers would be sent to the source. A human kindergarten. They would observe. They would learn. And if necessary, they would contain. Plib turned to his team, his voice steady but firm. Prepare the mission. We infiltrate at dawn. The infiltration team stood inside their cloaked observation pod, which hovered just outside the perimeter of Sunny Smiles Kindergarten and Early Learning Center. To the untrained eye, it was a harmless brick building with cheerful murals of smiling animals. To the Galactic Council of Order and Stability, it was something far more dangerous, a training ground for the most unpredictable force in the universe. Lead investigator Zarn gripped his datapad, running final calculations. Remember, we must remain undetected, he instructed. We will integrate ourselves seamlessly among their primitive observers. Humans refer to them as parents. Once inside, we document all activities and report back. Understood, said Officer Ring, checking his restraint equipment. And if the situation escalates? Zarn hesitated. Do not engage. These creatures operate outside conventional physics. I don't want a repeat of the Y interrogation incident. A quiet shudder passed through the team. Professor Jill exhaled and pressed a button on her suit, activating their disguise technology. In an instant, the three aliens appeared perfectly human, Zarn as a well-groomed researcher, Ring as a serious-looking law enforcement officer, and Jill as an exhausted mother who hadn't slept since the Paleolithic era. They approached the entrance with careful, deliberate steps. As the door swung open, a barrage of overwhelming stimuli assaulted them all at once. The smell of fruit-scented markers mixed with an unidentifiable sticky substance. The walls were covered in handprint paintings, primitive symbols, possibly warnings from past victims. In the distance, a child emitted a high-pitched noise that defied standard sound frequency limitations. "Stay calm," Zarn whispered urgently, gripping his datapad as though it could shield him from the madness. "We must blend in." A human woman approached them with the unmistakable presence of authority. She was Mrs. Dawson, the kindergarten teacher. The moment she laid eyes on them, Jill, despite having studied hundreds of species across the known universe, instinctively took a step back. Mrs. Dawson's expression was calm. Too calm. Like a war general who had seen everything and would not tolerate nonsense. "You must be the new observers," she said in a neutral tone. "Welcome." Zarn nodded stiffly. "Yes, we are observers. For research. We will be monitoring the—" He hesitated. Saying "threat levels" out loud might be considered rude. "Development of these small humans." Mrs. Dawson sighed as if she had already given up on the day. "Well, good luck to you." And with that, she stepped aside, allowing the aliens to enter the heart of the chaos. The classroom. At first glance, everything appeared deceptively harmless. Small chairs, colorful toys, an assortment of basic learning materials. But the data didn't lie. This was the most dangerous recorded environment in the known universe. The aliens took their seats among the other observing adults, most of whom looked like they had already lost battles to exhaustion and sticky hands. Zarn pulled out his datapad and began taking notes. 9 o'clock hours, the morning circle, ritual begins. The children sat in a semicircle on the floor as Mrs. Dawson began the session. "Good morning, class," she said. "Good morning, MRS. Dawson," the children roared in unison. Zarn winced at the auditory blast. Are they trained to vocalize as a single unit? "Today," Mrs. Dawson continued, "we're going to start with show and tell." Zarn nodded to himself. An intelligence-gathering exercise. He watched carefully as the first child, a small human identified as Lucy, stood up and held out a stuffed rabbit. "This is Mr. Hops," Lucy said. "He likes hugs." Jill frowned. "Are they revealing their emotional vulnerabilities? In a military setting?" Next was another child, a boy named Jeremy, who held up a rock. "This is my special rock. I found it outside." Rung leaned forward. "A geological reconnaissance report? Intriguing." Then came Timmy. Timmy, the one Zarn's reports had identified as a level 9 anomaly. He was small, unassuming, and wore an oversized shirt with a dinosaur on it. Timmy stood up left. He looked right. Then, with the confidence of an intergalactic warlord, he lifted a live frog above his head and declared, "This is Gerald." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then chaos erupted. A girl screamed. A boy shouted, "Cool!" Someone tried to grab Gerald, and Gerald, being a frog, responded by leaping directly onto Zarn's face. "Ack! It has attached to me!" Zarn shrieked, flailing as he stumbled backwards. Ring attempted to assist but was immediately waylaid by another crisis. A small child had wrapped around his leg and would not let go. "Axaren! Help me! I cannot escape! I am compromised, Rung!" Professor Jill barely had time to process any of this before she turned and locked eyes with another child, one with an open bottle of glue. The child grinned. Jill's danger sense screamed. "No!" she barked, but it was too late. The child slammed their hands into the glue, then onto Jill's arm. Jill yanked back, only to realize it would not come off. "What is this substance?" she howled. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dawson, who had not reacted to any of this, finally sighed and clapped her hands once. The entire room froze. Every child immediately stopped what they were doing. Timmy put Gerald down. The child stuck to Ring's leg released him. The glue-wielding menace vanished into the crowd like a trained assassin. Silence. Mrs. Dawson gave them the look that transcended species and dimensions. Then she calmly said, "We do not bring live animals into the classroom." Timmy hung his head. "Yes, Mrs. Dawson." Gerald, "Yes, Mrs. Dawson." Timmy picked up the frog and solemnly returned him to the wild. Zarn, still gasping, turned to Jill. "Did you see that? The control she has?" Jill's hands trembled as she wiped excess glue from her arm. "It's unnatural." Officer Ring, who had faced planetary insurrections without fear, sat down in his tiny chair and whispered, "I am not prepared for this mission." And so, the first hour of observation ended. The alien team, once confident in their ability to document the threat, had been broken. But the worst had yet to come. Because next was snack time. The aliens had barely recovered. Mrs. Dawson clapped her hands again, signaling the transition to the next phase of the operation. "Snack time," she announced. Zarn stiffened. This was one of the most mysterious and high-risk activities the Council had flagged during their initial analysis. What seemed to be an innocuous eating ritual had, according to intercepted human reports, resulted in spills. "We must be prepared for anything." Professor Jill adjusted her notes. "Agreed. We document the feeding process and monitor for potential strategic patterns." Officer Ring, who had only minutes ago been forcibly latched onto by a child, was still visibly shaken. "I don't trust their consumption methods. I have seen human younglings ingest things that should not be ingestible." Mrs. Dawson, unaware of the level of galactic paranoia surrounding this moment, simply opened a large cabinet and pulled out a massive plastic bin. "This is the snack bin," she said. "Please take one and sit quietly." The small humans swarmed like locusts. Zarn barely had time to process what was happening before Timmy, Level 9 Anomaly, Class Unknown, held up an unopened juice box. A red juice box. Zarn's breath caught. "The one with the straw." Timmy turned to another child and muttered, "Betcha I can open mine with my face." Zarn's datapad nearly slipped from his hands. Joe gasped. "They are about to perform the unstable liquid extraction ritual." The alien aliens had already observed the primitive human straw delivery system during their pre-mission research. Unlike civilized species, who logically engineered self-contained hydration tubes, human children were given small disposable containers of juice, and expected to extract the liquid using nothing but a weak plastic spear. This process was wildly inefficient and statistically doomed to failure. "No, wait!" Zarn shouted, but it was too late. Timmy jammed the straw into the box. But he missed the designated hole. The juice box ruptured. A pressurized geyser of artificial strawberry-flavored liquid burst into the air, splattering the table, Timmy's face, and 3 innocent bystanders. "IT has begun!" Ring yelled. One of the affected children immediately burst into uncontrolled, theatrical wailing. Another attempted to lick the juice off their own arm like some kind of deranged feral creature. Timmy wiped his eyes, blinked twice, then casually said, "Nice. They did this on purpose," Jill whispered in horror. Mrs. Dawson, unfazed, wordlessly handed Timmy a napkin. "Next time, use the straw correctly," she said in a tone that conveyed the weight of unspoken cosmic authority. "Yes, Mrs. Dawson," Timmy muttered, wiping his face. Zarn took frantic notes. The containment specialist neutralized the incident in under 6 seconds. She is either a tactical genius or a supernatural being. More data required. But the snack time horrors were far from over. Just as Zarn attempted to steady himself, he noticed a new crisis unfolding at the next table. A human child with an ominous smirk was peeling apart 2 crackers. Inside the crackers was a thick layer of artificially colored cheese. Jill's skin turned an unnatural shade of pale. By the stars, no. We have to stop them, Ring muttered. It was too late. The child had taken 1 cracker and smeared the unnatural cheese directly onto their own face. Then, grinning wildly, they turned to another child and whispered something terrifying. I'm a cheese monster, the child next to them screamed. A third child immediately slammed their juice box onto the table and shouted, Cheese monster? Where? The room descended into instant anarchy. Children fled. Chairs overturned. A human girl attempted to fashion a shield out of a paper plate. Zarn turned, desperately searching for Mrs. Dawson. She was already moving. Calm. Precise. Like a predator stalking its prey. She reached Cheese Monster Child, placed both hands on her hips, and spoke 1 word. Logan. The cheese-smeared child froze in place. Mrs. Dawson's gaze bore into him, her expression radiating an otherworldly sense of impending consequence. What are we not supposed to do? She asked. Logan, the self-proclaimed cheese monster, hesitated. Then, with the resigned energy of a soldier who had lost a war, he muttered, Put cheese on my face. Mrs. Dawson nodded. Clean it up. Logan immediately complied. Zarn's hands trembled. He turned to his team. This level of behavioral control is beyond anything we've encountered. She didn't even raise her voice. Jill whispered. How does she wield such power? Ring was visibly sweating. I once watched a Uberian warlord conquer 3 planets in under an hour. He had tactical fleets, nuclear-class weaponry, and a 1 trillion-credit military budget. He gestured weakly toward Mrs. Dawson, who was now assisting a child in opening a pudding cup. She is more powerful than he ever was. Zarn swallowed hard. They had vastly underestimated their target. Their reports had classified kindergarten teachers as human caretakers. But that was wrong. Mrs. Dawson was not a caretaker. She was a containment specialist. A guardian of reality itself. And most importantly, she was the only thing standing between the universe and total collapse. The aliens sat in silence, grappling with this revelation. Then, just as Zarn dared to hope that things would finally settle down, Mrs. Dawson clapped her hands again. All right, class, she announced. It's time for recess. The blood drained from Zarn's face. Jill made an unintelligible strangled sound. Ring just whispered, We won't survive. And then, the doors to the playground opened. The small humans cheered. They rushed out. And the aliens, shaking in terror, followed them into the abyss. The doors to the playground burst open with the force of an airlock breach. And then, the small humans charged. Lead investigator Zarn barely had time to brace himself before the wave of uncontained chaos surged forward, spilling into the outdoor battlefield known only as recess. Zarn, Professor Jill, and Officer Ring had spent their entire careers preparing for worst-case scenarios. They had undergone training simulations for planetary invasions, black hole proximity collapses, and interdimensional anomalies. None of that mattered anymore. Because this was something else. The children, now unburdened by even the loose constraints of indoor civilization, transcended all known laws of order. Zarn's hands shook as he documented the immediate descent into madness. Recess behavioral observations. 1 child immediately threw both shoes into the air and ran barefoot into the distance. A second child declared they were a horse and began galloping in circles, neighing aggressively. A third child climbed the jungle gym backwards while laughing maniacally. 2 small humans engaged in what could only be described as a stick duel. The rules were unclear. One of them was yelling in an indistinguishable battle dialect. The swing set contingent, a cluster of children, had flung themselves onto the swings and were attempting to achieve escape velocity. A group of unknown agents began digging a hole. Its purpose remained unclear. Zarn clutched his data pad so tightly it cracked. These children, he whispered, voice trembling, are untethered from reality itself. Professor Jill, who had been quietly scanning the area, suddenly grabbed his arm with an iron grip. Zarn! There! Center of the battlefield! Zarn turned his gaze toward the epicenter of the disaster. And that was when he saw Timmy. Timmy, level 9 anomaly, stood with one shoelace untied, hair disheveled, and a dangerous glint in his eye. He was flanked by 2 additional agents of chaos, Lucy and Jeremy, both equally deranged in their unpredictability. Lucy, Timmy declared, pointing to the forbidden zone of the playground. The big slide. The humans appear to be strategizing, Jill whispered. We must listen. Mission objective, Timmy continued. We gotta go up the slide. Lucy nodded. Yeah. Jeremy hesitated. But Mrs. Dawson says we're not supposed to go up the slide. Timmy stared at him. Jeremy, he said, voice low. The rules are just suggestions. Zarn physically recoiled. Sweet cosmic laws, he muttered. They are aware of the rules, and they seek to defy them anyway. Officer Ring, watching from a safe distance, shook his head. This is worse than insurrection. At least rebels recognize a governing body. These children reject the very concept of order itself. Professor Jill's eyes narrowed. They're going for it. The aliens watched, horrified, as Timmy, Lucy, and Jeremy charged toward the slide. Timmy was first to attempt the climb. He grabbed the sides of the slide and began scaling it like a madman. The laws of physics, clearly confused by his sheer audacity, hesitated just long enough for him to make it halfway up. Then Lucy joined him. Jeremy, still reluctant, was at the bottom. Guys, he hissed. Mrs. Dawson's gonna see. At that precise moment, a shadow fell across the playground. Mrs. Dawson had looked up. The chaos halted. Timmy, halfway up the slide, froze in place. Lucy, gripping the side, stopped breathing. Jeremy went pale. It was too late. Mrs. Dawson was already walking. Her steps were calm, measured, like a predator approaching prey that had strayed too far from the herd. Timothy, she called. Timmy flinched. Zarn held his breath. This is it, Jill whispered. We are about to witness the full power of the containment specialist. Mrs. Dawson arrived at the foot of the slide. She did not raise her voice. She did not scold, slightly, and asked a single question. What did I say about going up the slide? Timmy broke instantly. The child, who had fearlessly launched himself into chaos mere seconds ago, immediately scrambled backward down the slide. Lucy followed, mumbling apologies. Jeremy refused to make eye contact. Mrs. Dawson nodded. Good. Now go play the right way. Yes, Mrs. Dawson. All 3 mumbled in unison. And just like that, the rebellion collapsed. Zarn let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was, he started, voice weak. An absolute display of power, Jill finished. Officer, in less time than that. They followed. This is the greatest force of authority we have ever encountered. Jill nodded. Forget military generals. Forget warlords. Forget the entire galactic enforcer fleet. If the Council ever wants to establish true control over the galaxy. She turned, staring at the calm, ever-composed Mrs. Dawson. We will need human kindergarten teachers. A heavy silence passed between them. Finally, Zarn stood, adjusting his uniform. Our mission is complete, he announced. We must return at once. Rang, still visibly shaken, muttered, I don't think I can be alone after what we just witnessed. Then let's never be alone again, Jill said grimly. And so, with their entire perception of reality shattered, the infiltration team departed Sunny Smiles Kindergarten, forever changed. The Great Council Revelation. 1 week later, Grand Secretary Plibs sat in utter silence as he read the final mission report. When he finished, he simply placed the document gently on the table. Then, without a word, he pressed a button on his console. Emergency Council Session. Now. The highest-ranking officials of the Galactic Council of Order and Stability rushed into the chamber. Report, Plib said coldly. Zarn stepped forward, face pale. Sir, he began. We were wrong about human kindergartens. The council leaned in. Zarn's hands shook. Human kindergarten is not a training facility for chaos agents. A hush fell over the room. Zarn swallowed. It is a containment unit. A desperate yet controlled attempt to suppress the natural-born anomalies known as 5-year-olds. The room erupted into panic. One bureaucrat fainted. Another vomited into a waste bin. Plib sat frozen. Then the true danger is not humanity's warriors, Jill whispered. It's their teachers. Ring finished. Silence. Then Plib slowly stood. With a solemn nod, he declared, All galactic law enforcers are to be sent for mandatory kindergarten observation. The officials gasped. Plib's expression was grave. We must learn from them, or be destroyed. And so, history was made. For generations to come, the Galactic Council would mark this day as the moment they discovered the true rulers of the universe. Kindergarten teachers.
Commander Blanak stood atop the glorious obsidian platform of the Tharnax Dominion's flagship, overwhelming superiority, basking in the sheer magnificence of his own reflection in the polished floor. Before him shimmered a holographic projection of Terra, or as he affectionately called it, moist dirtball with satellites. With 6 eyes half-lidded in disdain and 3 mouths prepared for an unnecessarily long monologue, he addressed his council of loyal sycophants, all of whom had mastered the sacred Tharnaxian art of nodding vigorously while thinking about lunch. Behold, this fragile water blister of a planet, Blanak began, gesturing dramatically as if unveiling a modern art piece that only he understood, teeming with underdeveloped bipeds who worship glowing rectangles and still believe cheese belongs on everything. The council clapped, of course, though one accidentally applauded with a tentacle and slapped himself unconscious. Blanak paced with the arrogance of someone who'd never met real resistance, let alone sarcasm, certain this conquest would be quicker than the time he accidentally obliterated the moon of Phlegmar Prime by sneezing. "Send the abduction drones," he declared, flipping his cape for emphasis and knocking over a junior lieutenant. "I want samples. 3 should suffice. A leader, a warrior, and preferably something that smells faintly of alcohol and regret. Moments later, across the far-flung reaches of space and cable news channels, 3 humans found themselves staring at glowing containment fields in various shades of nope. Captain Jenna Ray, decorated military officer and self-declared SAS machine, was the first to break the silence, squinting at her shimmering cell wall like it owed her money. "Okay, either I've been kidnapped by aliens or this is the weirdest hangover dream ever. Either way, 10 out of 10 for dramatic lighting." Next to her sat Sergeant Eli Kondo, legs crossed, expression unbothered, calculating the tensile strength of the force field with a look normally reserved for flat tires. And X's. They use plasma fusion, but the alignment's off. I give it 4 minutes before I get bored enough to dismantle it with my boot. Across from them lounged Old Man Gregor, wearing what appeared to be half a tracksuit and a full beard of questionable origin, sipping something out of a flask labeled "Definitely Not Jet Fuel." He burped. "This not worst Tuesday. Once. Woke up in Siberian cave with bear spooning me. At least here is warm." A nearby alien technician made the mistake of leaning in to scan him, only to get a face full of Slavic elbow and an unsolicited opinion about modern alien fashion. Back on the command deck, Blanak stared at the monitor as his specimens began to systematically undermine everything. The snack dispenser in Section Delta was now dispensing flaming hot cheese puffs and Diet Cola at Jenna's command. Eli had reprogrammed a surveillance drone to hover upside down and sing off-key lullabies in Swahili. Gregor had somehow weaponized a chair and was using it as a throne, from which he now ruled over 2 confused cleaning bots. Blanak twitched. Why are they comfortable? He whispered to his nearest advisor, who immediately began faking a seizure to avoid answering. They're supposed to panic, despair, offer tribal dances in exchange for mercy. In a last-ditch effort to reassert dominance, Blarnac activated the ship-wide translation module and addressed the humans directly, his voice booming through the corridors. Humans of Terra, you are now property of the Tharnax Dominion. Surrender your knowledge and primitive artifacts or face annihilation. Jenna rolled her eyes so hard it nearly broke the translator. Cool speech, Tentacle McDrama. Quick question though, do your plasma rifles come in matte black, or are they all that tacky chrome? Eli added, without looking up. Also, your left-flanking units have 3-second response lag. You might want to patch that, or don't. I'll enjoy the explosion. Gregor just stared directly into the camera and muttered, I have seen worse. In bathroom, after chilly night, as alarms started blaring due to what the ship classified as existential logic failure, Blarnac paced rapidly, 6 boots clanking, 8 appendages gesturing, and his confidence unraveling like a budget reality show. They're mocking. This isn't a science expedition, it's a psychological horror film, and I'm the unpaid intern. Yet something inside him couldn't look away. There was strategy in their chaos, precision in their idiocy, and possibly, just possibly, they'd let themselves be captured. His primary advisor, Zahn, leaned in with trembling mandibles. Supreme Commander, what if this is all part of their plan? Blarnac froze, all 6 eyes blinking in opposite directions. No, they can't even open a universal translator without accidentally linking it to a karaoke machine. He paused. Although their leader did disable her tracker using, was that chewing gum? And a paperclip, whispered Zahn, sobbing. Outside, unbeknownst to Blarnac, tiny stealth craft were already flitting through Tharnaxian radar like glitter through air vents. A coalition of Earth's finest chaos agents had received Jenna's quantum beacon, and the next act in this intergalactic comedy of errors was about to begin. But for now, deep in the bowels of the alien mothership, 3 humans leaned back in their cells, smiling with the smugness of people who knew something no galactic conqueror ever suspected. Humanity's greatest weapon was never its technology. It was the fact that even in the face of doom, they'd still argue about pizza toppings and build laser turrets out of kitchen appliances. Blarnac was beginning to feel something wholly unfamiliar to his gelatinous, ego-cushioned soul. Anxiety. It gnawed at the edges of his neural lobe like an unpaid parking violation on a bureaucratic world, invasive and utterly unignorable. From the bridge of the overwhelming superiority, he glared at the human captives displayed across the main view screen. They had not only failed to tremble, they were now holding a talent show. Jenna was juggling plasma grenades with one hand while critiquing the ship's lighting scheme. Eli had hijacked a surveillance drone and taught it to perform interpretive dance to 80s Earth pop songs. Gregor had somehow found a vent, crawled through it, and re-emerged wearing part of the ship's plumbing system as armor, while yelling, "Is tradition now," as he slapped a confused guard with what might have been an alien urinal. The ship's morale was plummeting. The command crew was beginning to suspect that perhaps this wasn't a standard conquest mission, but rather some kind of galactic prank show, and they were the unfortunate saps on camera. Blarnac refused to accept it. Perhaps they're merely overcompensating, he muttered, adjusting his ceremonial conquest sash, which had somehow developed a ketchup stain, an impossibility, as the ship didn't serve ketchup. And yet, here it was, mocking him with its vinegary defiance. He turned to his science officer, Frinks, a spindly creature with 12 fingers and no confidence, and snapped, "Begin invasive neurological analysis. I want to know what makes these creatures function." Frinks nodded, dropped his datapad, in terror, then scrambled to retrieve it while mumbling something about splicing frontal lobes and prayer. Meanwhile, inside cell block Gamma Alpha Da, the humans were thriving. Jenna had already mapped 84% of the ship by observing ventilation patterns and counting the number of sighs from passing guards. They exhaled through their knees, she noted, munching on an alien ration bar she'd improved by melting it with a jury-rigged laser toothbrush. Eli had been quietly studying the Tharnax language, which turned out to be a combination of bureaucratic jargon, condescending coos, and legally binding z's. No wonder they suck at improvisation, he said, as he inserted a bootlace into the cell's energy emitter to create a frequency pulse that jammed internal sensors. Gregor, on the other hand, had domesticated a cleaning bot, trained it to fetch things, and named it Olga. Olga good, she loyal, smarter than Blanak, doesn't judge when I drink. Jenna's implanted quantum beacon was now active, pulsing, a silent distress signal that piggybacked on the ship's sewage diagnostics, because, as she explained, no one ever checks the poop logs. On Earth, the signal was received by the Earth Defense Pact, a loose coalition of world governments, eccentric billionaires, and the sort of conspiracy theorists who had been waiting their whole lives to say, "I told you so," with government. In funding, General Diana Marsh, dressed in reverse-engineered alien armor and sipping lukewarm coffee from a mug that read World's Okayest General, leaned over the console and said, "Looks like the kids poked the bear. Time to poke back." Back on the ship, Blanak entered the cell block himself, flanked by two honor guards who looked like boiled asparagus, wielding laser forks. He stood before the humans and made a grand gesture. "You are hereby requested, no ordered, to provide an explanation for your behavior. Your refusal to act terrified undermines our invasion protocol. You are disrupting the psychological framework of interstellar dominance." Jenna tilted her head. "You kidnapped us, locked us in glowing boxes, and fed us protein sludge that tastes like burnt printer ink. What exactly were you expecting? A fruit basket and some interpretive weeping?" Eli nodded. "Also, your guard routines reset every 12 minutes. That's enough time to teach myself origami and plan your assassination. Hypothetically." Gregor held up a makeshift weapon cobbled together from a faucet, some wire, and a highly illegal alien battery pack. "I call this one Mr. Boom. It make loud surprise." Blanak's mouths twitched. He tried again. "We are offering you the honor of being studied. You may be dissected, yes, but in the name of scientific enlightenment. That's basically immortality in your culture. Yes?" Jenna snorted. "Only if you put us on YouTube afterward." Then she leaned forward, serious for a brief, terrifying second. "You know we let you catch us, right?" Blanak blinked. "What?" "The beacon," Eli added. "You thought you were tracking us. You were actually being tracked." Gregor grinned a smile that had scared bears into therapy. "We bring friends, not like yours. Ours have bad manners. In orbit, just beyond Tharnaxian sensors, a fleet of Earth's finest chaos was arriving. The ships were cobbled together from old NASA hardware, stolen alien blueprints, Elon Musk's early prototypes, and whatever the French had been secretly building under the Louvre. Pilots wore reprogrammed VR headsets and flight suits made from alien fiber spliced with military-grade spandex. Their ships had names like Insufficient Respect, You Mad, Bro, and USS Karen, Manager of War. Each craft was manned by highly trained professionals and one emotionally unstable intern, with a vendetta against extraterrestrials. The fleet decloaked with all the subtlety of a glitter cannon in a funeral home. Back aboard, the overwhelming superiority arms blared. Blarnac spun toward the view screen and watched in horror as his majestic fleet began blinking off the radar, one after another. The human vessels didn't fly by the rules. They didn't have rules. One used a kamikaze drone that broadcast Rick Astley on all frequencies. Another weaponized a microwave fitted with Tharnaxian gravity cores, creating a black hole that sucked up an entire bathroom wing. The aliens panicked. "They're not using conventional tactics," cried Frinks. "They're not using any tactics," screamed Zarn. "They're just doing stuff." Blarnac staggered back, choking on disbelief. This isn't how wars are fought." Jenna, now standing freely in the command room after bypassing security using a laminated coffee loyalty card, smirked. "It is now." Part 2 of the Great Invasion was over. The captives were no longer captives. The tables had flipped. The Tharnaxians were scrambling to read a playbook written in memes and caffeine. And Commander Blarnac, proud scourge of 15, galaxies and self-published author of Conquest for Dummies, was beginning to realize that this wasn't an invasion. This was a setup. And Earth, the primitive blue marble he'd dismissed as a planetary sitcom, was about to deliver the season. Vignoli, with fire, fury, and absolutely no commercial breaks. Commander Blarnac's dignity was currently being held together with duct tape, ego glue, and the desperate hope that this was still somehow a salvageable invasion. Unfortunately, that illusion shattered entirely when a ship named Get Wrecked performed an aerial barrel roll past the Tharnax flagship while blasting sabotage by the Beastie Boys, followed by a maneuver known on Earth as the Flying Middle Finger. The once flawless formation of the Dominion fleet now resembled the aftermath of a toddler's tantrum in a Lego set. Tharnax ships spiraled out of sync, crash-teleporting into one another as confused officers screamed into comms that had mysteriously been rerouted to play cat videos in a loop. In the chaos, Earth's fleet moved like coordinated lunatics, unpredictable, brash, and clearly enjoying themselves way too much. Blarnac's command deck was devolving into a panic room without the comforting lack of air holes. Advisors yelled conflicting strategies, none of which accounted for Gregor hijacking a weapons bay and launching garden gnomes rigged with proximity grenades. "They look innocent," Gregor explained to a horrified Tharnax gunner, "but this one, he is Dimitri. He explode." Jenna had assumed control of the ship's security system using a modded universal TV remote, and what she claimed was just basic US Army mischief. She wandered the hallways now in full command, tapping buttons, unlocking doors, and occasionally piping in karaoke duets between alien generals as a psychological weapon. Eli, quiet and tactical as ever, had entered the Dominion's central databanks and discovered something shocking. Earth's signals had been monitored for years. The Tharnaxians had watched human television, intercepted global communications, even analyzed fast food marketing strategies. But in their arrogance, they'd classified the entire planet as culturally deranged, technologically non-threatening, mildly amusing. Eli stared at the screen, then turned to Frinks, now duct-taped to a wall as part of a human interrogation technique called being Gregor's furniture. "You saw everything," he said. "Movies, news, internet history. And you still thought this was a good idea," Frinks whimpered. "Your culture makes no sense. Your history reads like someone dropped a blender full of war, memes and jazz into a vat of insanity." Eli nodded. "Exactly. You thought we were disorganized. Turns out we're just decentralized chaos. It's efficient, like bees, drunk bees, with lasers. On the bridge." Blarnac was now communicating with his fleet via emergency conference hologram, which flickered erratically due to someone, read Jenna, rerouting the signal through the ship's coffee machine. "We need formation," he yelled. "Regroup, fire protocol Delta 9. "Delta 9 was already hijacked," cried a fleet commander. "They renamed it Party Mode, and it now drops confetti and plays dubstep." Fine, use fallback Omega Strike A. That one reroutes power to the kitchen and plays reruns of Golden Girls on every console. Blarnack groaned as his ceremonial sash caught fire from a misfired plasma spark. He batted it out with his claw, only to realize Jenna was now on the bridge, holding a plasma rifle pointed casually at his general direction and sipping Tharnaxian tea like she'd ordered it at a cafe. "You know," she said, "we reverse-engineered your tech 60 years ago, that little crash in Nevada? Not so much a weather balloon, more like a welcome gift we decided to unwrap with duct tape, chewing gum, and the unstoppable force known. There's some guy named Carl who used to fix microwaves and now runs our weapons division." Blarnack backed up slowly. "You knew about us?" "Of course we did," she grinned. "We've been preparing, training, not like you train, not simulations or protocols. No, we trained by playing video games, arguing on internet forums, and watching every single alien movie ever made. We guessed at half your tech just by watching reruns of Star Trek and saying, what if that's real, over pizza." Behind her, Gregor strolled onto the bridge, carrying what appeared to be a Tharnaxian reactor core balanced in a shopping cart. "This one hums like grandmother before explosion," he said proudly. "Think I name it Boomer." Outside, the ship, the Earth fleet, launched Phase 2 of their offensive, what General Diana Marsh called Operation Waffle Iron, because it made no tactical sense but sounded aggressive enough to be effective. Civilian scientists, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged tinkerers had collaborated to create anti-grav bombs, signal disruptors, and in one case, a device that made enemy pilots involuntarily break into interpretive dance. Tharnaxian fighters spiraled like broken kites, half of them trying to regroup, and the other half too busy twerking against their will. In the center of the battlefield, Earth's flagship, the uninvited guest, unleashed a payload reverse-engineered. From Tharnaxian shield tech, it disrupted targeting systems, forced all hostile ships to speak in rhyming couplets, and altered internal gravity just enough to make everyone nauseous, but not vomit. It was psychological warfare, designed by meme lords and military dropouts. It was devastating. Back inside the flagship, Blarnack stood, dazed, surrounded, defeated, but still trying to maintain some semblance of authority. You violated every known law of warfare," he stammered. "You weaponized absurdity." "Damn right," Jenna said. "We stopped trying to be normal centuries ago. Doesn't work for us. You came here thinking this was a planet of confused primates. Turns out, we're a planet of mildly insane geniuses with nothing to lose and too much caffeine in our bloodstreams." Eli stepped forward with a data pad. "We've got access to your fleet schematics. Your encryption is garbage. One of our guys cracked it using a Sudoku solver and a copy of Microsoft Paint." Gregor casually kicked a console and shorted out the ship's engine room. "Oops," he said. "Now ship is sad." The ship shook. The lights dimmed. Blarnack slumped into his conquest throne, now partially melted and definitely smelling like burnt regret. "So this is it," he murmured. "Defeated by you." Jenna holstered her weapon. "Not defeated. Just educated. You learned something today, Commander. Earth isn't weak. We're just allergic to consistency and authority and instructions." At that moment, the bridge doors opened again, and General Marsh walked in, followed by a tactical team wearing hybrid armor and looking more like comic book villains than peacekeepers. She stared at Blarnack with a kind of patient annoyance, usually reserved for toddlers and unpaid interns. "Commander," she said, "you have two options. One, peace, trade, and you send a formal apology for trying to abduct our people. Option two, we install Gregor as your new emperor. He's very enthusiastic about mandatory vodka hour and says you all need more chin-ups." Blarnack blinked at Gregor, who smiled and whispered, "I have ideas." The ship trembled one more time as Earth's forces completed their sweep. Victory wasn't declared, it was shrugged into existence. The humans didn't cheer, they didn't pose for heroic posters, they just got back to work, rewiring consoles, downloading alien recipes, and preparing for whatever ridiculous diplomatic mess would come next. Because that's what humans do. They improvise, they adapt, they make peace if necessary, war if you insist, and jokes regardless of context. And as the overwhelming superiority lowered its shields in quiet surrender, Blarnac realized the terrible truth of the universe. You can prepare for logic, for strategy, for power, but you can't prepare for Earth. Blarnac stared blankly at the charred remains of his command throne, which now resembled something between a melted recliner and a half-eaten pastry. Around him, Earth's ragtag delegation of lunatic geniuses and caffeine-fueled military minds had taken full command of the overwhelming superiority. The bridge had been turned into what Jenna called mission control, but with better lighting, and Gregor called my new office, where Gregor holds court and possibly karaoke. Screens once reserved for galactic maps and fleet analytics now alternated between defense schematics, cat memes, and a live feed of a bored Earth technician drawing mustaches on Tharnaxian propaganda posters. Eli stood at the communications terminal, deep in talks with Earth's Earth Defense Pact Command, negotiating trade agreements while simultaneously threatening to replace the entire Tharnaxian fleet's navigational AI with Clippy from 1997. He'll be very helpful, Eli muttered, but also very, very persistent. Outside, the space battlefield had fallen silent. The few remaining Tharnax ships, upon realizing that Earth's assault vessels used unpredictability as an actual doctrine, and that one of them was named HMS Neon Cat's Revenge, had either retreated, shut down, or started broadcasting apologies, in all known dialects, including one reserved for diplomatic squirrels. Commander Blarnac, once heralded as the Galactic Empire's most decorated ego, now sat with the posture of a broken tent, glancing occasionally at General Diana Marsh, who had stationed herself near the command console with the calm menace of a librarian with a flamethrower. "Let's get one thing clear," Marsh said, her voice like sharpened steel dipped in dry sarcasm. "Earth isn't going to become part of your dominion, but you're going to become part of our very confusing, very poorly organized, wildly effective chaos network. We're offering peace, but it comes with strings and paperwork, lots of paperwork." Blarnac twitched. "What kind of paperwork?" "Bureaucratic torture," Jenna chimed in cheerfully, spinning a holographic projection of an interspecies trade treaty like it was a fidget spinner. Forms with conflicting instructions, tax implications, and one section that requires you to explain your invasion attempt in haiku form. "We call it the humility clause," Eli added. "Clause 14b7. Thou shalt not underestimate caffeine-fueled species with nuclear access and poor impulse control." Blarnac tried once, just once, to rally his remaining pride. He stood, brushed soot off his remaining sash fragment, and announced, "The Tharnax Dominion does not yield to primitive planets. We will regroup, we will return, and we will—" "Oh, for crying out loud!" Jenna groaned, and zapped his belt buckle with a handheld plasma jolt, causing his pants to fall with a dignified plop. The bridge erupted in laughter, except for Gregor, who clapped respectfully and said, "Traditional human comedy. I rate 7 out of vodka." With the last strands of resistance electrocuted into irrelevance, Blarnac slumped back into his chair and waved the white flag, literally as one had mysteriously appeared on his console next to a coffee mug that read Nukra 1 Galactic Disappointment. Negotiations proceeded quickly. Earth demanded technology exchanges, unlimited access to Tharnaxian snack cakes, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious, and an annual intergalactic science fair hosted on the moon. The Tharnaxians requested that Gregor no longer be allowed near heavy machinery or their young. Gregor agreed, provided they give him a new hat. A treaty was drafted in record time using a combination of legal AI, 3 lawyers from Earth who had previously worked in parking enforcement, and 1 alien translator who needed hazard pay for every sentence that included the phrase, "according to subsection mu" of the absurdity clause. Once signed, ratified, and properly memified, the Treaty of Oops, Our Bad was broadcast across known space. Galactic reactions were swift. and confused. Some species applauded Earth's defense as a miracle of cunning and sheer defiance. Others assumed it was performance art. One confused civilization believed it was an elaborate commercial for a new Earth beverage called Mountain Dew Cosmic Edition, and began importing cases by the asteroid. The Tharnax fleet began its slow, shameful retreat under escort from Earth vessels that played rickrolls on loop as a farewell gesture. Blarnac, now stripped of most of his titles and his pants, was given a new role as intergalactic liaison of Not Screwing Up Again. It came with a modest office, a rubber stress squid, and a framed portrait of Jenna giving a thumbs up, with the caption, "You tried." He was not allowed within 5 parsecs of Earth without written permission, a fruit basket, and a personal apology video addressed to humanity, and at least 3 cats. Back on Earth, celebrations broke out, mostly online, with live streams titled things like Aliens Defeated, Gregor's Revenge, and 10 Ways to Stop an Invasion Using Only Duct Tape and Spite. General Marsh gave a briefing to the UN, where she calmly explained that humans were not to be trifled with, but also probably shouldn't be left unsupervised for long. Jenna was promoted, given a medal shaped like a middle finger in honor of her strategy, and immediately used her new clearance level to prank call Mars. Eli returned to his jungle headquarters with a small Tharnax drone he'd reprogrammed as a chess opponent. It kept losing. He kept smiling. Gregor opened a bar called The Alien's Regret, where drinks had names like Screaming Gravity Bomb and Peace Treaty on the Rocks. And every night at 9, he toasted to Earth Glorious Ball. Of confusion that wins anyway, but the story didn't end there. Earth was changed, united, kind of. For the first time in history, humans had a common purpose that wasn't trying to be the first comment on a viral video. Defense systems were upgraded, science teams collaborated globally, and somewhere deep beneath Area 51, a group of scientists and conspiracy theorists stood over a disassembled Tharnaxian AI core and asked the most important question: what happens if we plug this into a Tesla? As stars swirled and new threats loomed in the corners of the galaxy, one thing was now certain. Earth was no longer just a wet marble with Wi-Fi problems. It was a dangerous, ridiculous, stubborn, beautiful chaos engine of a planet. And it had just made first contact the only way it knew how, through defiance, mockery, and a complete disregard for how the galaxy thought things were supposed to work. The galaxy had rules, Earth had internet comments, and somewhere, far away, another alien species watched the footage of Blarnac's defeat and whispered to itself, maybe we should just send flowers. Rain-soaked cables burned Tam's fingers as emerald light pulsed beneath alien metal. The Mero swamplands hadn't seen a proper storm in 8 months, and now the skies were making up for lost time. Water sheeted down in relentless curtains, turning the already soggy ground into a sucking mire that threatened to swallow Tam's boots with every step. Not that it mattered much. The 16-year-old had been barefoot for 3 weeks now, ever since trading his last pair of decent footwear for the electron spanner that now hung from his belt. Worth it, Tam muttered, wincing as another jolt of electricity danced up his arm. The cables in his hands were slick with rainwater, their frayed ends exposing circuitry that had never been designed for human touch. But beggars couldn't be choosers, and on the technological scrap heap that was Mero, Tam was definitely a beggar. He squinted through the downpour at the hulking shape, half submerged in the green waters. The ship, and it was definitely a ship, not some mining equipment or colony module like the other adults had suggested, lay at a 40-degree angle, its sleek hull punctured in multiple places. Vegetation had already begun to claim it, creeping vines and mosses, finding purchase in the gashes that scarred its once smooth surface. To anyone else, it was just another piece of space junk that had fallen from the sky. To Tam, it was salvation. "All right, you beautiful disaster," he said, gathering up the remaining cables. "Let's see if we can get your heart beating again." Tam had discovered the wreck 23 days ago while hunting swamp rats to sell to Old Keefe's protein reclamation shop. At first, he'd done what any sensible scavenger would do, stripped everything of obvious value from the exterior and sold it at the trading post in the settlement. But after the third trip, something changed. When he placed his hand against the hull, he could have sworn he felt a vibration, like the ship was breathing. That was when curiosity overcame greed. The interior of the vessel defied conventional engineering logic. Corridors curved in ways that seemed to redirect gravity, and control panels featured no buttons or screens, just indentations shaped for appendages that humans certainly didn't possess. Most of the ship's systems were dead, but occasional flickers of light suggested dormancy rather than destruction. Tam slithered through one of the hull breaches, dragging his collection of salvaged tech behind him. Inside, at least, it was dry. The air held a metallic tang and something else, a sweet, almost cinnamon-like scent that made his nose itch. He'd grown used to it over the weeks, but still couldn't identify its source. "Home sweet temporary workshop," he said, dropping his bag of tools onto the makeshift platform he'd constructed in what he assumed was the ship's control room. Water dripped steadily from his shaggy hair onto bare shoulders, his skin prickling with goosebumps in the ship's cool interior. His patched cargo pants clung uncomfortably to his legs, but he'd long since stopped noticing such discomforts. The central console was a marvel, a curved basin-like structure filled with what appeared to be liquid metal. When the ship had power, the liquid would form shapes and patterns, responding to touch like a living thing. Tam had only seen it active once, briefly, when he'd connected a power cell scavenged from a terraforming drone. The display had shown him something that still haunted his dreams, stars arranged in unfamiliar constellations and worlds he'd never seen in any planetary catalogue. Attached to his belt was the prize that had cost him his boots, an electron spanner that could interface with almost any known technology. It was his theory that with the right connections, he could use it to translate the ship's systems into something he could understand and control. "This goes here, I think," he muttered, connecting one cable to what he believed was a power distribution node. "And this connects to whatever you are." The ship remained silent and dark as he worked, connecting salvaged power cells and improvised circuit boards to the alien technology. Hours passed. The storm outside intensified, lightning occasionally illuminating the interior through the hull breaches. Tam's stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since morning, but he ignored it. He was close to something. He could feel it. "Last one," he said, attaching the final cable to his electron spanner and then to an access port near the liquid metal console. "Now let's see if—" The ship jolted. Tam stumbled, nearly falling into the console. Every surface around him suddenly illuminated with the same emerald glow he'd seen pulsing earlier. The liquid metal in the console began to move, forming complex geometric patterns that shifted and flowed like a kaleidoscope. "It worked!" Tam laughed, incredulous. "It actually worked!" His elation was short-lived. A sharp pain lanced through his temples, driving him to his knees. Images flooded his mind. Alien landscapes, strange beings with elongated limbs and iridescent skin, and vast fleets of ships identical to the one he was currently inside. When the pain subsided, Tam found himself sprawled on the floor, gasping. The ship hummed around him. Systems coming online one by one, the liquid metal console now displayed what appeared to be a star map, with one particular point pulsing rhythmically. "What did I just do?" he whispered. The next morning, Tam returned to the settlement with a backpack full of small artifacts from the ship, nothing critical to its systems, but enough to trade for food and supplies. The settlement was a haphazard collection of prefabricated modules and repurposed ship parts, home to roughly 500 colonists who'd been abandoned by the corporation after the mining operation failed. Most survived through subsistence farming, scavenging, or providing services to the occasional off-world traders who stopped by for water and basic provisions. Mero had never been meant for permanent habitation. The planet's atmosphere was breathable but laden with spores that caused respiratory problems after prolonged exposure. Its gravity was slightly higher than Earth standard, making every movement require extra effort. The only reason anyone stayed was simple: they couldn't afford to leave. The trading post was operated by a woman named Vela, whose 4 eyes, the result of genetic engineering for the mining operations overseer class, missed nothing. "Back again, little salvager," she said as Tam approached her counter. 2 of her eyes remained fixed on him, while the others scanned the crowded room. "Let's see what treasures you've dredged up today." Tam carefully placed his findings on the counter: a set of crystalline components that glowed faintly blue, a hand-sized device that emitted a pleasant warmth, and several strips of a metal that bent but wouldn't break. Vela's upper eyes widened. "These aren't standard corporation tech. Found a new wreck," Tam said with practiced casualness, "out past the eastern marshes." All 4 of Vela's eyes now focused on the items. "I'll give you 30 credits for the lot." 75, Tam counted. "The metal alone is worth 50. 45 and I'll throw in information." Tam hesitated. "What kind of information?" "The interesting kind." Vela leaned forward. "Like why Administrator Wolf has suddenly doubled patrols in the swamplands, or why a corporation shuttle landed yesterday for the first time in 3 years. A chill ran down Tam's spine that had nothing to do with his damp clothes. "Deal." After exchanging the artifacts for credits and a bag of synthetic protein cubes, Vela motioned Tam to the back of the trading post. "Word is," she said quietly, "orbital sensors picked up an energy signature 2 nights ago. Something powerful enough to punch through our atmospheric interference. The corporation thinks it might be a beacon." "A beacon?" Tam kept his expression neutral despite his racing heart. "To who?" "That's the fascinating question, isn't it?" Vela's lower eyes narrowed. "Mero was surveyed 63 years ago. Nothing intelligent lived here, just swamps and fungus and those irritating flying leeches." "Maybe it's an automated distress signal," Tam suggested, "from one of the early colony ships." "Maybe." Vela clearly didn't believe it. "But the corporation doesn't send representatives for distress signals from obsolete equipment. Whatever it is, they're interested enough to break their own quarantine protocols." Tam swallowed hard. "Thanks for the warning." "Oh, it wasn't a warning, little salvager." Vela smiled, all 4 eyes crinkling at the corners. "It was a business proposition. Whatever you found, I want exclusive trading rights." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Please." Vela waved a dismissive hand. "Your boots are gone. Your pants are torn in ways that suggest crawling through tight spaces, and you've brought me alien tech unlike anything I've seen in 26 years on this miserable swamp planet. You found something big." Tam remained silent. "Fine. Keep your secrets." Vela shrugged. "But remember who your best customer is when the corporation starts asking questions. Now go, and maybe find some new footwear before you lose those toes to swamp rot." That night, Tam dreamed. He floated in a vast chamber filled with the same liquid metal that comprised the ship's console. The fluid surrounded him, supported him, and somehow communicated with him. Not in words, but in sensations and fractured images. He saw the ship, whole and magnificent, slicing through space alongside dozens of others like it. He felt the exhilaration of speeds beyond comprehension, the freedom of movement unhindered by planetary gravity. Then came fear, a desperate escape, a risky jump through space-time, and finally the violent descent through Mero's atmosphere. Most disturbingly, he sensed awareness. The ship wasn't simply a vessel, it contained intelligence, purpose. And now that intelligence recognized him, had connected with him somehow when he'd activated its systems. Tam woke gasping, his thin blanket soaked with sweat despite the cool night air. Outside his shelter, little more than a repurposed storage container, he could hear the distant hum of a patrol skimmer. The corporation was looking for something, all right. Looking for his ship. Not their ship, he muttered to himself. Not even my ship. But if not his, then whose? And more importantly, were they coming to reclaim it? The storm had passed by the time Tam returned to the crash site the next day, leaving the swamp even more treacherous than before. New pools of water concealed sinkholes and quicksand patches. Twice he had to backtrack when familiar paths proved impassable. His bare feet were cut and bruised, but he barely noticed the pain. His mind was consumed with questions raised by his dream and Vela's information. As he approached the wreck, Tam stopped short. Something was different. The ship seemed to be higher, less submerged in the swamp water than before. And the vegetation that had been growing on its hull was withered and brown, as if it had been poisoned. "You're coming back to life, aren't you?" he whispered. Inside, the transformation was even more dramatic. The corridors glowed with soft green light. Surfaces that had been cold and inert now thrummed with energy. The air smelled strongly of the cinnamon-like scent, making Tam's head swim slightly. In the control room, the liquid metal console bubbled and shifted constantly, displaying incomprehensible symbols and diagrams. Tam approached it cautiously, remembering the pain that had accompanied his last interaction with the ship's systems. "Can you understand me?" he asked, feeling foolish for talking to an empty room. "My name is Tam. I've been trying to help repair you." The liquid metal rippled, then formed into a shape that approximated a human hand, but with too many fingers, each one impossibly thin and jointed in strange places. Tam's breath caught. Slowly, he extended his own hand over the console, not quite touching the metallic liquid. The alien hand mimicked his movements, mirroring him like a reflection. "You are aware," he breathed. "You've been watching me." The liquid metal shifted again, this time forming into a rough approximation of Tam's face. The details were wrong, eyes too large, features flowing into each other, but the resemblance was unmistakable. A shiver ran down Tam's spine. "What do you want from me?" The face dissolved, replaced by the star map he'd seen earlier. The pulsing point glowed brighter now, and lines extended from it toward another point, which Tam realized with a start was likely representing Mero's location in space. "You're calling someone," he said slowly. "You activated a beacon when I connected those power cells." The liquid metal rippled in what Tam interpreted as confirmation. "Who are you calling? Your makers? Your owners?" The console shifted again, displaying a series of images too quickly for Tam to fully comprehend. He caught glimpses of the iridescent beings from his dream, of vast structures orbiting distant suns, of technology so advanced it seemed like magic. Then the images stopped on a single scene, one of the alien beings reaching toward him, its elongated hand outstretched in what could have been either greeting or demand. "They're coming here, aren't they?" Tam asked, his voice barely audible. "To Mero. For you." The liquid metal formed a simple shape, a circle with a line through it. Tam didn't need an alien translation guide to recognize an affirmative response. "How long?" The console displayed what appeared to be a countdown, though the numerals were unfamiliar. Based on the rate they were changing, Tam estimated days rather than hours or minutes. Relief flooded through him, quickly followed by anxiety. What would happen when they arrived? Would they be peaceful? Would they care that a human had been tampering with their technology? As if sensing his concerns, the console shifted again. This time it showed an image of Tam standing beside one of the iridescent beings, both of them working on the ship together. "You want me to keep helping," Tam realized, "to finish repairs before they arrive." The console rippled in agreement. "Why me? Why not just wait for your people to come fix you?" In response, the liquid metal formed into a rough approximation of Tam's electron spanner, then shifted to show his hands connecting cables to the ship's systems. Then it displayed the corporation's logo, a stylized planet with a pickaxe through it. You chose me because I helped you, Tam said slowly, and you're warning me about the corporation. The affirmative symbol appeared again. Tam ran a hand through his hair, mind racing. The corporation will want your technology. They'll try to claim salvage rights. They've done it before with other wrecks. The console displayed an image that made Tam's blood run cold. The settlement in flames, residents fleeing as corporation ships hovered overhead. That's what will happen if they get control of your technology, he asked. The liquid metal formed the affirmative symbol once more. Tam paced the control room, bare feet silent on the now warm floor. I need to hide you somehow, buy time until your people arrive. But how did one hide a spacecraft the size of 3 settlement modules combined? Even submerged in the swamp, it would be visible from aerial surveys. And with its systems now active and broadcasting, it would be like a beacon to the corporation's sensors. Unless... Can you stop broadcasting? Tam asked. Just temporarily? The console displayed a negative symbol, the circle with the line now horizontal instead of vertical. Can't or won't? The image changed to show the ship's interior systems, highlighting what appeared to be critical damage to several components. The beacon wasn't a choice. It was a necessity, an automated distress call that couldn't be deactivated without completing certain repairs. I see, Tam muttered. So we need to either finish fixing you enough that you can control your own systems again, or find a way to mask the signal. The console rippled in what seemed like agreement. I'll need more parts, Tam said, already mentally inventorying what he might find in the settlement scrapyard. And I'll need to be careful. The corporation's already looking. As he prepared to leave, the liquid metal formed one last image, a perfect representation of Tam's missing boots. Despite everything, Tam laughed. Yes, I'll get some new boots too. The next 3 days passed in a blur of feverish activity. Tam divided his time between the settlement, where he carefully gathered supplies while avoiding corporation patrols, and the ship, where he worked alongside its semi-conscious systems to restore critical functions. He'd discovered that the ship could communicate more effectively when he was in physical contact with the liquid metal console. Though uncomfortable at first, the sensation was like having cold electricity run through his veins. It allowed for direct transfer of technical information. The ship couldn't give him words, but it could show him what needed to be done, guiding his hands through repairs that would have otherwise been incomprehensible. On the 3rd day, while Tam was elbow-deep in what appeared to be a propulsion system conduit, a perimeter alarm he'd rigged from scavenged motion sensors began to buzz. Someone was approaching the crash site. Tam quickly disconnected from the console and grabbed his makeshift weapon, a mining laser he'd repaired and modified to run on one of the ship's power cells. Probably just a scavenger or swamp farmer, he told himself. The corporation would have come with skimmers and heavy equipment. He positioned himself near one of the hull breaches, peering out through the twisted metal. The swamp appeared empty at first glance, but Tam had lived here long enough to spot the subtle signs of someone trying to move stealthily. Ripples in water that shouldn't be disturbed, the unnatural stillness of usually active insects. "I know you're out there," he called. "Show yourself." After a moment's hesitation, a figure rose from behind a cluster of fungal growths. It was Vela, her 4 eyes blinking rapidly to adjust to the direct sunlight. "Impressive security for a salvager," she said, gesturing to the nearly invisible sensor wire she'd triggered. "Almost like you're expecting trouble." "What do you want, Vela?" Tam kept the mining laser half hidden behind his leg. "To see what all the fuss is about." She stepped closer, gaze fixed on the ship behind Tam. "And I must say, it doesn't disappoint. This isn't corporation technology. It's not from any human world." "I never said it was." "No, you didn't say much at all." Vela's upper eyes narrowed. "The corporation's offering a reward for information about the energy signature. Enough to buy passage off-world." Tam's grip tightened on the mining laser. "Are you here to claim it?" "If I wanted to do that, I'd have brought Administrator Wolf and his security team, not come alone." She gestured at herself, unarmed, wearing only her usual trading clothes and a pair of wading boots. I'm here to negotiate. For what? Partnership. Vela's 4 eyes gleamed with excitement. Whatever you've found here is beyond valuable. It's civilization-changing. And you're what, 16? You can't handle this alone. I'm doing fine so far. Are you? Vela pointed to the ship. Because from what I've heard, that thing is sending a signal powerful enough to reach other star systems. Who do you think is going to respond first? Its owners or every corporation and government that detects an alien technology signature? Tam said nothing. The corporation ships aren't here for a routine inspection, Vela continued. They've brought mining equipment, security personnel and scientists. They'll tear this swamp apart, looking for the source of that signal. And your solution is, we move it. Vela said this as if suggesting they relocate a piece of furniture. Tonight, before they narrow down the search area. Tam couldn't help but laugh. Move it? It's a spacecraft the size of half the settlement. Not the whole ship, Vela said patiently, as if explaining to a child. Just the part that's broadcasting. The core. Every ship has one. The essential systems that can function independently in an emergency. Find it, disconnect it, and we can hide it somewhere the corporation will never look. Tam hesitated. The idea wasn't completely absurd. The ship had shown him diagrams of its internal systems, and there was indeed a central core, heavily protected, but theoretically separable from the main structure. Even if that were possible, he said, where would we hide it? All 4 of Vela's eyes blinked in unison, her equivalent of a smile. The one place on Mero that the corporation avoids, the Deep Sink. The Deep Sink was a massive peat bog near the planet's equator, notorious for its unpredictable gases and magnetic anomalies that disrupted navigation equipment. Corporation survey teams had lost 3 skimmers there during the initial colonization, and since then it had been marked as a restricted zone. The magnetic interference could mask the signal, Tam admitted. But the core is massive. We'd need heavy equipment to move it. Leave that to me, Vela said. I didn't survive 26 years on this planet without making useful connections. Just tell me what we need. Tam should have said no. Should have chased Vela away and taken his chances with the ship's original plan. But the image of the settlement in flames kept flashing through his mind. If the corporation found the ship first, I need to consult with someone, Tam said carefully. Vela's upper eyes narrowed. There's someone else involved? Not exactly. Tam gestured toward the ship. I'll meet you at the trading post tonight if, and only if, I decide to work with you. After Vela departed, Tam returned to the control room and placed his hands on the liquid metal console. Immediately, images flooded his mind, sharper and more coherent than before. The ship was growing stronger, its consciousness more focused. We have a problem, Tam said aloud, though he knew the ship could read his thoughts through the connection. The corporation is closing in. We might need to change plans. He felt rather than saw the ship's response. Confusion, then concern. It showed him images of its core, the critical systems that contained both its consciousness and the beacon calling for help. Yes, that's what I was thinking, Tam said. Can the core be separated, moved? The answer came as a series of technical schematics showing connection points and power systems. It was possible, but dangerous. The core required specific environmental conditions and energy inputs. Without them, it would eventually shut down, not die exactly, but enter a form of stasis until proper conditions were restored. How long could it survive separated from the main ship? The response was unclear, the equivalent of a shrug. Days, perhaps, maybe weeks if properly powered. And would the beacon still function? Could your people still find you? This time the answer was more definitive. Yes, though the range would be reduced. Tam took a deep breath. Then I think we need to do it. It's too risky to stay here. The ship's consciousness reacted with what felt like reluctant agreement, then displayed a new set of images, tools and components Tam would need to safely disconnect the core. Some he recognized from his salvage work. Others were completely alien. "I'll find what we need," he promised, "and I'll keep you safe until your people arrive." The liquid metal rippled beneath his fingers, forming briefly into the shape of a human hand, clasping one of the elongated alien appendages. A gesture of agreement, of trust. That night, Tam met Vela behind the trading post. He had spent the afternoon gathering supplies and preparing the ship's core for transport. The process had been arduous. The core's connections were complex and in some cases seemed to resist separation, as if the ship were reluctant to have its heart removed. "Well?" Vela asked as Tam approached. Her lower eyes tracked movement in the shadows, while her upper pair focused on him. "I'll do it," Tam said, "but we'll need a heavy-duty hover sled and power cells, lots of them." Vela smiled. "Already arranged. My associate will meet us at the Eastern Marsh crossing with the equipment. When do we move?" "Tomorrow night. I need one more day to prepare the component. The corporation won't wait forever, boy." "Neither will I," Tam replied, "but this has to be done right, or we risk damaging it beyond repair." Vela studied him for a moment, all four eyes unblinking. "You've connected with it somehow, haven't you? The ship's systems." Tam kept his expression neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you don't," Vela sighed. "Just be ready tomorrow night, and bring whatever you can carry from the wreck. Emergency protocol says the corporation will sterilize the area once they locate the signal source." "Sterilize?" "Plasma purge. Standard procedure for potentially hazardous alien technology." Her voice was matter-of-fact. "Anything within half a kilometer will be reduced to ash." Udry, the image of the settlement in flames, flashed through Tam's mind again. They wouldn't risk contaminating the swamp, wouldn't they? This is the same corporation that strip-mined 3 habitable worlds before environmental sanctions were imposed. Vela's tone was bitter. "Trust me, they'll burn this whole region to get what they want." The next day, Tam returned to the ship one last time. The process of disconnecting the core would take hours, and he needed to be finished before dusk, when he was due to meet Vela and her mysterious associate. The ship seemed aware of what was coming. The liquid metal console displayed a continuous series of technical instructions, guiding Tam through the complex disconnection procedure. As he worked, Tam could feel the ship's consciousness fluctuating, sometimes sharp and clear, other times fragmented and distant, as if the separation was already affecting its ability to think. "I'm sorry," Tam murmured, as he disconnected a particularly vital-looking conduit. "I don't know if this is the right choice, but it's the only one I can see." The console rippled in what Tam had come to recognize as acknowledgement. Then it displayed an image that made his heart skip. The ship, whole and functional, rising from the swamp into the sky. Beside it stood a human figure, Tam himself, watching the departure. "You'll leave once your people arrive?" Tam asked, though he'd already suspected as much. The affirmative symbol appeared, followed by a new image, Tam standing beside one of the iridescent aliens, a small device being passed from the alien's hand to his. "A reward," Tam guessed. "For helping you?" The ship's response was complex. Not simply agreement, but something deeper. The image shifted to show Tam using the device to construct machines of incredible sophistication, then teaching others to do the same. It was not merely a reward, but a gift of knowledge, technology beyond anything humans currently possessed. "That's why the corporation can't get hold of you," Tam realized. This kind of technology in their hands. The console displayed the burning settlement again, but this time expanded the view to show multiple worlds suffering the same fate. The message was clear. Power like this, wielded by those motivated by profit alone, would lead to destruction on a scale Tam could barely comprehend. "I understand," he said softly. "I won't let that happen." 4 hours later, the core was finally disconnected from the main ship structure. It was smaller than Tam had expected, roughly the size of a standard cargo container, but much heavier and oddly shaped, with curves and protrusions that followed no human design logic. The liquid metal that had formed the console was now contained within the core, visible through translucent sections of its housing. As Tam had worked, the ship's peripheral systems had gradually shut down. The green glow that had illuminated the corridors dimmed and then failed entirely. By the time he was ready to move the core, the ship was dark and silent, an empty shell of the living entity it had been. Tam couldn't help but feel he was looking at a corpse. "Is this what death feels like for your kind?" he whispered, running a hand along the now cold hull. There was no answer, of course. All that remained of the ship's consciousness was contained within the core, now operating on minimal power as it waited to be transported. Using improvised anti-grav units salvaged from the settlement's scrapyard, Tam managed to maneuver the core out through the largest hull breach. It now hovered a few centimeters above the swampy ground, ready for transport. All he needed was Vela and the hover sled she'd promised. As dusk fell, Tam heard the distinctive hum of a repulsor engine approaching. He tensed, reaching for the mining laser he'd kept holstered at his hip. If the corporation had found him. But it was Vela who emerged from the gathering darkness, accompanied by a tall, thin man with skin so pale it was almost translucent, a common mutation among those born on Mero. "This is Harrow," Vela said by way of introduction. "He has the equipment we need." Harrow didn't speak, merely nodded and gestured toward the heavy-duty hover sled he'd brought. It was industrial grade, the kind used for transporting ore during the planet's brief mining boom. "Will it support the weight?" Tam asked, eyeing the sled dubiously. "It'll hold," Harrow said, his voice surprisingly deep. "Rated for up to 8 tons. What exactly are we moving?" "This." Tam deactivated the anti-grav units, allowing the core to settle onto the marshy ground with a wet squelch. In the fading light, its translucent sections glowed with a subtle green luminescence, the liquid metal still active within. Harrow whistled. "That's not corporation tech." "No," Vela agreed, all 4 eyes fixed on the core. "It's worth considerably more." Together they loaded the core onto the hover sled. It was back-breaking work, even with the sled's repulsor field to counteract some of the weight. By the time they finished, all 3 were covered in swamp muck and breathing heavily. "Now," Vela said, wiping her brow, "we move. The deep sink is 4 hours from here if we push the sled to its limits." 4 hours? Tam frowned. "The corporation patrols are concentrated to the north and west," Vela finished for him. "They haven't found the crash site yet, but they're close. Our path should avoid them." "Should," Harrow echoed skeptically. "Nothing in life is certain, especially on Mero," Vela replied. "Now let's move before we lose all light." The journey through the swamplands was grueling. The hover sled, while powerful, wasn't designed for the treacherous terrain. Twice they nearly lost it in sinkholes, and once they had to completely disassemble the repulsor array when swamp vines became tangled in the mechanism. Throughout the journey, Tam kept one hand on the core whenever possible. Though he couldn't communicate with the ship's consciousness as clearly without the liquid metal console, he could still sense its presence, a subtle awareness that ebbed and flowed like a tide. Sometimes it seemed to be watching through him, observing the unfamiliar landscape with curiosity. Other times it retreated deep within itself, conserving energy. They were halfway to the deep sink when disaster struck. The distinctive whine of corporation skimmers cut through the night air, accompanied by the sweeping beams of searchlights. "Down!" Vela hissed, dousing the hover sled's running lights. They crouched in the muck beside the sled as 2 corporation patrol skimmers passed overhead. The vessels moved in a grid pattern, methodically scanning the swamp below. "They're searching for the signal source," Vela whispered. "The core is still broadcasting, isn't it?" Tam nodded grimly. "It has to. Otherwise its people won't find it." "Well, its people aren't the only ones looking," Harrow muttered. "And the corporation found it first." "Not yet," Tam said. "They're still searching. If we can reach the deep sink before they narrow down the location—" The words died in his throat as one of the skimmers abruptly changed course, banking sharply in their direction. "They've detected us," Vela said, her voice tight with fear. "We need to move," Now. No time, Harrow replied, already pulling a compact pulse rifle from beneath his coat. We'll have to stand our ground. Against corporation security? That's suicide. But so is running with that thing broadcasting our location. Harrow gestured to the core. Can you shut it down, boy? Tam placed both hands on the core's surface, trying to establish the connection he'd had with the ship. I can try, but I don't know if... The skimmer's searchlight found them, its harsh beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. A voice boomed from its external speakers. By authority of the corporation, remain where you are. Unauthorized possession of salvage is a capital offense. Harrow raised his pulse rifle. I'm not dying in this swamp for your alien treasure, Vela. Wait! Tam shouted as the thin man took aim at the approaching skimmer. There's another way. With desperate intensity, Tam pressed himself against the core, willing the ship's consciousness to understand their plight. They've found us, he thought as loudly as he could. We need help. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the core began to vibrate beneath his hands. The green glow from its translucent sections intensified, pulsing in a rapid rhythm. What are you doing? Vela demanded, her four eyes wide with alarm. Before Tam could answer, a deafening screech cut through the air, a sound so painful it drove all three of them to their knees, hands clapped over their ears. Above them, the corporation skimmer veered wildly as its systems went haywire. Its repulsors failed, sending it crashing into the swamp 50 meters away. The second skimmer, still at a distance, immediately reversed course and sped away, presumably to report the incident and call for reinforcements. How did you do that? Harrow asked, staring at Tam with a mixture of fear and awe. I didn't, Tam replied, his voice shaking slightly. It did. He nodded toward the core, which had resumed its normal subtle glow. But I don't think it can do it again. That took a lot of its remaining power. Then we need to move, Vela said, already reactivating the hover sled. They'll be back, and in greater numbers. They pushed onward with renewed urgency, the hover sled's repulsors whining in protest as they forced it to its maximum speed. Tam could feel the ship's consciousness growing weaker as it conserved what little power remained after its defensive display. Hold on, he whispered to the core. Just a little longer. Udil, the deep sink announced itself with a change in the air, a sulphurous smell and a heaviness that made breathing difficult. Unlike the rest of Merrow's swamps, which were merely unpleasant, the deep sink was actively hostile to human life. Toxic gases bubbled from its depths, and its waters were acidic enough to eat through standard protective gear in hours. This is as far as the sled goes, Harrow announced, stopping at the edge of a vast, mist-covered expanse. The repulsors won't function properly once we enter the magnetic anomaly zone. Then we carry it, Vela said. There's a solid ridge about 500 meters in, stable ground where we can place the core and hide it from aerial surveys. Tam looked dubiously at the poisonous fog rolling across the surface of the bog. How do we cross safely? Vela produced 3 rebreather masks from her pack. These will filter the worst of the gases. As for the acid water, well, try not to fall in. The final leg of their journey was the most harrowing. With the hover sled deactivated, they had to manually drag the core using makeshift sledges cut from the surrounding vegetation. The toxic mist limited visibility to just a few meters, and the ground beneath their feet was treacherously unstable. Twice, Tam nearly lost his footing, saved only by Harrow's quick reflexes. The thin man's strength was surprising, a benefit of being born and raised in Merrow's higher gravity. There, Vela called through her rebreather, pointing to a dark shape looming ahead. The ridge! It wasn't much of a ridge, more a slightly elevated hummock of relatively solid ground. But after their ordeal, it looked like salvation. With the last of their strength, they heaved the core onto the firmer ground and collapsed beside it, exhausted. We made it, Tam gasped, his chest heaving beneath the rebreather mask. For now, Harrow added ominously. The corporation won't give up so easily. They can't follow us here, Vela said, not with their equipment. The magnetic anomalies will fry their navigation systems and repulsors. They'll find a way, Harrow insisted. They always do. Tam placed a hand on the core, trying to sense the ship's consciousness. It was there but faint, conserving energy, retreating deeper into itself. "How long until your people arrive?" he whispered, though he knew he wouldn't get an answer he could understand. To his surprise, the liquid metal visible through the core's translucent sections formed a crude numerical shape, what looked like the number 21. 21 what? Tam wondered aloud. Hours, days. The ship couldn't clarify further. Its energy was too depleted for complex communication. "Whatever's coming, we need to be ready," Vela said, noticing the exchange. "The corporation will regroup and send ground teams equipped for the deep sink. We need defenses." "With what?" Harrow gestured around them. "We're in the middle of the most inhospitable region on an already inhospitable planet, with limited supplies and no backup." "We have this," Tam said, patting the core. "It helped us once already. Maybe it can again." "It's dying," Harrow observed bluntly. "Look at the light. It's dimmer than before." He was right. The green glow had faded to little more than a glimmer. Without the ship's main power systems, the core was running on reserves that were rapidly depleting. "Then we need to build it a new power source," Tam said, his mind already racing through possibilities. "Something that can sustain it until help arrives. From what I've seen of that technology, nothing we have will be compatible," Vela pointed out. "Nothing standard, no," Tam agreed, "but I've spent weeks studying its systems. With the right components, I think I could jury-rig something that would at least keep it alive." "And where exactly do you plan to get these components?" Harrow asked skeptically. "We're not exactly near a tech market." Tam smiled grimly. "We go back to the settlement, tonight." The plan was simple, if dangerous. Tam and Vela would return to the settlement to gather the necessary components while Harrow remained with the core, hidden in the deep sink. They would reconvene before dawn, hopefully with everything needed to build a makeshift power system that could sustain the ship's consciousness until its people arrived. The journey back was faster without the core to transport, but no less treacherous. Corporation patrols had increased, forcing Tam and Vela to take long detours through particularly nasty stretches of swamp. By the time they reached the settlement, both were exhausted, covered in muck, and sporting multiple leech bites. "We'll split up," Vela whispered, as they crouched in the shadows at the settlement's edge. "I'll hit the trading post for power cells and circuitry. You check the scrapyard for the specialized components on your list." "Be careful," Tam warned. "The corporation will have people watching for us." "4 eyes are better than 2, Vela replied with a grim smile. "Meet back here in 1 hour, no matter what." The settlement's scrapyard was a treasure trove of discarded technology, failed mining equipment, damaged ship components, and the technological detritus of a colony in decline. Tam moved silently between towering piles of junk, his bare feet making no sound on the muddy ground. He had just located a damaged terraforming conduit that contained the rare conductive alloy he needed when a voice spoke from behind him. "I thought you might come here." Tam whirled around, mining laser half-drawn, to find Administrator Wolf standing a few meters away. The corporation's representative was a small man with a perpetual expression of mild disappointment, as if the entire planet of Mero had failed to meet his already low expectations. "Administrator," Tam said cautiously, his hand still on his weapon. "Please don't bother with that mining tool," Wolf said, gesturing dismissively. "If I wanted you detained, you'd be in custody already. What do you want?" "The same thing you do." Wolf stepped closer, his expensive boots somehow remaining pristine despite the muddy ground. "Access to the alien technology you've discovered." Tam said nothing. "Oh, come now," Wolf continued. "Wolf, did you really think the corporation wouldn't notice? An energy signature powerful enough to reach nearby star systems originating from a backwater swamp planet. We had ships en route within hours of detection." "Then why aren't I in a cell?" Tam asked. "Or dead?" "Because you've done something remarkable," Wolf replied. You've established contact with it, communicated with it. Our scientists have been studying similar artifacts for years without success. A chill ran down Tam's spine. Similar artifacts? You didn't think this was the first alien technology we've encountered, did you? Wolf smiled thinly. The galaxy is vast, boy, and the corporation has interests in many parts of it. What do you want from me? Tam repeated. A partnership, Wolf said. You clearly have a connection with the alien consciousness. We want you to act as an intermediary. Help us communicate with it, understand its technology. And in return, you'll be richly rewarded. A position with the corporation's Xenotechnology division, passage off-world, education, opportunities beyond anything this swamp could offer. It was, Tam had to admit, a tempting offer. Everything he'd ever dreamed of. Escape from Mero, a chance for a real future. All he had to do was betray the trust of an entity that had shared its consciousness with him. And if I refuse? Wolf's expression hardened. Then we find the consciousness without your help, and believe me, our methods will be considerably less gentle than yours have been. You don't even know where it is, Tam pointed out. Don't I? Wolf raised an eyebrow. The deep sink is the obvious choice. The only place on this planet where our sensors are compromised. We've already dispatched specialized teams equipped for the environment. It's only a matter of time. Tam's heart raced. Harrow was alone with the Corps, armed with only a single pulse rifle. He wouldn't stand a chance against a corporation tactical team. I need time to think, Tam said, playing for time. Of course. Wolf nodded agreeably. You have until morning. Come to the corporation module with your answer. Choose wisely, boy. As soon as Wolf departed, Tam grabbed the remaining components he needed and sprinted to the rendezvous point. Vela was already waiting, her expression grim. We have a problem, she said without preamble. Corporation tactical teams are mobilizing heavy equipment, environmental suits, weapons. I know, Tam replied. They're heading for the deep sink. We need to move, now. They ran through the swamp, pushing their exhausted bodies to the limit. The journey back to the deep sink seemed to take twice as long, each step a battle against both terrain and fatigue. By the time they reached the toxic mist boundary, dawn was breaking, painting the sky in shades of murky green. Harrow! Tam called as they approached the ridge where they'd left the Corps. We're back! There was no response. Drawing his mining laser, Tam advanced cautiously through the mist, Vela close behind him. The ridge appeared deserted, no sign of Harrow or the Corps. They got here first, Vela said, her voice tight with anger and fear. The corporation found them. No, Tam pointed to the ground, where a message had been scratched into the mud. Moved north. 200 men, hurry. They found Harrow hidden in a small cave formed by fallen vegetation and accumulated peat. The thin man was wounded, a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, but alive. Beside him, the Corps glowed feebly, its light barely visible even in the dim cave. Corporation scouts, Harrow explained through gritted teeth. Just 2 of them. I took care of it, but more will come. Did you get what we need? He asked, looking at the components Tam and Vela had brought. Everything, Tam confirmed, already laying out the parts. But I need to work fast. The Corps' power is almost depleted. Working by the light of Vela's emergency lamp, Tam assembled his makeshift power system. It was crude, a hybrid of alien technology and human ingenuity, but it might be enough to sustain the Corps until help arrived. The key component was the conductive alloy from the terraforming conduit, which Tam had discovered could interface with the liquid metal without causing system rejection. Almost there, he muttered, making the final connections. Just need to... A distant explosion shook the ground, sending clumps of vegetation raining down around them. They're here, Harrow said, checking his pulse rifle. Corporation tactical teams. That was probably them clearing a landing zone for heavy equipment. How long do we have? Vela asked, her 4 eyes scanning the cave entrance. Minutes, Harrow replied grimly. Maybe less. Almost done, Tam said, his fingers flying over the connections. Just one more circuit and... The makeshift power system hummed to life. Energy flowed into the core, and the green glow brightened noticeably. Within the translucent sections, the liquid metal began to move with renewed vigor, forming patterns and shapes. "It's working!" Tam exclaimed. The liquid metal formed into a clear image, a fleet of ships, identical to the crashed vessel, approaching a planet that could only be Mero. "They're coming," Tam breathed. But how soon? In response, the liquid metal formed the number 3, then shifted to display what appeared to be a planetary rotation. 3 days, Vela guessed. "We can't hold off the corporation that long." Another explosion, closer this time, emphasized her point. The tactical teams were advancing methodically through the deep sink. "We need to buy time," Tam said. "Distract them somehow." Harrow checked his weapon. "I can give you maybe 10 minutes before they overwhelm me." "No," Tam and Vela said simultaneously. "We're not sacrificing anyone," Tam continued. "There has to be another way." The liquid metal rippled, then formed into a new shape. A simplified representation of the deep sink, with the core at its center and multiple points around the perimeter pulsing with light. "What is it trying to show us?" Vela wondered. Tam studied the image, then understood. "Decoys. It wants us to create decoy signals to confuse the corporation teams." "With what?" Harrow demanded. "We barely had enough components for this power system." The liquid metal shifted again, forming the shape of the electron spanner still attached to Tam's belt. "Of course," Tam breathed. "We can use the electron spanner to modify the power cells Vela brought, program them to emit energy signatures similar to the core's beacon." "How many can you make?" Vela asked. Tam counted the power cells. 6, maybe 7, enough to scatter around the perimeter of the deep sink. "It won't fool them for long," Harrow warned. "It doesn't need to," Tam replied. "Just long enough for the core to regain strength. Once it's at full power, it can protect itself like it did against the skimmer, but more effectively." They worked quickly, Tam programming each power cell while Vela and Harrow prepared to distribute them around the deep sink. The sounds of the approaching corporation teams grew louder, mechanical whines of specialized equipment designed to navigate the toxic environment, the occasional shout of a command. "They're spreading out," Harrow reported from his position near the cave entrance. "Trying to triangulate the signal source." "Perfect," Tam said, handing over the last of the decoy beacons. "That will make the decoys more effective. They'll think the core is constantly moving." As Vela and Harrow slipped away to plant the decoys, Tam remained with the core, monitoring its power levels. The green glow was steadier now, though still far from its full strength. "Just a little longer," he murmured, placing his hand against the translucent section. "Your people are coming. We just need to hold out until then." The liquid metal formed into the shape of a human hand, meeting Tam's touch from the other side of the barrier. Then it shifted, displaying a new image. Tam, Vela, and Harrow aboard one of the incoming alien vessels, traveling among the stars. "Is that an invitation?" Tam asked, surprised. The affirmative symbol appeared. "You're offering to take us with you when your people come?" The liquid metal rippled in confirmation. Tam's heart raced at the thought, to leave not just Mero but human space entirely. To see worlds no human had ever visited. To learn from a civilization advanced enough to create ships with consciousness. The cave entrance darkened as Vela and Harrow returned, breathless but triumphant. "Decoys are placed," Vela reported. "The corporation teams are already diverting to investigate the false signals." "How's our friend?" Harrow asked, nodding toward the core. "Getting stronger," Tam replied, "and it's made us an offer." He explained the invitation the ship had extended, passage aboard the rescue vessels when they arrived, a chance to leave Mero and all human space behind. Leave with aliens. Harrow's expression was skeptical. "To go where? Does it matter?" Vela countered, her 4 eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a chance to see things no human has ever seen, or a chance to end up dissected on an alien examination table." Harrow muttered. Tam shook his head. I don't think so. It saved our lives more than once. I think the offer is genuine. Before they could discuss further, a series of explosions echoed across the deep sink, far more powerful than the previous ones. They've found the decoys, Harrow said grimly, and they're destroying them. We don't have much time. The liquid metal console pulsed urgently, forming an image of the core surrounded by a sphere of energy. Alongside it appeared a simplified diagram of the makeshift power system Tam had built, with one component highlighted. It needs more power, Tam realized. It can create a protective field, but not with the current setup. What do we need? Vela asked. Tam studied the diagram. A more efficient conductor, something that can handle a massive energy surge without melting. Like this? Harrow reached into his pocket and produced a small, glittering object, a data crystal of the kind used in high-end navigation systems. Salvaged it from a Corporation Explorer vessel that crashed last year. Pure crystalline matrix, supposed to be nearly indestructible. That might work, Tam said, taking the crystal, but I'll have to reconfigure the entire power system. That will temporarily shut down the core. How long? Vela asked, glancing nervously toward the cave entrance. 10 minutes, maybe 15. A nearby explosion rattled the cave, sending dust and debris showering down on them. We don't have 15 minutes, Harrow warned, readying his pulse rifle. They're getting closer. Then we'll have to buy time the old-fashioned way, Vela said, drawing a compact blaster from beneath her clothing. At Tam's surprised look, she shrugged. You don't survive 26 years in a place like this without being prepared. I'll need you both to defend the cave while I work, Tam said. Once the core is back online with the enhanced power system, it should be able to protect itself. And us. Vela and Harrow moved to the cave entrance, weapons ready. Tam turned his attention to the core, carefully disconnecting the power system he'd built. The green glow dimmed immediately, the liquid metal becoming still as the ship's consciousness retreated into energy conservation mode. I'm sorry, Tam whispered. Just a little longer. Working with feverish intensity, Tam reconfigured the power system, incorporating Harrow's data crystal as the primary conductor. His fingers flew over the connections, making adjustments based on the diagram the ship had shown him. Outside, the sound of weapons fire erupted as Vela and Harrow engaged the approaching Corporation forces. "Hurry, boy!" Harrow shouted over the din. "They've got heavy weapons!" "Almost there," Tam called back, making the final connections. "Just need to initialize the—" A massive explosion rocked the cave, collapsing part of the entrance. Harrow was thrown backward, his pulse rifle discharging wildly as he fell. Vela maintained her position, returning fire with grim determination. "They're breaching!" she shouted. "Tam, whatever you're doing, do it now!" Tam connected the final circuit and activated the new power system. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. The core remained dark and silent. "Please," Tam whispered, placing both hands on the core's surface. "We need you." Suddenly, the core blazed with emerald light, brighter than Tam had ever seen. The liquid metal within surged into motion, forming complex patterns that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Energy crackled across the surface, forming an expanding sphere that engulfed first the core, then Tam, and finally the entire cave. The Corporation forces that had been advancing on the cave entrance found themselves unable to proceed further. Their weapons malfunctioned, their environmental suits failed, and their communications went dead. Those who persisted were repelled by an invisible force that grew stronger with each passing minute. Inside the energy sphere, Tam reconnected with the ship's consciousness. It was stronger now, more focused, its thoughts clearer than ever before. "Thank you," it communicated, "not in words, but in sensations and images. My people approach. 3 planetary rotations until arrival. Can you maintain this protection until then?" Tam asked. The answer came as a confident affirmative, along with images of the energy sphere expanding further, encompassing more of the deep sink. "And the offer?" Tam hesitated. "To take us with you when they come?" The liquid metal formed 3 distinct shapes: a simplistic representation of Tam, Vela, and Harrow. Beside each was a question mark. "You're asking if we all want to go?" The affirmative symbol appeared. Tam looked to his companions. Harrow was nursing a wounded shoulder, but seemed otherwise intact. Vela stood vigilant at what remained of the cave entrance, all four eyes scanning for threats. "What do you say?" Tam asked them. "When their ships arrive, do we go with them?" Vela didn't hesitate. A chance to see the stars properly, not through the filter of corporation propaganda. Yes. Harrow was more measured. What would we be to them? Pets, specimens, ambassadors? The liquid metal shifted in response, forming an image of the three humans working alongside the iridescent aliens, examining star maps and operating sophisticated equipment. "Colleagues," Tam interpreted. "Partners in exploration." Harrow considered this, then nodded slowly. "Better than dying in this swamp. I'm in." The next 3 days passed in a strange tranquility. The energy sphere protecting the core repelled all corporation attempts to breach it. After losing several pieces of expensive equipment and at least one tactical team to the unknown energy field, Administrator Wolf apparently decided to wait for reinforcements from off-world. Within the protected zone, Tam, Vela, and Harrow prepared for departure. The ship's consciousness, growing stronger by the hour, shared information about its people through images and sensations. Their homeworld, their civilization, their way of life. In return, Tam and his companions shared what they could about humanity, though they were careful to distinguish between corporation values and their own. On the dawn of the third day, the sky above Merrow lit up with new stars, dozens of ships entering the atmosphere in perfect formation. Unlike human vessels, they made no sound as they descended, their hulls shimmering with the same green energy that protected the core. The corporation responded with predictable aggression, launching interceptors from their orbital station. The alien vessels simply ignored them, their advanced shielding rendering corporation weapons useless. 3 of the ships broke formation, descending toward the deep sink, while the others maintained a defensive perimeter around the planet. As they approached, the energy sphere protecting the core pulsed in a complex rhythm. A greeting, Tam realized, or perhaps a status report. The lead vessel, identical to the crashed ship Tam had discovered, landed at the edge of the deep sink. A section of its hull became transparent, revealing several of the iridescent beings Tam had seen in the ship's communications. They were tall and slender, with elongated limbs and skin that shifted colors in hypnotic patterns. The energy sphere expanded, creating a safe corridor between the cave and the landed vessel. The ship's consciousness prodded Tam gently, urging him to bring the core home. Using the makeshift anti-grav units, Tam, Vela, and Harrow transported the core along the protected corridor. Corporation forces watched helplessly from beyond the energy barrier, their weapons useless, their communications jammed. As they approached the landed vessel, its hull opened further, revealing an interior that pulsed with the same green light as the core. The iridescent beings emerged, 3 of them moving with fluid grace despite Merrow's higher gravity. Tam stepped forward, the core hovering beside him. "We brought your friend back to you," he said, though he wasn't sure they would understand human speech. To his surprise, one of the aliens extended a hand, or something like a hand, and touched his forehead gently. Immediately, Tam's mind filled with images and sensations, gratitude, admiration, welcome. "You preserved our scout," came the thought, not in words but in concepts that Tam somehow understood. "You resisted those who would have destroyed it. We owe you a debt." The alien gestured toward the open vessel, the invitation clear. Tam looked back at the swamplands of Merrow, at the corporation forces gathering at the perimeter of the energy field, at the miserable settlement visible in the distance. Then he turned to Vela and Harrow. "Ready?" Vela's 4 eyes blinked in excitement. "More than ready." Harrow hefted his pack of salvaged possessions. "Let's see what's out there." Together, they stepped aboard the alien vessel. Behind them, Administrator Wolf watched from the energy barrier, his expression a mixture of fury and impotent desperation as the ship's hull sealed seamlessly. As the vessel rose into Merrow's murky green sky, Tam felt the ship's consciousness brush against his mind one last time. It showed him the settlement from above, then zoomed outward to reveal Merrow as a whole, then the star system, then an entire spiral arm of the galaxy. Home, the thought came, accompanied by a sense of invitation. New home. Tam smiled as the ship accelerated, leaving Merrow and the corporation and all of human space behind. New home, he agreed, watching as the stars stretched into lines of light around them. The universe, it turned out, was vast beyond imagining, and they were just beginning to explore it.
No species will ever forget the moment humanity's patience finally snapped. Message recorded. Start. Galactic date 47,293.6. I speak into my personal log, adjusting the quantum recorder as I gaze through the observation dome at the blue-green planet below. Professor Rallalak continuing documentation of species 7249 designational. Humans. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. The Council should have listened to my warnings about classifying them as a Level 2 civilization, but no one ever listens to the xenoanthropologist. Do the ship's systems hum softly around me as I continue my observation. Earth hangs suspended in the void like a precious gem, deceptively peaceful from this distance. 10 years ago, I stood in this same spot, filled with excitement about first. Now I understand why the ancient texts speak of things better left undisturbed. Preliminary observation period lasted standard 50 cycles. I continue, my four hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The Council of Seven Galaxies believed they had identified all crucial aspects of human civilization. There is another harsh laugh, primitive, limited, harmless. The memory surfaces unbidden, Ambassador Talara striding into the council chamber, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with confidence. The humans will make excellent clients, she declared. Their planet's resources will serve the council well, and they'll be grateful for our guidance. I remember shifting uncomfortably in my seat, trying to voice my concerns. But Ambassador, my research indicates. Thank you, Professor Rallalak. She cut me off with a dismissive wave. We value your academic insights, but this is a matter for practical governance. The warning signs were there from the start. We should have noticed when our most sophisticated encryption was broken in mere days. Should have paid attention when our superior technology started being replicated and improved upon within weeks of diplomatic exchanges. But the Council was too busy congratulating themselves on finding another species to add to their collection, too preoccupied with calculating Earth's resource value to notice the steel beneath the human smiles. First contact day. That's when it all began to unravel. The Council decided to demonstrate their power, standard procedure for welcoming new client species. The gathering fleet appeared over every major human city simultaneously, 50,000 ships, a display of overwhelming force meant to ensure peaceful cooperation. I still remember the human response. No panic, no chaos. Just calm voices requesting the fleet's immediate withdrawal, as if they were asking party guests to leave at the end of the night. Ambassador Talara was positively gleeful at their naivety. She delivered the Council's terms with her usual flourish. Earth would be granted protection in exchange for resource rights and technological supervision. The humans would be guided to a proper place in galactic society. Their chief negotiator, a woman named Amanda Blackwood, listened politely to the entire presentation. Then she smiled, not the warm expression we documented in our cultural studies, but something else entirely, something that made my scales ripple with unease. That's a very generous offer, she said, voice dripping with something our translators identified as sarcasm. But we're going to decline. You have 1 hour to remove your ships from Earth's space. The council representatives actually laughed. My dear Talara practically purred, I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. The might of 50,000 ships will be reduced to 0 in 61 minutes. If they remain in their current positions, Blackwood interrupted. We've been peaceful because we choose to be. Don't make us choose differently. Looking back now, That was the moment, the precise instant when the Council should have recognized their catastrophic miscalculation, but centuries of easy victories had made them arrogant. They thought they were dealing with primitives who needed to be taught their place. They didn't understand that humanity's patience was not infinite, that their politeness was not weakness, that their warmth could turn to fire. End record, I whisper, my voice heavy with the weight of history. The quantum recorder clicks off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the view of Earth below. Tomorrow, I'll continue documenting how it all fell apart, how the Council's arrogance led to the greatest military and diplomatic catastrophe in galactic. But for now, I simply watch and remember. Remember the day we learned that some species are not meant to be conquered. Some peoples are not meant to be ruled. And humanity was never meant to kneel. The observation room feels colder today as I resume my recording. Record start galactic date 47-93.7. The Council's failure with first contact should have been the end. Instead, it was merely the beginning. I pull up the archived footage, watching as various species began their own attempts to gain Earth's favor. The Mercathi offered advanced propulsion technology. The Zentari promised biological immortality. The Drachnid Imperium suggested a military alliance. Each one came with hidden strings, with secret plans to manipulate and control. Each one left with what humans called a bloody nose. Admiral Jessica Porter. The name slips from my mouth with a mixture of respect and fear. She was the first to understand what we were really doing, the first to see through our supposedly benevolent offers. The holographic display shows her first appearance at the Galactic Assembly, tall for a human with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through diplomatic facades. She stood before the gathered representatives of 1,000 worlds, her white uniform pristine, her posture radiating quiet strength. "Let me be perfectly clear," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "Earth is not a prize to be won. We are not children to be guided, and we are rapidly losing patience with these transparent attempts to gain control of our world." The Mercathi representative, Lord Blackscale, rose to protest. "Admiral Porter, you misunderstand. We only wish to share the benefits of our advanced." "Your propulsion technology," Porter interrupted with a sharp smile, "the one with the hidden backdoor that would allow you to disable our ships at will. We found that within hours of examining the prototype. Just like we found the genetic kill switch in the Zentari's immortality treatment, and the loyalty programming buried in the Drachnid military protocols." I remember the shocked silence that filled the chamber. No one was supposed to be able to detect those safeguards. The most advanced species in the galaxy had spent centuries perfecting them. The human ability to innovate, to reverse engineer, to improve upon existing technology. We gravely underestimated it. I speak into my recorder. While we saw them as primitives to be guided, they were studying us, learning. The archived footage continues, showing the growing tension. Trade delegations arriving with manipulated contracts, spy ships poorly disguised as merchant vessels, corporate interests attempting to exploit loopholes in galactic law. Through it all, humanity's responses grew progressively less diplomatic. Admiral Porter's warnings became more direct. The human representative, Marcus Taylor, stopped attending council sessions entirely. "We thought they were being stubborn," I mutter, shaking my head at our blindness. We never realized they were giving us every chance to back away. The quantum recorder captures my bitter laugh as I pull up footage from the Centauri incident. The Drachnid Imperium, frustrated by their failed manipulation attempts, decided to demonstrate their power by establishing an observation post in Earth's. Within minutes of crossing the boundary line humanity had established, the Drachnid fleet encountered something new, something that shouldn't have been possible. The human defense platforms, I narrate, watching the familiar scene unfold. Quantum-linked satellites that could fire through subspace, ignoring traditional shields. Technology that no Level 2 civilization should have been able to conceive, let alone construct. The Drachnid ships never even had time to raise their shields. 3 capital ships, pride of their fleet, reduced to drifting hulks by precision strikes from weapons they couldn't detect or counter. Admiral Porter's message to the Imperium was broadcast across all galactic frequencies. This was a warning shot. The next violation of our space will be considered an act of war. Earth's patience is not infinite. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, saw the incident differently. They saw not the warning it represented, but proof that humanity was too dangerous to be left uncontrolled. We scheduled emergency sessions. I continue my record, drafted plans for containment, created task forces to study human weaknesses, and all the while humanity watched, waited, gave us chance after chance to change course. The final diplomatic meeting stands out in my memory with painful clarity. The council chamber packed with representatives from every major species, Ambassador Telara, now Supreme Counselor, delivering what she thought was an ultimatum. Earth will accept guidance from the galactic community, she declared, or Earth will be isolated from all galactic travel and trade. This is not a negotiation. Admiral Porter and Marcus Taylor exchanged a glance that made my scales prickle with warning. Then Taylor stepped forward, his expression almost pitying. "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you?" he asked quietly. "Even now, you think you have the upper hand. Think you're in control?" He shook his head. "We've tried diplomacy, tried patience, tried to show you that we can be valuable allies if you just treat us as equals." He turned to leave, then paused at the chamber doors. "You should know we've already developed our own FTL drives, better ones. We don't need your trade routes, we don't need your technology, and if you try to isolate us, you'll quickly learn that we don't need your permission to travel the stars." The council erupted in outrage, but I barely heard them. I was watching Admiral Porter, who hadn't moved or spoken. She stood perfectly still, watching the chaos with eyes that had seen enough. As I end today's recording, I can't help but wish we had understood then what those eyes were telling us. That human patience was reaching its end, that their willingness to endure our manipulations was running out. But we didn't understand, and what came next would reshape the galaxy forever. The quantum recorder hums to life again. Record start, galactic date 47,293.8. The Council's response to human defiance was predictably short-sighted. They assumed that without access to galactic trade networks, Earth would quickly collapse into isolation and eventually beg for readmission on the Council's terms. My hands tremble slightly as I access the restricted archives. They were wrong, so catastrophically wrong. The first sign came when the Mercathi trade cartels reported unusual activity along their supposedly secret routes. Ships were disappearing, not destroyed, simply vanishing without trace. The Drachnid border patrols encountered phantom energy signatures that their sensors couldn't properly track. The Zentari research outposts began detecting unauthorized quantum scans of their facilities. The humans were already out there, I narrate, my voice tight with remembered tension. Not just surviving isolation, but thriving, learning, spreading, and we never saw them coming. Supreme Counselor Telara refused to acknowledge the mounting evidence. Primitive species cannot master quantum cloaking, she declared during an emergency session. Their ships cannot possibly breach our detection grids. These reports are clearly exaggerations. Then came the Perseus incident. The holographic display shows the Mercathi's most secure research facility, built into an asteroid at the edge of their territory, home to their most advanced weapons development programs, protected by defenses that had repelled the Drachnid Imperium's best efforts at infiltration. The facility's quantum signature simply disappeared. I recall watching the archived footage. No explosion, no debris. The entire asteroid vanished, along with 3 decades of weapons research. The Mercathi's furious accusation the council chamber. The Drachnid Imperium must have finally succeeded in penetrating their defenses. The Zentari must have developed new technology. Everyone blamed everyone else. Until the message arrived. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's voice fills my observation room, just as it filled the council chamber that day. "We have confirmed that the Mercathi Perseus facility was being used to develop bioweapons intended for deployment against Earth. The facility has been relocated to a secure location. Its research data has been analyzed and archived. Its weapons have been neutralized." The stunned silence that followed still echoes in my memory. "This serves as a demonstration," she continued, her tone deadly calm. "We can reach any target anywhere in council space. We can bypass any defense. We can neutralize any threat. This is not a boast, it is simply fact." I remember Supreme Counselor Telara's scales turning pale, her bioluminescence flickering with shock. "Impossible," she whispered. They cannot have this level of technology. They cannot. But they did. And they were just getting started. The next 3 months shattered every assumption the Council had about human capabilities. Their ships appeared and disappeared at will throughout Council space. They intercepted coded transmissions we had thought unbreakable. They accessed restricted databases with embarrassing ease. Looking back, I speak to my recorder, we should have recognized the pattern. They weren't attacking, weren't destroying. They were systematically exposing every plot, every scheme, every secret plan the Council species had been developing against Earth. The Drachnid's hidden fleet assembly yards, the Zentari's prohibited genetic warfare labs, the Mercathi's network of slave worlds, one by one, humanity revealed them all. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, still couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't accept that a primitive species had not only caught up to them but had surpassed them in many ways. If they can reach these facilities, Lord Blackscale argued in a closed council session, they can destroy them. The fact that they haven't proves they're still weak, still unwilling to take necessary action. The recording shows Supreme Counselor Talera nodding in agreement. Precisely, they play these games of espionage because they lack the strength for real confrontation. The time has come to show them the consequences of defying the Council. I paused the playback, my 4 hands clenching in remembered frustration. I tried one last time to warn them, to make them understand what they were dealing with. The archived footage shows me standing before the Council, my academic credentials displayed behind me. The humans are not showing weakness, I argued. They're showing restraint. Every incursion into our space, every infiltration of our facilities, they're warnings. They're giving us the chance to back down. They're primitive apes playing with stolen technology. Supreme Counselor Talera dismissed me again, and they will learn their place. The Council voted overwhelmingly to authorize military action. A combined fleet drawing ships from all major Council species would pacify the Sol system and establish direct control over Earth. I remember watching the fleet assemble. 500,000 ships. The largest military force ever gathered in Council history. Supreme Counselor Talera personally broadcast their departure, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. Let humanity witness true power, she declared. Let them learn the price of defiance. The fleet never reached Earth. Halfway to the Sol system, every ship simultaneously lost power. Engines, weapons, life support, everything just stopped. In the darkness of dead ships, millions of crew members watched their view screens come to life with a single message. Admiral Porter's face appeared on every screen. She wasn't wearing her uniform anymore. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes, her expression more disappointed than angry. We gave you every chance, she said quietly. Every opportunity to choose cooperation over domination, peace over conflict. But you couldn't let go of your preconceptions, couldn't accept that humans might be your equals or even your superiors in some ways. She paused, looking directly into the camera. Your ships will regain power in 1 hour. That's enough time for life support to hold, but not enough time to prevent your trajectory from carrying you back into Council space. Consider this your final warning. Before the transmission ended, she added one last thing. Your weapons technology is now centuries behind ours. Your defenses are meaningless against our capabilities, and our patience is officially exhausted. End record, I whispered to my quantum recorder. The images fade, leaving me alone with the weight of history. Tomorrow, I'll document how the Council finally, tragically, pushed humanity past their breaking point. But tonight I remember Porter's words. Remember the moment when the galaxy's most powerful civilization discovered that power is relative. That patience should never be mistaken for weakness. And that some warnings should be heeded before it's too late. Record start, galactic date 47,293.9. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Today I document the moment everything changed, the day humanity's patience finally, irrevocably snapped. The Council, embarrassed by the fleet's humiliation, sought to save face. But rather than accept humanity's superiority in direct confrontation, they chose a different path, a coward's path. Supreme Counselor Talera authorized what she called a precision intervention. I narrate, pulling up the classified footage. The target was New Haven, humanity's first extrasolar colony. Population 50,000 civilians, researchers' families, children. The Drachnid Imperium provided the strike force. The Mercathi supplied the weapons. The Zentari contributed their stealth technology. They believed that by combining their most advanced systems, they could bypass human defenses. They succeeded. Partly. The recording shows the strike force emerging from stealth near New Haven. 30 ships, small enough to slip through standard patrol patterns. Their weapons were already charged, targeting the colony's environmental domes. The attack lasted exactly 27 seconds. I continue, my scales rippling with remembered horror. 27 seconds that sealed the fate of the Council, though we didn't know it then. The colony's shields held against the first barrage, but the concentrated fire eventually broke through. 3 environmental domes cracked. Emergency force fields snapped into place, but not quickly enough. 843 humans died in those 27 seconds. The strike force vanished back into stealth, believing they had struck a decisive blow, believing they had taught humanity a lesson about defying the Council. They were wrong. The response began exactly 3 minutes after the attack. My hands tremble as I access the restricted records. Simultaneous events across Council space, coordinated with a precision that we had thought impossible. The quantum recorder captures the footage of what happened next. In the Drachnid capital system, their mighty defense fleet simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, their ships literally vanished between one sensor sweep and the next. In Mercathi space, every weapons facility, every military installation, every defense platform went dark simultaneously. The Zentari found their most secure networks exposed, their secrets laid bare for the galaxy to see. But that was just the beginning. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's transmission overrode every communication channel in Council space. 843 civilians. 843 lives ended because you couldn't accept your own obsolescence. Because you chose pride over peace. Domination over cooperation. The recording shows her standing on what was clearly a ship's bridge, but like nothing the Council had ever seen. Behind her, holographic displays showed real-time views of every major Council world. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. We tried demonstrations of our capabilities without causing permanent harm. Now we show you what happens when humanity stops holding back. She nodded to someone off-screen. Your combined fleet that retreated from Earth, check their positions. Panic erupted across Council space as military commanders tried to contact their ships. 500,000 vessels, the pride of their combined military might, had vanished without trace. Your ships are safe, Porter continued, her voice carrying an edge that made my scales crawl. They're currently in orbit around Earth. Crew unharmed but thoroughly contained. We brought them here because we want them to have front row seats for what happens next. She pressed a control on her command chair. Right now, human ships are decloaking throughout Council space. We are everywhere. We have always been everywhere. While you played at espionage and military posturing, we were mapping every centimeter of your territory, analyzing every weakness, preparing for the possibility that you would force our hand. The footage splits to show multiple views. Council leaders watched in horror as human vessels appeared in their most secure systems. Ships of impossible size bristling with weapons beyond their comprehension. But Admiral Supreme Counselor Talara's voice shook as she responded, "Surely we can negotiate. The attack on your colony was unsanctioned, a rogue element." "Save your lies," Porter cut her off. "We have the Council records, the authorization codes, the operation plans. Every single being involved in planning and executing the attack has already been transported to holding cells on our ships." She leaned forward, her eyes hard. "Here's what happens now. Every Council world will stand down their military forces immediately. Every hidden weapon, every cloaked ship, every secret installation will be declared and surrendered. You have 1 hour." Or what Lord Blackscale demanded, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Porter's smile was colder than deep space. "Or we demonstrate our full capabilities, the technology we've been holding in reserve, the weapons we've developed but chosen not to use. 1 hour to comply. Then we stop being nice." They didn't believe her. I tell my recorder. Even then, even after everything they had seen, they couldn't accept the truth, couldn't believe that humanity had advanced so far beyond them. The Council's response was to order all remaining military forces to attack the human ships. every weapon they had left, every ship still under their control. One last, desperate attempt to prove their supremacy. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted less than 5 minutes. Human ships didn't dodge the attacks, didn't raise shields, simply allowed the Council's most powerful weapons to strike them directly. The energy weapons passed through them as if they weren't there. Physical projectiles emerged on the other side of their hulls without leaving a mark. Phase shift technology I explained to my recorder. Their entire ships could partially exit our dimension at will. Nothing in Council space could touch them. Nothing could stop them. Then the humans demonstrated their own weapons. They didn't target military installations, didn't fire on civilian populations. Instead, with surgical precision, they eliminated the seats of power. Government buildings, military command centers, the private estates of those who had ordered the attack on New Haven. The quantum recorder captures the archived footage. Buildings vanishing into thin air, transported to who knows where. Command bunkers buried kilometers underground, suddenly exposed to vacuum as the rock around them ceased to exist. Defense shields failing as the generators powering them simply disappeared. In 5 minutes, the Council's power structure was gutted. Their military command was decapitated. Their ability to offer organized resistance was eliminated. Admiral Porter's final transmission was broadcast to every world, every ship, every communications device in Council space. The Council's authority ends today, she declared. Earth will oversee the transition to a new galactic government, one based on cooperation and mutual respect, not domination and force. Those who work with us will be treated fairly, those who resist. She let the silence stretch meaningfully. Well, we've demonstrated what resistance will earn you. Choose wisely. End record. I shut off the quantum recorder, my 4 hands shaking as I pull up the final images. The Council chambers, now empty and dark. The mighty combined fleet, still in orbit around Earth, its crews watching helplessly as their civilization was transformed. Humanity, stepping into their role not as conquerors, but as reluctant guardians, determined to build something better than what they had torn down. They had never wanted war, never wanted to rule. But when pushed too far, when their patience finally ran out, they proved that technological superiority wasn't their greatest strength. Their greatest strength was their restraint, and the galaxy learned far too late that such restraint should never be taken for granted. Final record, galactic date 47,293.10. I gaze out at Earth one last time through my observation window. The reconstruction period began immediately after the surrender, but it wasn't what anyone expected. The humans, surprising everyone yet again, didn't install themselves as the new council, didn't seek revenge, didn't demand reparations. Instead, they did something far more radical. They gave everyone a voice. The Galactic Assembly, I speak into my recorder, watching ships of all species moving peacefully through space below. One world, one vote. No special privileges. No dominant species. Even the youngest civilizations have equal say in galactic affairs. The Quantum Archive displays footage from the first assembly session. Admiral Porter, now retired from military service, stood before representatives from every known species, even those the Council had deemed too primitive to participate. We could rule you, she said simply. We could dominate you the way the Council did. We have the power. But that's not who we are. That's not what humanity stands for. The changes came swiftly after that. Trade routes open to all. Technology shared freely, with built-in safeguards that even humans themselves couldn't override. A new era of cooperation and growth. The former Council species struggled at first, I narrate, remembering those turbulent days. The Drachnid Imperium nearly collapsed when their slave worlds were freed. The Mercathi economy stumbled without their monopolies. The Zentari scientific dominance evaporated when their secret research was shared with all. But they adapted. They had to. Because the humans made it clear, try to rebuild the old power structures, attempt to dominate others again, and face consequences far worse than military defeat. The recording shows the transformation. Former enemies working together on joint projects. Species that had been bitter rivals for millennia now sharing resources and knowledge. A galaxy learning slowly but surely that cooperation brings greater rewards than conquest. Supreme Counselor Talera works as a teacher, now I note with a touch of irony. instructing young diplomats about the dangers of pride and prejudice. Lord Blackscale leads a cultural exchange program. Even the Zentari have redirected their research toward beneficial technologies for all species. My 4 hands move across the control panel one last time, bringing up the final statistics. Trade volume up 300%. Scientific breakthroughs occurring at 5 times the previous rate. Conflict between species down by 89%. And the humans, I can't keep the wonder from my voice. They watch. They guide when asked. They step in only when absolutely necessary. Their ships still patrol council space, their technology still far beyond what most species can comprehend. But they've never once abused that power. The quantum recorder captures my sigh. This will be my final report on species 7249. I've spent 15 years studying them, from first contact through the fall of the Council and into this new era, and I think I finally understand what we got wrong from the very beginning. The observation window fills with the image of Earth, still beautiful, still deceptively peaceful. We thought their kindness was weakness. Their patience was primitive restraint. Their willingness to talk rather than fight was proof of their inferiority. We were so convinced of our own superiority that we couldn't recognize what was right in front of us. A human ship phases into view, its hull gleaming with technology that still seems like magic to most species. It acknowledges my presence with a brief signal flash, then continues its patrol. They weren't primitive. They were principled. They weren't weak. They were giving us every chance to be better. And they saved us. From others, yes, but mostly from ourselves. I begin the shutdown sequence for my observation post. After 15 years, it's time to go home. Time to share what I've learned with my own people. The humans have a saying: I speak my final words into the recorder. Something Admiral Porter quoted in that first assembly session. The true measure of power isn't in how much damage you can do, but in how much good you choose to do instead. The quantum recorder clicks off for the last time. I take one final look at Earth before turning away. They were never the primitive species we thought they were. They were what we could have been, should have been, all along. And thanks to their peculiar mix of power and principle, of capability and compassion, the galaxy is finally becoming what it always should have been. A place where no species needs to prove their superiority, where patience is recognized as strength, and where the greatest power lies not in dominance, but in the choice to be better than what came before. End final record.
There comes a point in every galactic conflict when someone makes a catastrophic miscalculation. For the Vorn hegemony, that moment arrived when Admiral Dres Karl decided that humans would be easily subjugated and psychologically vulnerable. As his second communications officer, I had front row seats to what would become the most spectacular 1,000 cycles of hegemony history. Target their colony on Proxima Centauri B, Dres Karl had ordered, his 4 sets of mandibles clicking in that irritating way that meant he was feeling particularly clever. A swift strike. Show them what happens when primitives refuse reasonable tribute demands. Vex Loran had studied the humans longer than anyone else aboard the dreadnought Inevitable Dominance. For 6 rotations, I'd monitored their communications, their entertainment broadcasts, their historical archives. I knew this was a terrible idea. Sir, I ventured, my voice modulator carefully adjusted to convey proper deference. Perhaps we should reconsider. The human historical records indicate. Their historical records? Dres Karl interrupted with a gurgling laugh that made his throat sac bulge obscenely. Next, you will tell me their fictional entertainment contains tactical insights.